the coaches did. And I want to go ahead and start. I think we should really just start very easily with first form. So, gentlemen, you both have pens, you both have paper. I would like for you to describe a grade, and then you're going to explain it just like we're in elementary school. So, once you have them ready, go ahead and look up at your camera. And then once you are looking up the camera, we'll now cut to you and reveal them in 3, 2, 1. Here are the grades that were given. Tim, I see you gave an A, and why don't you go ahead and explain yours, sir?
Well, I gave first form an A. One for strength of team. They have a bunch of point scorers on their team, and they're also pretty smart dudes. They're pretty articulate, and they could spell, so that's important. But they bring a lot to the table. I think they're going to be able to put some serious points on the board, and you got a cluster of good guys on the same team, meaning they're not going to have to fight each other. They're set up in pretty good shape to win the team title this year.
Can you explain the quotation marks, though? Because this is just supposed to be a grade. It's not supposed to be a grade.
Well,
an A.
They haven't earned it yet. This is kind of penciled in.
Wow.
We'll see how they do. I'll grade them again at the end, and we'll see kind of what the delta is. But
You hear that, Hodger
for
Gracie?
now,
You're
you're
on
penciled in. You're penciled in at an A.
Fair enough. We now go to Kevin Sherrill. Kevin, what was your grade for the first form?
Yeah, first form gets an A. I think they came out of this as the closest thing we have to a Yankees from this draft. As I said earlier, there are 3 teams that I think can contend. And first form went in and set themselves out there. There was no question after the first 3 picks that they were going to be a strong force. They've got Paul Ardea, Kyle Chambers, Kyle Bain, who are known point scorers. They're going to rack up points in this. And they have Adam Bradley and Dory, who both can score points, but also are probably not getting submitted very often. Those are 2 of the most difficult matches you're going to have. They're big, they're strong, they don't get tapped a lot, and their teammates now don't have to fight them.
Gentlemen, thank you for that. We're now going to go to our second team. I'm now going to ask for grades for Team New Hope. Team New Hope. So take a moment, go ahead and write your grades on out. And I'm now going to turn to you as soon as you make eye contact with this. Kevin, I'm going to have you go first, but let's go ahead and reveal them. Go to the screen if you guys would. Grades was a D and a B in quotation marks, still using the quotation marks. Kevin, I'm going to have you start first because I think people want to know what you're thinking first.
Yeah, I think Dean Lister, I'm not going to lie, giving him this grade kind of hurt me, but it has.
Aren't we doing New Hope? Did we say New Hope?
We were talking about New Hope. Is what I said.
Nice.
Okay,
Perfect,
we're going to switch to
perfect.
Tim while Tim has that ready. Go ahead, Tim.
I'm going to go ahead and give Kevin a D for this segment, and that's not penciled in. We're going to go B for New Hope. Look, I think they have a chance to do something here. If Travis Thomas and Ryan Aiken can put some points on the board, if Ernesto Rivera can do the same, I think they're going to have a pretty good chance. Maybe not it being the front runner, but they might be able to sneak up on day 3 and day 4. That's a day where you start to see guys get banged up, and they're going to have a pocket of time in there where they can do it. They got Cam Hurd. He's a veteran. He's coming heavy. He's coming with the drip. So I think they got a real shot at it. Brad Schneider's a last-minute replacement. You know, I think if the alternates kind of do well and the guys that jumped on at the end, they have a shot to make a run at the end here.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to come back to you now.
Yeah, well, we had discussed literacy being a problem for grapplers, and here I am being a case study. I had my notes backwards. C. I gave him a C. I think he is a contender. I think Pedro Sauers put together a team where he is indeed a contender for this, but he has 3 people. He has 2 guys that are going to put up points. Ryan Aiken and Travis Thomas are solid bets to put up a lot of points this season, and then he has 3 guys that have asterisks by their names where they could go off. We could see it happen, but for various reasons, they could also maybe fall flat this season, depending on whether you get all 3 of them going off, 2, 1, maybe none of them go off. You may have a contender. You may have someone who doesn't quite have the season they needed to.
Copy that. Gentlemen, I'm now going to come to you for Team Constellation. Team Constellation. Now, since we're a little bit short on time, what we're going to do on these is I need you to give them in 30-second hits or less. Kevin, when you're ready to go ahead and present, let's go ahead and show it to the audience. I see the D, and C's get degrees. Now, Kev, I want to give you a chance for redemption here. Please tell us why you gave a D in this particular case.
The irony of me giving someone a poor grade after handing in the wrong assignment is strong. Yeah, I think Dean put together the only team that I don't see as really being in contention. Obviously, he has good athletes on there, but other than Chris Wojcik and maybe Marcin, the other guys seem to be on the outside looking in, and worse yet, they seem to know it. We spoke with a few of those athletes, and they were a little concerned. They said they were going to have to do a lot of work to claw in it. They weren't out of it yet, but they knew they had their work cut out for them, and that's a rough place to be if you're the one team on the outside looking in.
Fair enough. All right, let's go over to you, Tim.
Well, look, I say C. Yes, they have a hard road ahead of them, but Kimoy has a lot of experience in the PGF. Chris Wojcik is an outstanding competitor. You know he's going to show up. And then you got three guys that are a little bit of wild cards. You have Sebastian, Marcin, and Fedor, who these guys are all great, but they haven't been in this format yet. That could actually play to their strength. These guys might be able to come in and kind of sneak under the radar and stay alive. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one or two of those guys at least make the individual tournament if they can't make a run for the team finals. But I think C is a fair grade. I think they did okay. But, you know, there's some gaps in that team there that are going to need to be sorted out.
All right, thank you for this. And for the final team, let's go ahead and get those grades in right now. It is Intrana. So Intrana, let's give the grade. And I think, Tim, are you all set?
Yes.
Let's do our reveal right now. I see a B+ and an A from Kevin. Now, I'm intrigued by the A, but we'll come to that second first. Tim, tell us about your B+, please.
Well, I don't think you can give them an A if you give First Form an A. I just think First Form is the standard team here, that they got the highest standard. Carlos Machado's Intrana team is pretty good. Elijah Carlton, hard to bet against in the PGF, as Egghead Warrior always reminds us. But you've also got veterans with Davis Asari, you've got Nathan Haddad, and you've got Andre on that team. Those all can put big points up on the board. They're pretty good defensively. They're not easy to score on. So I think they're the second strongest team here. New Hope might be able to battle it out with them, but I think we're going to see Intrana do pretty well this week.
Thank you for that. Kevin, explain your B+, sir.
Yeah, I think in the regular roster, I would have given Carlos a B, but I'm giving him an A because of his performance in securing Abe LaMontagne as his first alternate. That right there is a huge upswing. There's been talk about putting him in on the primary roster in exchange for one of the other guys for particular matchups. He's a dangerous, dangerous guy. I think the fact that it came down to needing to sell him on coming to their team and him managing to nab that, you have to give a lot of credit to the coach.
Great. Gentlemen, thank you for that. There's a lot to cover, and we will get back to that particular topic, I think, a little bit later. But now we move on to the matchups. So I'm going to very quickly ask you guys to preview out the matchups, and we're going to put some time back on the clock here. Now, for this particular moment, I'd like for you guys to tell us your matchups in 30 seconds. That's the real struggle because there are a lot of good matchups here today. I'm going to start with you, Kevin Sherrill.
So we've got two guys. For those of y'all that want to see the leg lock shootout today, you have a treat ahead of you. You've got Kyle Bain versus Chris Wojcik and Andre Porfirio versus Paul Ardea. Those four guys are four of the most dangerous leg lockers on the planet, and they are almost certainly just going to trade legs with each other. You're going to get to see something very interesting. If you hate leg lock shootouts and you want to see someone attempt to shut down a dangerous leg locker, you have Kyle Chambers versus Ernesto Rivera, and you have Davis Asari and Chris Wojcik. Whatever you want is there for you. That's the menu.
All right, now we come to you, Tim. What else do we have to look forward to today? There's 30 matches, so I'm assuming maybe you have a couple that he didn't have as well.
Well, I'm going to give you three names to look out for because they all have pretty interesting pathways through today. That is Travis Thomas. He is going to go up against Dory Allen, Elijah Carlton, and Sebastian Attard. I think he's going to have a good chance to put some points on the board. You also have Adam Bradley, who's going up against Cam Hurd, Kamoy Anderson, and Caleb Crump. I think he's going to have a good shot. On the reverse side, Davis Asari has a super tough schedule today. Chris Wojcik, Ryan Aiken, and Kyle Bain. That's not an easy route. Pay attention to those three names. See how they do today.
Appreciate that. Gentlemen, thank you for that great preview. You guys don't want to go anywhere, and even in the comment section, I see Moose Fritz saying, yeah, not going to lie, I actually see somebody winning in this particular way. They said that they've got Kyle over Chris from Hype Kills 10p. So sorry about that, Moose. I thought that was coming from you, but that was Hype Kills 10p. Making a prediction here in the comment section. Yes, we have eyes on them. More on that later. Let's go now to our next topic, which is, all right, I'm sure some of you saw this footage that came out, and we're not quite sure on it. We don't have the real story. I saw the video, much like many of you, and maybe still confused as to what happened to Dean Lister. So I thought I would give our participants here 30 seconds to say what they think happened to Dean Lister. I'm going to start with Tim Freeman.
Well, I think Dean is a method actor, and he's in practice for a role right now about a guy who actually discovered the whole lower half of the body. It didn't exist before that point. Like, he literally discovered it. There was another gentleman on the East Coast named Don Janaher who was not happy about it. He had a new DVD coming out with Fanatical BJJ, and that was covering basically how upper body's where it's at. Anyway, long story. Don gets on an airplane, Inspirational Airlines, $17 ticket, gets out to San Diego, confronts Dean. Dean slips on a sweaty rash guard, breaks his arm, hits his eye on an ab roll machine, and here he is today. So he's kind of trying to keep that character. So he showed up in form. He's doing it well. He hasn't broken it yet. I haven't seen him, like, for 1 minute just relax and break the kayfabe. Dean's in character.
Thank you for that. We now go to you, Kevin Sherrill. What do you think happened to Dean Lister?
I don't think I know, Raph. I've seen this before. This is very clearly a cat scratch victim. Those of you at home who have cats like me, you've seen it. They're belly up. It looks adorable, but you know they don't want you to scratch them on the tum-tum. It's dangerous. They're animals. They're predators. They're apex predators, in fact. You go in for a little scritchy scratch, they claw their way up your arm, and they go right for the face. This is classic cat scratch victim. Dean needs to know that home is that cat's, not yours, Dean. Not yours. You can't do it. You can't. They look cuddly. Don't do it.
I like the official terminology of scratchy scratch. We've learned a lot here at this desk. I have a quick little assumption here of what happened to Dean Lister. You know, a lot of times you think that you're seeing somebody show up here at the PGF and you don't know what they're up to. The answer is clear. Batman. My man went out, fought some crime in the streets of Gotham, flew into here, had a bad night at the office, but put away a bunch of people into Arkham Asylum. And if you think I'm wrong, prove it. Because who else carries themselves like a Bruce Wayne? If you've been to a party, you know that Dean, you know what I mean? He does all right. He's got the Playboy part down. The question is, what's he doing when he finished teaching classes? So, you're not fooling anybody, Mr. Wayne. I'll see you at Wayne Corp a little bit later. So that is my best estimation. Let's go to our next topic right now, which is prop bets. So those of you who are asking about Fantasy League, yes, you want to get in on that right now. And we're actually going just slightly over, so you have a few extra seconds to get your picks in right now. But before we finish, let's just say this. There may be some prop bets that people like Egghead aren't talking about, and that's why we go to the more important team, which is the one standing before you right now. Why don't we go ahead and start with you, Tim Freeman. What is a prop bet that maybe people aren't familiar with?
Well, everybody wants to know about breaks. Everybody wants to know about kills. Everybody's concerned with who's going to score the most points and who's not going to score, who's going to get stalled on. I'm here to represent the fine furniture makers of America. I'm here to represent the couches. I want to know how many couchables there's going to be today. Somebody's going to get put onto the couch, and I want to know. I'm looking for couch lock victims today. That's my prop bet. I'm going to go 3. I think that's the over-under. I think 3 couchables today, day 1, season 7.
Still a weird phrase we're not quite used to here on the show. Don't know how I feel about it. Kevin, I'm going to come back to you.
Yeah, I also was taking a look at how many couchables we were going to have. I had them at 1.5, but I also want to talk about these shootouts we're going to go, and we're going to go with secondary leg finishes. People finishing on not the primary leg like Don Janaher would like you to, but on the secondary leg. I've got 4. We're talking Aoki locks, we're talking toe holds, we're talking whatever other made-up stuff you think you want to name after yourself. I don't know, Ninja Lock, Inferno, whatever.
Ninja Lock Inferno is just sold over 100,000 copies on BJJ Fanatics, by the way, everybody, in case you weren't aware of it. Let's go to our next topic, which is this. Listen, nobody really talks about the burdens that come with being a part of the PGF. I said, let's bring that to the table. And the thing that you got to see here is, what are the unforeseen burdens here? The things people may be not thinking about. So, with that, I start with you, Kevin Sherrill. As somebody who's participated in a PGF, you have this experience. What are some of the unforeseen burdens that maybe the home audience has no idea about?
Well, let's talk about the weight of the handsome belt. No, I'm playing. Something that you don't think about unless you are maybe a jiu-jitsu professional with a reputation on the line is what we saw here today. Guys out here, they have expectations. They have to deliver, they have fans, and they have technique DVDs out there. If they're selling, I don't know, a crucifix DVD, Brad Schneider, you can't really afford to not finish someone with a crucifix. We saw it with AJ Agazarm last year with his defensive DVD. That man was ready to let everything break, right? You have expectations. You have technique DVDs to sell. That mortgage won't pay itself. That gym membership you're still paying even though you're an elite athlete, yeah, that won't pay itself either. You've got to get those things sold. And if you got to put your body on the line to do it, you got to put your body on the line to do it.
Thank you. It always gets really weird when it's like you got to put your body on the line. Like, you know what?
You got to do what it takes. You want to be a star.
First
Yeah,
he doesn't like couchable, now he doesn't like bodies on the line.
I'm just saying. I mean, think about the language choices, gentlemen. That's all. Tim, I come to you next.
Well, you know, I think one of the unforeseen burdens here is for the athletes that come in and who are already kind of known as really great defensive guys. That's nice to have, and it's nice to be able to go out there and force your opponent to put up a 0. That helps your team. It doesn't necessarily help you to make it into the individual playoffs. So I think these guys, they kind of have to walk the line of like, man, am I going to open up and take risks to actually score, or am I going to just fulfill my role as being the guy who shuts everybody out? It's a little bit of a tricky game because if you start getting caught, your team's not happy about it. But if you don't take some chances, you can't get on the board to advance what you're actually here to do. Everybody wants to see a performance, and that means you have to perform, and that means you have to do something, not just defend something.
Beautiful. Thank you guys so much. All right, we're going to go to one of our last topics here, which is inspired. Now, maybe you guys don't have this feeling yet, but we here have some stake in the game. We have people on our fantasy teams, and I wanted to give these individuals 30 seconds each to say their best form of inspiration to their team members. I'm going to start with you, Tim Freeman.
So, thank you, Raph. In the history of histories, every once in a while, you have to stand up as a man in front of other men who are downtrodden, backs against the wall, in a real tough, tight spot. Like Young MC said, you have to bust a move. And this is not one of those times. And the reason is this is the PGF. You're on the most exciting promotion that exists today. If you're not inspired already, you need to fold up your rash guard and your little shorts and leave them in the middle of the mat, dump your belt in the garbage can, and hit the road because there's an alternate who's preying on your downfall. It's go time. It's time to buckle up and start hunting, or you're going to get hunted. That's my inspiration for you.
That sounded like 4 fortune cookies that just kind of got bunched together.
Yeah, there's a fortune cookie GPT I put it
He had
into. and
Chinese
kinda
last
came
night.
up with.
He had
Copy
Chinese
that.
last
Yes,
night.
he did have Chinese last night. Thank you. Shout out the very nice bar across the street. Kevin, you're up next.
All right. I need you to make eye contact with me. I'm talking to you. My Kevinettes. My Legion of Killers. The junior Kevinettes. When you go out there, I need you to remember, you're not just representing you. You're representing us. You're scoring those points. You're scoring them for us. And for me. For you as well. But mostly for me. And I need you to remember that that's important because it's for me. Score those points. Kevinettes don't lose, and Kevinettes never say die. However, if you have to die, that's on the table. If you don't tap before you die, it's no points. You're good to go. Go to Valhalla with that in your mind, that you didn't let the Kevinettes down. Because it's for me.
Thank you for that, Kevin. Allow me to have a few remaining seconds for my team. Listen, Team Esparzas, there's 2 of you. Listen, I love you all. It's like I fathered a lot of children here. My inspirational message is as such. Good morning. In less than an hour, aircraft from here will join forces around the world, and they will be launching the largest aerial battle in the history of mankind. Mankind, that word should have a new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences. Not anymore. We will be united in our common interests. Perhaps it's fate that today is the 4th of July-ish. And for once, you'll be fighting not only for our freedom, not from tyranny, not from oppression, not from persecution, but from annihilation. We're fighting for our right to live, to exist. And we should win today. The 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday, but as the day the world declared in one voice. We will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to live on. We're going to survive. Scene.
That was beautiful, Raph. Did you write that?
You know, I
Good
did.
job, man.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Let's go to our gallery section now. Shout out Bill Pullman. All right. We have a couple comments, and then we're going to throw it to the action here in just a second. But why don't we go ahead and throw up our first comment? And it says as such. This was actually yesterday in the comment section when you guys were saying, fire the IT and graphics team immediately. And then somebody from the graphics team got in the chat and said, come take it, Sean P. So we're just letting you know, we're not the only ones that police the comment sections, just to give you a little preview of what's happening this week. Kev, I'm going to let you take the second one here. This was actually yesterday in the comment section.
Oh, yeah. Good interview by Travis. Calling a man couchable is total disrespect.
Hey, man.
Absolutely. In fact, it's something you should be calling people a lot. It's a good term. You should use that.
Alan Jackson, take a seat.
Let's now go to our third comment. Couchable, whatever. Tim, why don't you let us know what this one says?
Kyle Boehm is the Rob Gronkowski of the PGF. Maybe. I don't exactly see it, but
I mean, he's two refrigerators wide, just like Gronk.
he's
That's
big.
about it.
He's
Yeah.
he got the same size, but a little less talkative than Gronk. I would have to say that.
All right, and finally, the last comment coming into us, it says, the cringy begging for bids hurts. Let the coaches bid what they're going to bid and stop trying to talk them up. That's not how bidding works. Have you ever bid to an auction before? Do you think they just go like, hey, if you guys would like to come in on this, that'd be cool. No, they get straight into the psychology of give us money, rich people. So thank you for that.
My man typed that on a flip phone. He said, money doesn't matter.
All right, ladies and gents, we're now going to hand it over to the main show. We will be back after the proceedings here tonight. We wanted to give you a few extra moments to go to the Fantasy League to get in. So PGF. Where? Home?
No, I think it's pgfworld.tv.
Thank you. So go there, sign up right away, because once the first match happens, it's closed. And you guys, I think you kind of want to be like me, like a champion. You know what I'm saying?
It's
He's not going to have
I'm
that
sorry.
belt
Can't
very
win
long.
this. I have this.
Real
But
quick, it's pgf.global.
Thank you.
pgf.global.
Appreciate you guys. Ladies and gents, that's going to do it for us here. We'll see you back at the conclusion of the action today. Do not go anywhere. You want to catch these matches. On behalf of Tim Freeman, Kevin Sherrill, myself, Rap Esparza, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF world champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more, all back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asari, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF Proving Grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EBI veteran Kyle Boehm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about jiu-jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardilla. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. And we can't forget about jiu-jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardilla. These athletes are ready to shake up the world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
So the PGF is just like any sports league. We just do it with jiu-jitsu. Everything starts with the player draft. We take 20 world-class athletes and we split them up into 4 teams. Each team is led by one of the most legendary athletes in jiu-jitsu history. Once the teams are established, the regular season begins. Every athlete gets 12 regular season matches. The matches are 6 minutes long, and in the PGF, you can only win via submission. If you win by choke, which we call a kill, you get 6 points towards the playoff. If you win with a joint lock, we call that a break, you get 3 points towards the playoff. If the match goes to a draw, both athletes get 0 points towards the playoff, and any submission that you land in under a minute gets an extra point. The team that accumulates the most points during the regular season splits $100,000. The top 8 scoring athletes advance to the PGF playoffs, where they have a chance to become the PGF champion and win an additional $20,000.
Las Vegas, Nevada, a city known worldwide for its high stakes, serves as the perfect backdrop for PGF World Season 7, as a $100,000 prize is on the line, and tonight 20 athletes will take their first steps in looking to capture it. It is PGF Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Hey everybody, I'm TJ DeSantis, along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, and we are officially here at Match Day 1. BMAC, we had the draft last night, and now is literally the first steps to crowning a new team regular season champion.
And I think we got a team that, in my opinion, they won the draft. That first form team with Hodger Gracie and Matt Elkins over there, these guys, I mean, that is a stacked squad. Kyle Bain, Kyle Chambers, Paul Ardea, Adam Bradley, Dory Allen. This team is stacked from top to bottom. They got every position filled. They got a couple of stoppers. They got a couple of killers. I think they're absolutely the team to beat so far this season.
We talk a lot about experience, but obviously that first form team headed by the legendary Roger Gracie. And, you know, Roger was here last year, with season 6. You got to think that he has a better idea of what he needs to do as a coach to lead these guys to 100 grand.
He came in with a really serious strategy. He put a lot of time and effort into studying these athletes and crafting exactly the roster that he wanted. Having Matt Elkins with all that PGF experience sitting there with him as his assistant coach, we saw Matt Elkins last year. He's one of the great stories in the PGF, but all that PGF experience made a huge difference when it came to the draft. And I think it's going to make a huge difference when it comes to the way that the actual scoring shakes out during the season.
We've got newcomers as coaches as well, but don't think that they're not studied up. Carlos Machado, he was ready to throw down, I think, last night.
I thought he was going to beat up Stephen Aiken. I thought we were going to have a literal fight. Bobby, both of them, was about to have to fight Carlos Machado, which would have been probably his toughest match of his life. But look at this squad.
Yeah.
The real storyline with this team is all the PGF experience that they have on the table. Caleb Crump, Davis Asari, last season's regular season champion, Elijah Carlton, the PGF GOAT, Nathan had it all off of the winning Team X Marshall team last season. And then just to round it out, they got one of the baddest dudes on the roster, Andre Porfirio right there. Porfirio definitely going to hit a couple of straight ankle or Aoki locks this season.
But they are a bit undersized. Maybe you look at it, it's a big field. Those guys aren't necessarily natural 205-pound athletes.
That's actually a great point. There's going to be a lot of attrition that happens this season. I think that the alternates are going to play a bigger role than they've ever played in the history of the PGF.
Yeah, we can't understate what the gauntlet is here at PGF World, and that's going to lead us to a lot of storylines. There's still alternates that could find their way in the mix, but it all started yesterday at our draft, and we're actually going to take a look back at what transpired last night in Las Vegas at the draft to kick off Season 7. For the second time in 2024, PGF World is back inside the Combat Sports Capital. We're at a secret location in Las Vegas, where 20 grapplers are said to be drafted upon one of 4 teams, all with one common goal in mind. That is cashing in on a potential $100,000.
26, first one. Thank you for what you've created and really, truly the future of what I think is created.
PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu. And BMAC, we've got a ton of jiu-jitsu. Each of our competitors tonight will compete 3 different times, and let's talk about some of the big matches we can expect here on match day 1, because we've seen some great grapplers over the years here at PGF, find their success, but sometimes it eludes them on match day 1. You have to be ready to sort of potentially weather a tough storm before you find success, and vice versa. We also see some athletes come out and get a huge point advantage by picking up some quick submissions.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy that goes into this because it is a full season of sports, but it's all compressed down into one week. So a lot of these guys, like we saw last season, Daniel Sadler came out super hot, and he trailed off towards the end of the week. Matt Elkins always comes in slow and then picks it up and ends up in the playoffs at the end of the week. Season 5, Landon Torville was the last person drafted, the very last person drafted, and he ends up as the points leader on day 1 and then fades towards the end, barely slips into the playoffs and goes out in the first round. So the way that you play the game is super crucial in the PGF. It's unlike any other grappling event. It's fast-paced. It's only 6 minutes. You've got to score points with submission. So how these guys play it is going to be a really, really big factor. We're going to see some fast starts. We're going to see some slow starts.
It's all about kills and breaks, but again, styles make fights. BMAC, what are some of the matches you're looking forward to the most here on match day 1?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to pull this up right here, and I'm going to tell you the matches that I'm most excited about, okay? The third matchup of the day, to me, is one of the most exciting. It's Kyle Bame versus Ryan Aiken. A lot of people had these guys number 1, number 2, and they're matching up on the third match of the day, and I think that could really go either way. Bame, of course, an incredible back taker, great leg locker. Aiken, I mean, he's good in every position. The thing with Aiken, though, he can be a bit of a slow starter. So I think that if he is going to have success in this 6-minute match format, he's going to have to kind of stretch out of his comfort zone. So I think one of the big keys to victory for Ryan Aiken is that he's got to get off to fast starts. Otherwise, he's going to find himself missing points in some of the matches where he should have scored.
You mentioned Ryan Aiken, the CJJ and EBI world champion, would love to add a PGF title to his mantle back at home, and the steps towards that, the first ones take place tonight, and right now he's standing mat side with our Alex Wendling.
Yes, standing by with Ryan Aiken, and he has a tough test in his first match. Kyle Bame coming up. So what are the thoughts on that first matchup?
Tough draw. I stayed with Kyle Bame for my first subversive that I did, the team format, where he was the heavyweight on our team. So yes, that's right, heavyweight. He's a little bit bigger than me. Some people call me Little Kyle, so this is like the little brother fighting his big brother, so I'm excited for this one. But to me, Kyle just looks like a Terminator, so I'm gonna try to use my technique on this one.
And you were the highest bidded athlete, rightfully so. You're really going to come out there with a chip on your shoulder. And later tonight, you have Davis Asari and then Chris Wojcik. So I know you're not looking past Kyle Bame at all, but what are you thinking about this lineup?
Again, tough draws all around, but it's time to eat. I like this. Let's get it.
And how was the energy of the team in the team meeting earlier today?
The energy of the team was pretty good. We focused on submission defenses, and it was a good opportunity for me to get a lot of reps in because some of the other guys were just focusing on defense. So that was pretty dope. Definitely a good warm up. Actually, what really caught me off guard was Professor Pedro Sauer. Dude, he moves so freaking well. I've never seen a 66-year-old man like squatting like Spider-Man, dude. He was literally moving around like Spider-Man on that mat. So whatever he's doing, like that guy's, he's got the knowledge.
The mobility, getting it done. Ryan, I know you're about to compete, so thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. And we have a lot of action coming your way, guys.
Thanks, Alex. We will check in with you throughout our night. Apparently, Pedro Sauer can move better than I can, and I'm like 20-plus years younger than the man.
A lot of people don't know this, but everybody can move better than you, TJ. Every person.
That's true. Very true. All right. For some actual information that might be beneficial to you, let's go over to our fantasy corner, because fantasy is a big part of PGF Season 7, and there might be a couple minutes for you to get locked in with the fantasy team, PGFworld.global. But standing by in the fantasy corner, it is Jason Anik and the man they call Egghead. For some actual information that might be beneficial
on this side of the table, and it is PGF.global. So without hesitation, get there. PGF.global. Register now. Only minutes away to get your picks in for today. Pick 7 guys quickly. Egg, my guy. 3 guys. If you guys register now, 3 guys. Who are you looking at?
Immediately, you have to go Adam Bradley. I'm telling you right now, he has all guys he's going up against that are not in the top 10. And so it's all about matchups, guys. You know, he comes in, he's a semifinalist at CJI. He's going up against not the guys that are not in the top 10, the best matchups possible. Now, Kamoy Anderson, now he has to face Adam Bradley, but he is a PGF Season 5 runner-up. He knows that, and the other 2 guys he faces, again, those are guys kind of in the bottom half. And when you have a bottom half set, opponent, you have to capitalize. And so Kamoy has to have circled those matches that I have to get my points now. And finally, Paul Ardea. Now, Paul Ardea, hey, one of the top 2 consensus, picks. He has winnable matches. They're not going to be easy, but they're very winnable, and he's a killer. Hey, put those 3 on your team right now. Now, 2 guys to kind of avoid, and they kind of just brought it up. Kyle Bain, Ryan Aitken. Now, those are in my top 3. But they're facing each other. And guess what? They're also facing the best players of every other team. Now, they're killers, but you want mismatches as fantasy managers. So I highly recommend not going with them on your fantasy team. Now, they're going to be great to watch today, but don't put them on your team. Find those mismatches, okay?
Yep. PGF.global. Try and get your team in tonight. Quickly, the fantasy breakdown on points. A takedown, you get a point. Mount, 2 points. Back take, 2 points. If you're stalling, which we know BMAC is having none of, -1 point. What I'll say, for me, a lot of these big boys, I went with the big boys. I'm not a practitioner myself. I'm going with the big boys. A lot of, you talked about guys cutting weight versus guys not. Where do you see sort of some advantages in this first block for some of the bigger guys versus some of the guys that didn't have to cut weight?
It's really tough because how much were they able to recover? Some of the guys are really good at it. Like Ryan Aitken is so skilled at losing a lot of weight, but then putting it back on. But the more you cut in weight, the more likely you are to get injured, and the more you're likely to get tired quickly. And this is a sprint. And so, hey, honestly, if you're facing one of the bigger guys, and if you're one of the smaller guys, like that Entrana team, where they're killers, but they're kind of smaller, you want to face the big guys now while they're still recovering, maybe from that time zone issue. If you're Machin, because you come from Europe and you're cutting weight, you want to get them immediately, because if you give them a chance to get on the time zone, to get their hydration back, man, they're going to be killers later on. So honestly, if you're going to face a big guy, you probably want to do it early.
3 blocks of 10 fights for you tonight. In this first block, what are you most looking forward to?
As a fan, like B-Max said, that Ryan Aitken, that Kyle Bain, that's going to set the tone for a lot of things. But honestly, also Adam Bradley, Cam Hurd, this is a must-win for Adam Bradley. He's got to set the tone that he is a killer. But honestly, because it's got some beef behind it, Sebastian Attard and Elijah Carlton, I think they could both win it. They have some bad blood. They have a prior match. The Sebastian Attard won versus EBI overtime. Elijah didn't like that. He went on his Instagram comments and he said, "Hey man, I made you a bet match, but you're punk. You didn't take it." And they went back and forth. So both these guys are amped for this fight. And guess what? When you go for that submission, you open up yourself for that submission. So this is where either one of them could be a viable fantasy play, because they want to get this one and they have some other good matchups as well.
I'm really interested to see how Davis Asari goes at it tonight. A lot of big boys in front of him. The 8th match of the evening, Davis Asari versus Chris.
Guys are amped for this fight. And guess what? When you go for that submission, you open up
Chris
yourself
Wojcik,
for that
B
submission.
team.
This is where either one of them could be a viable fantasy play, because they want to get this one.
And there might be a couple minutes for you to get there. You never know which one might make or break your season and get you in the playoffs or lead you to a $100,000 payday. Let's take a look at tonight's schedule and talk a little bit more about the matches that we will see here on match day 1. It's a ton of jiu-jitsu, and they were talking about that Entrana team, a little bit lighter weight guys. They got a tough schedule in front of them, but we'll see how they start the week.
You know, what's one of the matchups that I haven't heard anybody mention that I'm the most excited about? I think they're not mentioning it because their names are so hard to pronounce. Andre Porfirio versus Marcin Machulovic. Y'all like that? The Alabama boy coming in with Marcin Machulovic. I love this kid. I got a chance to train with him when we were in Warsaw, Poland. And as soon as we got off the mat, I was like, I have to have you. I'm flying this dude over for the PGF. That kid's a killer, but he's going against Andre Porfirio. Both these guys are actual 205ers. They both cut weight to be here. Both these dudes are killers. Watch that matchup right there.
You found a grappler in Poland, but could you find Poland on the map right now?
Oh,
Oh, really?
No.
Okay, all right. It's good not to lie, B-Mac.
I could.
Let's take a look at the rules for PGF because it's a long season. It's all about points, and it's all about effective jiu-jitsu, kills, and breaks. That's the only way you're going to find yourself in the playoffs. B-Mac, why don't you explain what a kill and a break are?
Well, any choke or also a neck crank, we call those a kill. So you're going to get 6 points towards the playoff for that. 3 points for any joint lock, ankle lock, arm lock, shoulder lock, knee bar, even a wrist lock. 3 points, okay? And then any submission that you get in less than a minute is going to put an extra point on the board for you. If it goes to a draw after 6 minutes, neither athlete gets points towards the playoff. And now the top 8 point scorers, regardless of which team they're on, are going to be seeded into the playoffs. That's what goes down on Friday on UFC Fight Pass.
Yep, and our regular season team is going to cash in on that $100,000 payday, one of the biggest paydays you're going to find in professional grappling, and it all starts here tonight. And stalling is a big thing. Jason was calling it out for you, B-Mac. You will not tolerate any silly business where guys aren't engaging.
No, we don't want anything to do with that. We're trying to put together something that's fun to watch, okay? This is not really a contest to find out who has the best technical jiu-jitsu. We're trying to see who can take what they know about jiu-jitsu and win this game that we've put together. If you get 3 stalling penalties during the course of the match and it still goes to a draw, the athlete with the most penalties, that guy is going to give up 2 points to his opponent. And if you get 5 penalties over the course of a 6-minute match, we're stopping the match right there and we're throwing you, get out. You're not here to put on a show. Get off the mat, and the other guy gets 2 points. If you do get called for stalling, we have a 20-second shot clock. If that shot clock expires, you're going to the bottom of referee position. It's a position, if you're familiar with collegiate and high school wrestling, you're going to be familiar with that position. And we put you in that position because it's closer to getting scored on.
Yeah.
We're looking for points in the PGF.
Not only going to put them in a bad position, but you also called it out yesterday in our first meeting with the athletes. You expect the person to feel a little bit of shame for getting called?
Yeah, we're throwing a flag, we're blowing a whistle, we're stopping the action. We're going to make you feel like a goober for not throwing, not bringing the action, you know?
Absolutely. So it's match day 1 here in Las Vegas. Our first block is just around the corner, but B-Mac, something's not feeling quite right before we start. Why don't you make it right? There we go. PGF World Season 7 starts right after this.
The bullfight critics, ranked in rows, fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
New Hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New Hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
Jiu-jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
PGF World Season 7 powered by Once Upon a Coconut. It's match day 1, and it's time to get the jiu-jitsu action started. We go out to the mat to Stephen Aiken.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Professional Grappling Federation Season 7. 4 teams, 1 prize. A shot at $100,000. And it all starts right here, right now. Tonight, these athletes will step onto the mat ready to battle with everything they've got. Who will rise to the occasion and set the pace for season 7? We're about to find out right now. Our first athlete coming to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers making the walk. He represents First Form, headed by Coach Roger Gracie. Kyle Chambers, a guy that we've seen plenty of times before. BMAC, very unique style on and off the mat, for that matter. He's fancy dressed yesterday.
He looked good for the draft, didn't he?
Yeah.
Man, look at that hair. I wish I had any hair, but if I did have hair, it would be that hair.
Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera representing New Hope Regeneration. Can they regenerate hair?
Not for us.
Oh, okay. Ernesto Rivera shouted out yesterday by Kevin Sherrill as one of the dark horses of season 7. He gets his opportunity to make a huge splash when he takes on the 10 Planet product in Kyle Chambers. All right, it's time for our first match here to get underway. Season 7 starts now here in Las Vegas.
I'm so nervous, TJ.
I mean, how do you think Weird Al Yankovic feels?
I think he feels bad.
That's actually not Weird Al.
Yeah, that was Michael Jackson, sorry.
No, that's...
Here we go.
I was talking about Heath Masery.
All right, Chambers pulls guard right off the bat, and Rivera coming in looking to pass. Be interesting to see. Neither one of these athletes has ever competed in the PGF before, so I'll be interested to see what kind of strategy they play. Kyle has a very crazy, eclectic game, and Ernesto is opting to try to pass from the feet. That's exactly the kind of thing that Kyle's looking for. He wants you to pass from the feet. He enters the legs so well.
And again, it's all about action here at PGF. Our regular season match is just 6 minutes in length.
Look how flexible Kyle is and how relaxed he is, like through the hips. Ernesto goes to try to control his legs and move him around. And Kyle just doesn't offer him any tension to be controlled with. So it's not really offering Ernesto a great way to steer him. Ernesto dropping down, though, and he's going to have to play into this Z guard here. Okay, so already it has started. The first warning goes to Kyle. Kyle has the underhook here. Oh, and this is one of his best setups. Ernesto going to have to be careful. Here's an entry. Already there. Knee line slips, but Kyle does get a sweeping opportunity out of it. Let's see what he does with it.
You're holding on to that left leg of Rivera is Chambers. Now Rivera going to come out on top.
All right, back to the center they go.
Now, we heard that warning already for Chambers. Explain to everyone at home, BMAC, who's going to get the stalling warnings and how do you avoid them?
Well, it's going to be whoever's trying to move the game forward. That's the guy that's not going to get called for stalling.
Finally
If
got
at any
everything
point
set up.
it feels like you're not moving the game forward, that you're not the aggressor,
Kyle Chambers
we
and
want both guys to
Ernesto
be the aggressor.
Rivera.
So whoever feels like they're not the aggressor, that guy's going to get at least a warning, an admonition from our officials. And if they get a warning, then they're going to start that shot clock. And then they got 20 seconds to get what we call a deep shot, which not necessarily a wrestling shot. It's just a powerful or a strong offensive movement. And now the shot clock goes out on Ernesto because they didn't feel that he was trying to progress the pass.
Trying to get busy. It's hard to clear the legs, though, for someone like Kyle Chambers.
Well, it's hard to pass his guard when you're not being pushed. And now look at this. Chambers has the inside position. He's got a deep grip over on the far side. Oh, look at that posting on his head. And here's his entry. He's got the leg. Ernesto does a good job. Take that foot and peel it off of his hip.
I'm locked in.
Kyle hanging on to a grip around the ankle. It's not too much danger just yet.
Just past the halfway point of this match.
Ernesto trying to step around. Got to watch that backside entry. Very good awareness, though, by Rivera. Man, this would be a big statement by Rivera if he could man, especially if he could find a win right here, but even to take one of the top guys like Chambers and take him to a draw, I think would actually be a big statement about the kind of athlete and kind of player that Rivera is going to be this week.
It's not something we often say. You know, a draw technically is the same as a loss here in PGF, but, you know, we're very early on in the season, and I think a lot of these athletes, you know, some of the lesser known guys to the field and maybe to fans at home, they're trying to earn that respect and, you know, going out there and showcasing and surviving and you know, doing big things would make a statement here early.
Yeah, and you said something that we've been saying for a long time. A draw is a loss in the PGF. They both get you 0 points towards the playoff. So you might as well take the risk to move forward offensively, you know? Oh, now Ernesto's starting to get a little deeper on a pass. He's got that camping position. Kyle moving back out of bounds, and let's see what they do with it. All right, they're going to reset him back to the middle. That was a nice offensive play,
I think,
by Ernesto.
Yeah, the last match that
Bring
I think
him back
maybe
to the
the
middle.
last and only match Travis had with Kyle Chambers, the guy on
Under 90 seconds
in
remaining
red.
here in our opening match of this first block.
Travis pretty much dominated him. He did lose.
Both the guys have got to be careful in that position there where there's kind of just, they're not even to the jockeying for position point. Oh, look at this, starting to get around in the north-south position. Ernesto's got the pass. Settles in on the pass. That's a big moment here for Ernesto. Kyle exposing the back, rolls through. Ernesto stays pass, controlling the hips now.
.45 seconds remain here.
Oh, here's the back take. Not a lot of time. Let's see if he can do something with it. First hook is in. Here comes the second hook. Ernesto trying to make a move right here. There's the second hook. Full back take now for Rivera.
Short time, 20 seconds remain.
Body triangle.
Trying to make something happen here is Ernesto Rivera. 10 seconds now.
Nice job by Chambers. Oh, he tries to enter a leg as time's starting to expire. All the way to the mount.
And that's a wrap. We go the distance. Both men offensively minded, but unable to grab a submission. And this match will end in a draw. We go to Stephen Aiken to make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
First one in the books for Ernesto Rivera and Kyle Chambers. We'll see them twice more here tonight. B-Mac, your thought on our first match of Block 1 on night 1?
I thought that was a big statement by Ernesto, showing that even though he was an alternate and he got, because of an injury, he got brought in sort of at the last second. This was just a week ago. He got, hey, you're going to be on the main roster. But he just made a statement that he belongs out here with one of the guys who I felt was one of the guys that was going to be one of the top point scorers during the course of the season in Kyle Chambers. Ernesto passed his guard, took his back, mounted him right there at the end. Ernesto's here to put some points on the board.
And both guys went for some offense in the final 30 seconds. We saw that back take. We saw Chambers fishing for a leg. And again, we'll see him 2 more times tonight. So both have 2 more opportunities to capture some points here on night 1 of PGF World Season 7. All right, time for our next match of this first team matchup in Block 1. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our next match of the evening, representing First Form, Paul Ardea.
Paul Ardea had the luxury of being the first athlete up for bid yesterday at the draft. Now he makes the walk for his first match of Season 7.
I'm so glad it's not lagging like it was yesterday.
Again, representing that First Form team coached by Roger Gracie. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
Brad Schneider, another athlete who found his way into the regular season relatively late. And sometimes
Travis
I think that
put the
can be
whooping on this guy.
good for athletes. Less time to think about what's in front of them. Just go and get it done.
Yeah, but the problem is that what's in front of him right now is Paul Ardea, who a lot of people, myself included, had sort of at the #1 spot on their projections. Paul, very highly decorated athlete, multiple-time ADCC Trials champion. He's been on the big show at ADCC so many times, and he's a finisher, and he's got a very diverse game. Strong wrestler, but look, he comes out and pulls guard. He's got a very serious leg lock game. He's already got a strong entry. He's going to be looking for the break under a minute here. Here's the inside heel. Brad hiding it. Oh, there it is. Oh,
there
my
it is.
goodness.
Nicely done. First points of the season racked up by Paul Ardea. He gets the break and does so under a minute. So 4 points racked up for him and his first form team. Nicely done on a mission, and he gets the submission and points for his effort. Stephen Aiken, make it official.
And your winner with a break, adding the elbow genie point, Paul Ardea.
So what is that, 3 or 4?
Paul Ardea with the quick submission, and just like that, the first points of the season belong to First Form, a highly respected team after draft day 1, and for good reason. Look at this.
Oh, man, check that out. And now look right here. Paul goes to try to expose the heel, and boom, right there. You can see he's already got the exposure on the heel, and he goes belly down with that thing. Man, that was strong work by Paul Ardea. Strong work. It took him a second to dig the heel out, but once he got there, it was just formality.
Absolutely. Solid stuff for Paul Ardea, now on the board with 4 big points for his campaign here at PGF World Season 7. Time for our third match of the first team matchup in Block 1. Stephen Aiken, we go to you for the walk of our next athlete.
Travis.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Bain.
No. I think
Kyle Bain, a man that
Travis
needs
is
very
after this
little introduction, finds himself on Roger Gracie's First Form team. See what he can do here tonight in his first match of Season 7. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Ryan Aiken, the CJJ and EBI champion. Man, it feels like we're at the main event already tonight, and it's just our third match of our first block.
I mean, this is a super fight. This is the main event, like jiu-jitsu pay-per-view right here, and it's happening on the first night, the third match. There is no telling how this plays out.
Guys, when the whistle blows free, so we get an easy reset.
And if you need to remind yourself that this is a 205-pound season, look no further than these two guys.
Chambers pulls guard first. Ryan is going to have to approach this guard very carefully. But, man, the thing is, Ryan is a winner in every rule set that he competes in. I have zero doubt that his coach, Sean Applegate, of course, Sean is Elijah Carlton's coach. He's Kevin Buring's coach. These are athletes that have both had major, major success in the PGF format. So I know that Sean has him prepared, but look at this, already starting his passing, and he's passed the guard of Kyle Chambers very early, and that is no easy feat, let me tell you.
Kyle Bain flat on his back here, trying to move.
Oh, what a statement this would be.
If we talk about the style of Aiken and what it would be like in this PGF format, he's aggressive early.
Yeah, I was a little worried that Ryan might come out and play a little bit slow, but he understands the assignment. He's out here to try to pass this guard, try to score these points.
Travis is pretty dominant most of the time.
Well, and Kyle's got a warning from the bottom position
I think
already.
Travis just made some mistakes and lost to Ryan, but I think he beats him now. That was a couple
Obviously, a lot of
Maybe
matches for each grappler throughout our regular season. You want to try to get points. These would be big points because this is one of the tougher matches, you know, as far as ranking is concerned for either gentleman.
The shot clock is on. There's 13 seconds. It's on against Kyle Bain. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Ryan passes the guard, and they're going to reset that shot clock because he was able to complete the pass. That's 2 passes already inside of 2 minutes for Ryan Aiken. You can hear Elijah Carlton. Kyle being called from action from the bottom position. They will not let you just shell up and play defense. You're going to have to take a risk. And in the PGF the stalling is always going to be called on the guy who's in the bad position.
Right.
We want him to have to force himself to take risk. Like, you're going to have to put yourself at risk in order to get out of the position. The onus is on the bottom player in this.
We've seen that in the past where a guy will be on bottom mount and he gets, the shot clock put on him and he kind of throws his arms up in frustration. But you're right, you have to force the defensive man to take a risk and improve their position.
Ryan working this pass again. And you can hear these athletes are working hard. Oh, and here comes the first flag.
First flag of the season thrown on Kyle Boehm.
And if you're Kyle Boehm is on your fantasy team, you just lost a point on your fantasy team.
Dang, I forgot to do my fantasy
By the way,
team.
PGF.global to play the fantasy.
Did you draft a team?
I did. I have a secret team with a secret name.
Interesting.
I called it TJ's Turds.
Of course you did.
That's the first time I've ever said turd on a broadcast, I'm pretty sure.
Hopefully it's the last. One hook in here for Aiken.
This has to
Past
be
the halfway point.
Watching
Aiken
this as
working
Travis, this has to
hard.
be a confidence boost.
There's the hook. There's the body
'Cause Travis
triangle.
knows he can beat.
2 minutes, 45 seconds
I
to
know he
work. That's a lot of time to have Ryan Aiken on your back.
We've seen Aiken have the back of many a men in our time calling his matches, and it's not a fun place to be, and he's got a lot of time to work here, 2.5 minutes.
With that EBI Absolute, he had the back of the jiu-jitsu giant, Big Dan Monasoyo, and he put him away in that position. I mean, he's a huge guy. He's much, much larger than Kyle Boehm, and Kyle is in danger of getting another stalling call. Ooh, Ryan's starting to work. He's starting to get deep on it. Watch out. Oh, Boehm barely saved himself right there. And they're putting the pressure on Boehm to work and try to get out of this position.
It's not me. It's their
The referees are on Boehm.
And 2 minutes is an eternity for Kyle Boehm to try to survive this back attack from Ryan Aiken.
This is nuts. I wasn't expecting this.
Full body triangle, locked on Kyle Boehm by Ryan Aiken. Touch over 90 seconds remains.
Gosh, this is crazy.
Ooh, switching off
off the arm lock. Oh,
Wow.
you know what? I like
Thanks,
that he took a
lag.
risk right there, though. That shows. I think Ryan has shown all of us that he's going to be a serious factor in this. I was a little worried that he was going to come out and play slow, that he was going to take him a while to find his groove, but he's coming out here and putting the pace on Kyle Boehm. He's forced a stalling call out of Boehm. He's taken his back, past his guard multiple times.
Yeah, it's been pedal to the metal for Ryan Aiken. And, the PGF format, it's going to force guys to do that.
Oh, my goodness. We got another stalling call coming. That's going to be Boehm.
Woo!
Referee position now, once again, for Aiken.
This is brutal.
Hey, we got 1,300 people chiming in right now on the PGF World YouTube. I'm watching these comments. I'm interested to hear what you guys think about these stalling calls, about this flag. Do you like it? Do you hate it? I'm not changing it, but I would like to know what you think.
Coming up here on central side position for Aiken.
I think
Unable to
Ryan's
secure
a
that
little-
back. 30 seconds left.
A little gas now. That's what we saw with him and Travis, and I think Travis had a
Kyle
lot
able
more
to
in the
save
tank.
himself from that position. And Kyle's got to be careful. If he gets another stalling call, then if when the match ends, if you've got 3 stalling calls, dude, the other guy gets 2. That's a DQ.
Wow.
So he's working a little bit now, starting to sit up, throw his legs through, but he's got to be very aware.
Time's going to expire here. These guys go the distance, no points awarded, but a strong statement early from Ryan Aiken. You mentioned he clearly knows the assignment.
I think Travis
and
is coming up
he
now.
was
I could be
all
wrong,
aggression there in his
I know
first
I've said it about
PGF
everyone,
Season
but
7 match.
we'll see.
To make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match goes to a draw.
Looking at these guys, obviously breathing heavy. Some work
That's
was
crazy.
put in. Ryan Aiken, a standout in other formats. We called his CJJ Worlds title victory, his EBI Absolute Championship victory earlier this year. Some questions potentially about what kind of style he was going to bring in this, very aggressive, short time regulation period to work. And I think he answered a lot of questions, BMAC, in that match, despite not getting any points.
He answered all of my questions, all of the concerns that I would have had coming in about Ryan and how he was going to approach this thing. I feel like he played that absolutely perfectly. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better performance. One of the things that that Kyle was saying is that I love the PGF format because it's going to force everybody to come down here and pass my guard, and nobody can pass my guard. Ryan Aiken just passed it twice in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was serious business there by the CJJ and EBI champion,
But he ain't
who
playing.
is hanging out on the mat.
Only
I think
one
we're gonna
team's gotten
catch up with
points
him,
so
Stephen
far,
Aiken.
and that's
Take it away.
first for him, I think.
I'm here with Ryan Aiken after a really strong match against Kyle Bame. You really set a strong pace on him, passed his guard a bunch of times, had to look at a few submissions, still ended up with 0 points, man. How are you feeling after that?
Disappointed. I suck at the rear naked choke, so is what it is. I'm trying. I'm freaking trying. I'm going to get that rear naked choke by the end of this season.
I believe in you, Ryan. How many the next 2 matches you got coming up, how many more points?
Huh?
How many points for the rest of the night?
Let's see. 6.
2 matches, you could have like 14.
So, yes, 14.
All right, he's a little
This
winded, guys. We're
man
going to let him
just,
catch his breath.
like-
Get ready for his next match. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
He left it all
Thanks,
on the
Steven.
mat.
I was thinking 14. How does that work when a kill is only 6? But he's right. You can get
Under a
that
minute.
under a minute.
Yeah,
So
under
we've
a
already
minute.
seen one elbow genie point awarded tonight. So
Paul Ardea leading the dance right now. So a lot of people's top 3, my top 3, Aitken, Bame, Ardea. We've seen them all in the first 3 matches, and only one of them is on the board, Paul Ardea, and he's on the board
That's
with almost
nuts.
no energy expended. Look what these last 2 guys just had to do. You heard Ryan out there breathing. He's not used to having to push for that 6 minutes. Let's see how that plays out. It's going to be a factor for this long, grueling Shark Week.
all right, let's go back to the mat. Stephen Aiken ready to welcome our next athletes in our first team matchup of this first block on match day 1.
Our next grappler coming to the mat, representing First Form, Dory Own.
Dorian making the walk, representing First Form.
All
Got to
right.
think that he feels good about his team already having points on the board. He would like to follow in kind in his
bet
first
Travis puts
PGF
this guy
Season
away.
7 match. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
All right.
The Mantis, Travis Thomas, he is a points machine. He had a standout breakout season in
My heart's
Season
racing.
5. He would love to
I'm not
do
gonna
that
lie.
once
I'm
again here
nervous.
at Season 7. And not only was he able to get submissions,
When the whistle
BMAC,
blows
it
free, so we
was
get an easy reset.
multiple
We'll take a couple steps
different,
back for me.
varied submissions. It was never the same game shown on the mat time and time again by Travis Thomas.
Travis
All right, come
is
on, dude.
one of the most special athletes that I've ever had the privilege to work with. And he is, like you said, he's good everywhere, and he's good at, it seems like he's good at every submission.
Man, I wish
But
their stream
Dory,
wasn't
I mean, he's here
lagging.
for a reason, dude.
Sucks so
This
bad.
guy's a real winner. Look at that nice single leg pickup.
Good job,
Travis
Travis.
flips him through, though, countering, going for the
Oh, the
high
neck.
elbow guillotine.
Come on, Travis.
Oh, he's got to be very careful here. Travis
Come on,
has a
bud.
deadly anaconda choke game.
I told you to put the
He's got
anaconda
those long
squeeze on
arms,
him.
too. Look at how well he
Oh,
folds
wow.
the head.
Let's go, Travis. Freaking hurt him. No, don't hurt him, but, put the pain on him.
Trying to
Oh,
readjust
nice
on that.
reversal
Come on,
there by
Travis.
Dory,
Play your
taking
game.
advantage.
Now back to the feet.
Can't see.
Dorian,
Great opening exchange. The opening minute of that was fantastic.
he was learning real quickly why Travis is a problem here on the PGF mat. First minute down here.
Yeah, if you're watching this at home and you're like, you know what, I'm good at jiu-jitsu. I just want you to remember when you watch Travis Thomas, that kid's been training for 3.5 years.
3 years.
Makes me feel like an idiot, just to be honest with you.
I mean, he's good at jiu-jitsu, and he might not even be anywhere close to his best yet.
That's true. Come on, bud. Don't get a stalling call.
All right, the shot clock is on for both guys. Travis pushing him out of bounds.
Come on, Travis. Let's go, dude.
Reset here in the center of the map. They're going to put him back inside the clinch. And this is something that you taught me, B-Mac. You are always trying to win the reset.
Oh, sorry.
A little gamesmanship here, and this is where the referee needs to take charge because both athletes are always going to say, I think I had this, I think I had that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not, what did Tito Ortiz, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Right, yeah.
Come on,
And,
Travis.
Travis able to stop that shot.
Manhandle
Good
this
shot by
dude.
Dory, though. Travis trying to
Yeah,
him down, and he
chuck
jumps
him
on the head
down.
again.
There you go.
Boy,
Yeah.
nice
Did
play
he-
by Travis.
oh,
Dory stays on
what
his
happened?
feet.
Jesus.
Seeing a battle here early for position. Dorian was aggressive early in the match, almost got his neck wrapped up for his troubles, and now we're seeing a wrestling match on the feet.
Looks like Travis is trying to set him up for a slide by. Dory with a little level change. A lot of action in this match.
Come on, Travis.
We're past the halfway point.
There you go.
Travis jumping on the head again, but he got dropped down to the wrong hip there. Moving into his.
Okay,
and we're going to get
now-
to
now
see Travis's
we're in-
guard. We're
now
going to
we're
see
in
Dory's
his-
pass in just a little bit.
Come on,
Brown
Travis.
stands back up. Now goes back down.
Do your magic. Do your spooky wizard stuff.
Dory to the feet, looking to pass.
Come on, but dude.
Brown trying to pass that guard of Thomas, unable to do so thus
Double
far.
underhooks from Dory. Travis trying to counter. Reaches the underhooks. In for a
Come
triangle.
on, Travis.
2
Come
minutes
on,
left
Travis.
to work here.
Dory does have his right hand on the inside, but the elbow is out. We'll see what Travis can do with this. He
Travis.
starts to lock, but not quite there. He's going to switch to the reverse triangle here. I think that's the right play. Having trouble
Travis.
locking it in, though. He's locked on his foot. That means it's not that secure.
Yeah,
Dory
yeah,
probably
yeah.
going to be able to pull out of this.
Could he try to...
That's much better now. Travis starting to cut an angle. Going to use that to sweep. We might see him switch off to a regular side triangle here. Travis looking for the kill.
Come on, Travis.
90 seconds left here for the Mantis to make
Come on,
something
Travis.
happen.
Oh, now he
On the
needs to switch
defensive.
back to the other side for that regular triangle. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a big statement if Travis Thomas can put this
Come
away.
on, Travis. Gosh, this is crazy. Come on, Travis. Lock the
Travis
feet.
punching the fist into the throat. Dory's looking to survive. Lifts him. Nice job by Dory. Great survival, but Travis showing exactly how dangerous he is out there.
1 minute remains.
There you go, bud.
Mantis back to his feet. Shoots
Yeah!
For a takedown.
Good job, dude.
Hard takedown off the mat. We're going to get a reset here in the center.
Screw him.
A lot of drama, a lot of things happening here in this match, B-Mac.
This has been nonstop action. And
Come
Travis,
on, Travis.
right
Get
back
to-
on the
just
head
do your
again.
thing.
Dory keeping that leg controlled, fighting off the darts. And look at that. What a
Oh,
great
beautifully
sweep by
done.
Dory. Uh-oh. Buggy choke may be coming from Travis.
Come on, Travis.
Not a lot of time for either guy here. Travis with a nice recovery.
Even threatening with that buggy tells you everything you need to know about the offensive mindset of Travis Thomas.
Yeah, he's looking to finish from every position.
15 seconds left. Send it.
Looks like time is going to expire. Thomas going to finish in top position, but an action-packed match. It ends without any points, but high on entertainment value.
Woo.
Stephen Aiken will make it
Man,
official.
I was tense that whole
After 6
time.
minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Let me get the ankle bands back from you.
Well, we said draws are the equivalent to a loss here in PGF, but I think we all won watching that one. That was a phenomenal match with action from beginning to end.
Yeah, very strong work by both guys, really.
I'll be right back.
Man, how
Enjoy.
impressed are you with Travis? I mean, I know we've already seen Travis so much, and I mean, look, let's not pretend that I'm not biased.
Sure.
Which is why I can't be over there at the referee table, right? Like I can't really be involved in the matches, but man, Travis is so good.
He is. And I mean, you know, we've seen him shine before. You know, PGF had this big step up, and, you know, despite not getting any points, he proved that he belongs here. And because Dorian, he's no slouch himself.
Dory's the man.
Yeah.
Dory's the man. He's down.
I'm down with Dorian. You down for another match?
I am.
Let's go. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next grappler making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Adam Bradley.
Adam Bradley making the walk here for his first match of Season 7, representing First Form, led by Hodger Gracie again. Their team already on the board here in Season 7. He would like to close out this block by getting some more points. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Cam Hurd.
Cam Hurd, a little bit bigger since the last time we saw him here on the PGF mat, but he's growing all the time, not only size-wise, but his skills in jiu-jitsu. It's been said that he's the most improved grappler here at PGF, and he would love to showcase those improved skills in Season 7.
I mean, a lot of people definitely feel like if you're Adam Bradley, this has to be a winnable match. This is a match that you have to score on. Bradley was definitely one of the favorites, though, for a lot of people coming in. Look at that, Bradley trying to standing wrist like he thought he was Steven Seagal for a second. Ooh. Hey, you know what? This pace right here, they're both going to have to turn it up, or the referees are going to be all over them. 2-on-1 here by Bradley. Cam gets him out of there. Cam, a D1 wrestler. I mean, this guy, when he first came to us with the PGF, he was a purple belt, but really the majority of his offense was he was a great wrestler and a great top player. But he has turned into a real monster out there. And look at that single leg. Nice dump. Bradley has a very tricky guard, though. He's playing this De La Riva, trying to slip around towards the back. Oh, look at this. Cam Hurd going to try to counter to the legs, but Bradley coming up on top. What a play! Adam Bradley, Cam Hurd fending him off.
Oh,
Bradley
wow.
all over him. Look at this rolling.
Oh, my.
Rolling front headlock, and look at Cam Hurd on the attack.
Wow.
Cam Hurd showing why he keeps getting invited back to the PGF.
Well, scrambles like that was awesome. You mentioned that D1 background of Cam Hurd. It's on display there with his positional grappling and you know, the grinding mindset of Cam Hurd. You know, his attitude and the way that he approaches the season, like that wrestling just benefits him so much in this PGF gauntlet, if you will.
Well, Cam is willing to give everything to every match, and we've seen him do it. He goes out there and just totally sacrifices his body, his health, his safety, just to advance a position sometimes, and just to put on a show for everybody. And that's why we keep bringing him back.
2 minutes down.
PJ Montano trying to get in the way.
Going to get a reset here in the center. Bradley back to his feet. Ooh, tried to slide him by, did Hurd.
And I heard the admonition from Cam's corner. He said, hey, the shot clock's going to come soon. Just stay on him. And I think they're right. I think they're right. You know, every other season I've gotten involved and kind of pushed the referees to
but we've spent so much time in the off season this time trying to get our officiating down and get it exactly the way we want. We trained these guys all through the off season. We ran them over and over through those qualifier matches, and I'm totally out of the way. Got to let them do their thing. Here's Bradley on a leg, though. Cam trying to slip the knee line, and there it is. They're going to reset it.
You mentioned the shot clock in the admonishments for stalling. I remember last year, I think it was day 2, BMAC, you just told everybody in the room, y'all are going to hate me today. We're going to be aggressive with that stalling. And now you don't need to say anything. I think there's a good understanding from the officials, Matt's side, of what is expected from the athletes.
Yeah, I mean, first couple of seasons, I got to get this thing dialed in the way that Keelan and I and Zoe and Heather, the way that we see this thing ultimately trying to be. But I think we're there. Look at this guard. Oh, nice reversal. Adam Bradley. Cam, got to be careful here. This is still a lot of time to work for Adam. Adam just laying in the cut, waiting for his moment.
And that's the thing I think PGF is changing, BMAC. A lot of casual combat sports fans, they think that grappling is a slow game and can't be exciting, but that is just not the case.
Bradley working towards the back.
Shot clock's on, Hurd. Shot clock's on, Hurd.
Shot clock now on for Cam Hurd, who's on bottom. Touch over 90 seconds remain here in regulation.
Look at this. Kimura. Oh, he leaves his leg behind, though. I'm so impressed with Cam Hurd. Bradley, definitely one of the favorites coming into this. A lot of people felt like he was going to be for like a lock for the playoffs, and maybe even the guy who could come out on top in this, especially after his performance at CJI. Cam Hurd trying to get after the leg lock game, though. Gets his guard passed.
Inside the final minute of the match.
Cam going to try to get in on a leg. I think we're going to see Cam try to take a run at it here in this last couple of seconds. Cam wanting to wrestle up. Cam Hurd here to play ball.
Absolutely. You mentioned at the top of this match that many would expect Bradley to try to secure some points here in a favorable matchup, but Cam Hurd is not a man that anyone's going to be able to dunk on easily.
Well, Cam got a grip on that toe. We might see him just jump a rolling toe hold just for fun right here at the end. What'd I say?
I think he heard you.
Opoha.
Another fun match, no points awarded, but nice display of both gentlemen's skill sets. As we go the distance, Steve and Aiken make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
BMAC, that was fun.
Yeah, that's a great matchup. I'm really, really impressed with Cam Hurd. He's just a different man than the one that we met in season 5.
Yeah, and that was just a year ago. You know, year and some change
Isn't that
ago.
crazy?
Yeah.
It's crazy how fast this thing has scaled into this. I mean, we were just in the Decatur, Alabama, in my gym. In season 2, in season 2, I bought 20 twin mattresses, and we didn't have enough budget to put everybody in hotels. I bought these like $60 mattresses off Amazon, and everybody slept in the gym for a week. That's a true story. And now look at what we're doing. This is crazy. What is going on in my life?
In a secret location here in Las Vegas, a $100,000 prize on the line, and some of the best jiu-jitsu action you could ask for.
And I just appreciate all you guys watching so much. I really do. This is a dream come true for me.
Yeah, get at us on all our socials. Use the hashtag PGF7.
Yes.
And, man, we're in store for a fun week. First team matchup, was that the last match of that?
I don't know what's going on. I'm
think
just happy
so.
to be here. I don't keep up with it anymore. I'll just watch the matches. Say what you see. That's what you told me the first time we worked together.
That's true. That's
Say
true.
what you see.
All right, so time to move on here on match day 1 in Las Vegas. You are watching PGF World Season 7. powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
We're ready for our second team matchup of the evening. First up to the mat, representing Intrana, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad knows what is necessary to take home the team prize at PGF World. He did so last season, and he hopes to do so again, this time representing Intrana, led by Coach Carlos Machado. Nathan Haddad ready to start his Season 7 campaign. Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
The Russian Nightmare making the walk, representing Dean Lister's Constellation Network. He's a 10th Planet product. He was a part of PGF Season 5, and tonight he returns ready to make an impact and hopefully score some points against another veteran in Nathan Haddad. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Haddad in the black with green, Nikolov in the black with blue.
Man, Fedor has put on some weight, dude. He looks big and strong.
And I believe Nikolov, did he get his black belt since last time we saw
This is his black belt debut. This is his first match as a black belt. That's right, TJ. Look at that. Nathan getting in on a leg. Fedor shuts him out very easily, though. A lot of people know Fedor is a rubber guard. Plays a 10th Planet guy. Plays rubber guard. Plays leg locks. Fedor's a wrestler, too. Don't forget, he comes from Russia. This guy knows how to wrestle.
Yesterday at the draft said he was wrestling with bears. I think he said it tongue-in-cheek, but he's out there wrestling with Haddad now to start this match. Nikolov takes a seat.
Fedor, very good from this position, though. Nathan going to have to be very careful. A lot of Fedor's best setups come from right there, off of that Z guard.
Inside hand position, elbows tight. Don't move, guys. Come on. Elbows shoot. Action. You're full. Yep.
Nikolov back to the floor.
Inside that arm, Fedor. Inside arm.
Fedor controlling the head. Nathan, and he's getting instruction from his corner. Switch side to side. Keep the game moving. Uh-oh, he has to be very careful right here. Nathan has to try to win this inside position. He does. Forces Fedor to abandon. Watch out. Here's the guard pass by Haddad. Knee on belly. Shucks that arm pass. Looking for that row drag maybe. Ooh, barely stayed alive.
Go forward, guys.
Fyodor cut from the same cloth as Ben Eddy, who we saw last season. Everyone knows you want to avoid the rubber guard of Ben Eddy. You definitely want to avoid that of Fyodor Nikolov as well. But is he the same level of rubber guard player as a Ben Eddy, would you say, B-Mac?
Oh, watch out for this triangle.
Ooh.
Switching off to the omoplata. Going to be hard to control that omoplata and no-gi, but he does sweep with it.
Oh,
and a
my.
counter omoplata. What is going on?
An amazing sequence there. As we,
What a run.
wow.
I love it. I love it.
B-Mac, these athletes are bringing it to start night one of PGF World Season 7.
To answer your question, TJ, I don't know if there are rubber guard players out there at the level of Ben Eddy. Nice wrestle up here, but Fedor's rubber guard is of a very high quality. He's very good there. If he traps you in it and you let him get ahead of the dance,
right,
he's gonna dunk on you, though.
I'm still trying to process that omoplata to counter omoplata a moment ago. That was crazy. 2.5 minutes remain here in regulation.
Here's another pass attempt. That knee shield from Fedor, keeping the guard put together. Haddad not able to pass. They're calling for action on top. That kind of surprises me. Haddad really seems to be pretty active to me. Fedor digging for the underhook on the far side. Now switching back to the overhook. Haddad staying on him though. And the shot clock is on Haddad. Oh, he's going to step around into the mount here.
Underhook. Roll the front headlock. Nate, you got to put the pressure. 1 and 20.
Overhook. And Fedor does a great job of grabbing that overhook and then getting into his rubber guard game. But Haddad's doing a really good job of winning the inside space. He's not letting Fedor go. Oh, watch out. Go clinch coming. This is Haddad could be in real trouble here. Haddad could be in real trouble here. Watch this figure four. This could be a finish right here. Less than a minute to go.
Minute is a lifetime to work here for Nikolov.
Switching off to the arm. Haddad rolls out. Fedor stays on it. Haddad survives. What a shot by Fedor. Very dangerous
that
rubber guard.
Looked to be in business for a moment, but Haddad survives. And again, anybody gonna play on the floor here with Fyodor Nikolov gonna look at a sequence like that and think about willingly play that game with him. Not wise to do.
And this is really Fedor's best rubber guard position. He's going to try to set up a dead orchard here. Haddad has to be very careful with his left arm, and he's starting to get put into the position here. Watch out if you're Nathan Haddad. Here comes that dead orchard. If the figure four goes on and the hand comes out, oh, this is bad news. 20 seconds to go. Fedor looking to put some points on the board. Here it comes. Haddad's in big trouble. Here's the extension on the arm.
10 seconds left.
Oh, he saves the arm at the last second.
5 seconds, guys. 5 seconds. Oh, 5 секунд осталось. Федор, 1 секунда.
Haddad gets through some very dangerous sequences with the Russian Nightmare. Again, no points, but what a match that was. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
What a way to kick off PGF World Season 7. BMAC, we do have some points on the board, but these matches that are not delivering in points are delivering tenfold in entertainment value.
Well, the referees that stalling penalty keeps them pushing. It keeps the athletes pushing. And man, look at what we still got in front of us here. There's a lot of action still coming our way.
I mean, it's amazing when you look at the season matches. It kind of gets lost in the shuffle, some of these matches that are really worthy of being super fights if it were a single, fight sort of card. And yeah, BMAC, it's always just one step closer to crowning a team championship, but it's phenomenal to see these matches. You don't necessarily think about these individual matches. We get treated to multiple main events, it feels like, on any given night.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've already seen Kyle Bain versus Ryan Aiken tonight. And to me, if they had not faced off in this format, that could have been a pretty slow-paced match. But the referees absolutely would not let Kyle sit back and play a reactive game. They forced him to keep moving. And let's go to this replay right here. Now, check this out, TJ. You see how Fedor, he's got that figure four locked up, and he's got both arms trapped on the inside. But this is the key to this thing, TJ. Right here, it's the position of this elbow. Because that elbow's on the outside of the lock, he's not able to extend and get it. But if that elbow starts to slide back towards the center position there, that's where it starts to fade into trouble. But because Ethan was able to keep it on the outside, he was able to avoid that dead orchard and eventually posture up. But watch this right here. Oh, well, that was the end of the play. I would love to see like the beginning of that sequence when he started to get the extension on it. That's what I'd love to see. Hey, TJ, that was my first time trying to use the telestrator. What'd you think?
Job well done. We see the evolution of PGF continue to grow, and that might be my favorite glow up, if you will, as well. I like the green color. It's nice.
This is my glow up right here. Is the shiny head.
Can you actually draw some hair on me later, maybe?
Yeah, I could do that.
That'd be great.
Make it happen, Keelan.
All right.
Oh, hey, we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. This is it right here. I'm practicing my telestrator right there. Oh, my goodness. That elbow in the middle position right here. See the difference? Before it was over here on the outside. Now it's in the middle, and that's where Fedor starts to get an extension on it, and he almost had it. He almost had it. Get it, TJ?
Yeah.
So look, see how that elbow slips to the outside?
Had enough of trying to survive, and
Yeah.
he did.
I'm just so excited to play with this telestrator. I got to be honest with you. This is the happiest day of my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Even with me here dragging you down?
That's why it's so happy.
Oh. I like you, B-Mac.
Thanks, Tej.
I also like PGF World
Oi.
Season 7, and our action continues. We're going to go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Finally got the food.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing Entrana, Andre Porfirio.
Andre Porfirio ready to make his official PGF debut. He represents Entrana, led by Carlos Machado. Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Matulovic.
I don't think I've ever seen.
Did you hear the way Stephen Aiken
either of
said
these guys,
Matulovic? That was good. There's practice there.
Yeah, he's been practicing. This is a killer matchup. This is one of my most anticipated matchups of the entire first day. I think a lot of people, maybe you guys in the comments, not aware of how good Marcin is.
All day.
He's an ADCC Trials champ. He won the European Trials, and he looked awesome doing it. The problem is he's got Andre Porfirio in front of him. And Porfirio is a serious problem. He's got a great straight ankle lock, one of the best Aoki locks in the biz. And he's already going to be looking to make his play. Oh, look at that. Marcin stepping around, looking for a knee bar early. He's got the exposure, passes it around to the outside. And because they're in such a tight position over on the outside of the mat, the ref's going to let them continue. Passes back and forth, goes the leg. Now Marcin controlling the second leg. Oh, looking for this Z-lock. The submission is on. Andre could be in trouble. Oh, Marcin in under a minute.
Polish power indeed gets the submission over Andre Porfirio. Andre back to his feet.
Well, I hope Andre's okay.
What a statement made by Marcin. 4 points with the break and the extra point for it being inside a minute to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a break, securing the elbow genie point, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Matulovic.
What a PGF debut match for Marcin Matulovic, able to wrap up the break. And B-Mac, you found a gem in Poland, and he's shining tonight here in Las Vegas.
I told you guys, and now check this out. Right here, it's the grip that he puts on the foot, and he's controlling the ankle right here. Can we rewind it just a little bit, like a little bit earlier?
While we cue that up, let me just say that there's no front row seat in sports quite like the front row seat at PGF World. Here it is, B-Man.
All right.
Oh my gosh, he was out on the toes early in the lock, but then he slid down to control the ankle. While he was out on the toes, he didn't quite have the leverage that he needed, because as he pushed on the toes, it allowed the force to bleed out to the ankle a little bit. But then when he slid down and controlled him right at the ankle, he was able to push the entire leg, take that ankle joint out of the mix, and so he's pushing all the force out through the knee. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Right there. You see how he's out right here towards the toes? But as the play continues, he slips his hand down here onto the ankle itself. And so the force is no longer bleeding out to the ankle. You see that? That's what gave him the finish right there.
Is the torque on the outside of the knee there?
It's essentially like an outside heel hook.
Okay.
Dude, it's brutal. The torque is like through the entirety of the knee. So you're basically doing an Americana.
Right.
And a lot of times, depending on the angle, like if the leg is straight, it bleeds more into the knee. But if the leg is bent, it's like an Americana on the hip, and the pressure bleeds out towards the hip itself. but that one looked like it was more on the knee, and so it's popping kind of the middle of the knee, but the force would really be bleeding to the MCL on the inside of the knee.
Porfirio was a bit ginger to get back up. Hopefully he is okay.
I hope he's okay. He might be the nicest guy on the entire roster, but, I mean, he might be nice from the sidelines for the rest of the week.
We'll find out. Developments to come later here tonight for Andre Porfirio, but what a win for Marcin. All right, our first block continues. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler making his way to the mat, representing Intrana. Make some noise for Davis Asari.
Davis Asari broke out in Season 6, immediately took the points lead on night 1, and did not really give it back. Throughout, was able to make the playoffs, and tonight he hopes to follow in kind with his second run here in the PGF. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
Chris Wojcik representing the B team. So we got that B team and New Wave rivalry.
Chris, can you put the band on for me?
See how it unfolds here in this matchup. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've got First Form right now with 4 points from their first team matchup. And right now,
guys, when I say stop, you hear the whistle.
we've got 4 points racked up
a couple steps back.
by Constellation Network. So points very important here as we continue through our first block.
This is a pretty interesting. Oh my goodness, quick slide by from Davis. This is a B team versus New Wave right here. Oh man, Davis in on a pretty good leg attack. I think they're going to have to reset him right there for sure. Davis, stand up. Yeah, good call.
Standing supine.
Legs, bro. Inside those legs.
Chris probably has the best straight ankle lock, Aoki lock game in the world maybe right now. He's so good at it. Nice pass attempt by Davis. Chris moving backwards though. Of course, Chris just had that great run at ADCC.
Yeah, I got it. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I want to see. The leg. Grab the leg. Nice.
Reset back here in the center of the mat. Asari standing over Wojcik.
Heel on the inside. Turn your heel to the inside. Turn your heel to the inside. You're fine. Okay, grab his. You want. Rest the hands. Tap foot inside a little bit.
Davis attacking the leg. He's got a pretty good grip. He's got a good lever out there. Be crazy if he was able to hit the Aoki lock on Chris. And he's putting a lot of pressure on that foot. You can see a pretty big bend in the foot there. But because Chris is turning his knee down towards the inside, it's the force is not into. Now, this is a little stronger. Davis bails on it, stands up, and he's going to try to pass. Chris with a wrestle up, shoves Davis over, and he's going to come up and try to pass now.
We'll put legs later. Later on legs. Put half guard. Hips down. Establish.
Stupid legs. I hate legs.
Establish.
You can hear Wojcik's coach, Dean Lister, probably the loudest coach of all of our coaches here at PGF, always giving instruction.
Yeah, well, there's a reason we brought Dean back. He was absolutely a pleasure to work with last season. Oh, Davis got to be careful here. Steam a lot coming. Davis has to be constantly mindful of where he puts his feet. And this is not a bad idea, actually, if you're Davis. Drag Chris down here into the closed guard. He can attack your feet from here. Well, I mean, he could stand up and do something crazy like throw his legs around, but he wants to break the guard. And now he sits back and he's got his first really meaningful grip. This is where he does his best work here.
Sorry, standing, trying to get free. He does.
Great job. Take a step into the inside.
2.5, Davis. 2.5. Gotta make it happen.
2.5 minutes remain in the match.
Gotta make it happen, Davis. Get on top again. There's 2:25 left. Okay. There you go. There you go. Leg. Right hand. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. You can reach with far leg. Yep. That's good. I'll build up like a ladder. Next time you get that, push off the other leg.
Davis sitting back on the ankle lock again. Oh, here's a knee crush. Little knee slice attempt by Chris, and that allows him to open up the ankle. Ooh, a little bit of pressure. Davis has to roll to free it. That was really cool what Chris did there. He attacked the knee slice to counter Davis's straight ankle to open up the free foot of Davis so that he could attack it and force Davis to roll out. That was like a multi-layered leg lock battle there.
This leg game has changed so much over the last few years in jiu-jitsu, and these guys are playing that game right now.
Chris controlling that Telehiva style hook on his left side, chooses to come up. Oh, here's an Estima lock. Davis has to invert to avoid it, and now Chris goes on the attack. Sitting back on his own straight ankle, and again, Davis has to roll out. Both these guys looking for it.
60 seconds left in the match.
Ooh, I thought that was a punch for a second. Just a Rao drag attempt. Call that a Rao drag after Jason Rao, the way he shucks that arm past to try to pass the Z guard in the frame.
Keep moving, guys. 40 seconds left. 30 seconds.
Wow, these have been some great
Now
matches. I
inside the
keep
final
freaking muting
30
myself
seconds of this
'cause I'm
match.
eating.
30 seconds, David. 30 seconds, David. 30 seconds, Chris.
Points hard to come by this season, TJ. So much parity. There's an Estima lock again.
You have 10 seconds left almost. Let's go. Get it.
Oh, the inversion not quite there for Davis, though. Chris staying on it. Now he starts to drop back. Let's see if he can bear down. See how Davis is reaching through, holding his own foot to try to save himself. Ooh.
Time expires. No points awarded. We go the distance. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Jokins, let me get the angle band back.
Leg lock shootout between those two gentlemen, but no points awarded between Chris Wojcik and Davis Asari. Again, we will see them 2 more times tonight, but Constellation Network in business, they've got 4 points on the board, and we also saw First Form get 4 points on the board in our first team matchup in this opening block of Season 7. And as you mentioned, BMAC, points are very hard to come by, and they're very, very
I think I heard Travis
Well,
in the
and
background.
points are going to be harder and harder to come by as the skill level in the PGF continues to rise. There's a lot of parity out here this year. Like, we definitely have 3 guys that everybody kind of felt were going to be the top 3. And then we got a couple of guys that everybody was kind of scoring and ranking towards the bottom, but everybody through the middle, probably the middle 15 athletes, middle 12 athletes. I mean, how do you make a call in any of the matches?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. All right, our matches continue here. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, the most decorated athlete in PGF history, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
Welcome back, the bad guy, Elijah Carlton.
The smiling version of Elijah Carlton.
Yeah, where's the middle finger? I don't know what's happening. Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Okay.
there he goes.
On brand.
He can't go full baby face.
Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Sebastian Attard.
The confidence stroll
feel like
from
this is gonna
Sebastian
be,
Attard as he makes his way to the PGF
high
mat for his
octane.
first
High
match
octane, yeah.
of his Season 7 campaign, and he finds himself standing across from the most decorated man in PGF history, Elijah Carlton.
Guys, whenever you hear
TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas. It's match day 1 of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
And these guys have matched up before, and by both of their admissions, it was a match that Elijah dominated in regulation, but lost in EBI overtime to Sebastian. So Sebastian actually has a win over Elijah, but even Sebastian said to me, well, he dominated me and I beat him in overtime. And check it out, Sebastian playing heavy on the top of the guard of Elijah Carlton, trying to split out and move into a half guard position. Elijah very good here. Elijah's triangle is statistically the best weapon in the history of the PGF, and look at that. Hey, I'll tell you something else. Elijah's a very good top player. We don't get to see it all that much because he is so good at his guard and he plays such a relaxed style. But when he gets to the mount position, he is very good in this position. Very heavy and nice. Keeping escape, though, by Sebastian.
Attard staying on Carlton as well as the jabroni made his way back to his feet.
Sebastian trying to push the pace. Really trying to make this a rough match. Trying to take Elijah out of his element. Elijah trying to get into his triangle game, though.
A lot of questions were asked about Carlton last season with the competition level stepping up in PGF. Would he be able to hang? He did so, making the playoffs and getting a big submission over Renato Canuto in those playoffs.
And Egghead wrote a great article. If you didn't get a chance to read it, it's on his blog about Elijah Carlton and how he's just constantly been counted out, especially as the PGF continues to get bigger and the talent level continues to rise, as the pressure continues to rise. Everybody keeps doubting Elijah, but he keeps coming through and finding a way to win. And I think a lot of people, they doubt Elijah because he doesn't really go and compete in other rule sets.
Right.
Like, you don't see him too much at the ADCC Opens. You don't really see him trying to go out and do IBJJF tournaments at all. But he just likes the PGF. He likes the way this game plays.
PGF's been pretty good for him, and he's been pretty good for the PGF.
The one time that I did see Elijah do an ADCC Open, he went to the finals and lost in overtime on a negative point to Oliver Taza. That has had a great match, is even arguable. And look at that, Sebastian trying to bury in, and Elijah just going full Jet Thompson, pushing his face away.
Push him down again. Push him down again. Push him off that.
Action on bottom.
They're calling for action from Elijah.
Right at the halfway point here of the match. 3 down, 3 to go.
Sebastian doing a good job of making this a very physical match. Elijah wanted the leg lock entry. Oh, this is Elijah's play right here. Sebastian got to be very careful. He falls back on a leg.
Settle again, okay? That's fine. Do it again. Where's your opportunity? Where's your hips? Push him down again. Yeah, that's right.
Sebastian constantly pushing forward.
Step around.
Falls back on a leg. Elijah freezes knee line very quickly. And he kind of laughs off that attempt by Sebastian. Sebastian just tried to grip it and rip it without having a real, I guess what you call a real submission in place. He's just going to see if he could steal something from Elijah.
Push him on his back. That's right. Get around that guard this time. You're doing fine. You have 2 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Sebastian paused there, taking a bit of a deep breath with 2 minutes to go.
Shot clock yellow. Shot clock yellow.
All right, they just put the shot clock on Elijah. And he decides to stand and change the game. And I think that was a good idea for Elijah. There's the big shot.
Get on top.
Good job by Elijah, recognizing that he had to make a change or he was going to get penalized. He changed the game up, forced Sebastian to be the one who took the shot. But Elijah,
This is awesome.
He's just kind of playing this reactive game here. He's got to be careful.
90 seconds here left in the
Elijah
match.
back on the shot clock now. 20 seconds.
We'll see if Carlton goes back to his feet or not.
Now Elijah looking for the sweep. Sebastian locking him up, though.
Here comes the flag.
Swapped his hands. What the fuck do you mean?
Carlton.
There's the bad
complaining
guy.
About that Attard had basically locked his hands and wasn't trying to progress the position. So referee position to restart here. We'll see what Attard can do with this opportunity. Back underway. When he secures the
Sebastian
back.
works to the back, and he's got the body triangle. Elijah's going to have to fend him off for this last couple of minutes or last couple of seconds.
45
He's
seconds.
laughing. Sebastian thinking about switching off to this Kimura. He's going to switch to the arm here, TJ. There it is.
Got plenty of time to try to make it happen.
Sebastian's strong, and he's willing to spend everything to break this grip.
Might as well go for broke. Just 20 seconds remain in regulation.
And you can see him just gearing up to try to rip this arm. 15 seconds left.
Now 10 seconds remain.
Grip starting to break. Elijah saves it. He's going to have to fend off the triangle.
Short
4
time.
seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Heck yeah.
All right, to make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points awarded in that one. We saw a stalling penalty called on Elijah Carlton.
I just
Attard was
forgot
able
that
to
they
get
had
the
already
back.
gone against each other.
Unable to secure a rear naked choke, but a very good attempt at an armbar, but unable to secure that as well.
Yeah, unable to make it happen. So we come down to the last match of block number 1. Okay, Paul Ardea and Marcin are the only guys that have managed to score a submission. And they both scored it, and this is what's crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody else could score at all.
Yep.
Both of these guys scored in under a minute.
Yeah, 4 points for both.
Team Constellation right now has 4 points for Marcin. First Form only scored 4. If Kamoy can score here, then Constellation wins. Or if Caleb Crump can come up with more than 4 points in his match, then Team Entrano would win the block, and whoever wins the block, everybody on the team gets an extra point towards the playoff.
All right, time for the final individual matchup of our first block. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for our last match of block 1, making his way to the mat representing Entrana, give it up for Caleb Crump.
Caleb Crump was a part of Season 6 of PGF World. He was an alternate, did not get to see any playing time. He returns here for Season 7, and now officially set to make his PGF match debut. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network. Give it up for Rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy Anderson, PGF Season 5 finalist. He is back here at Season 7. We'll see what he can do against Caleb Crump.
Okay, let's bring it in. All right, when you hear the whistler, stop, freeze. We're going to easy reset in the middle, a couple steps back.
I know for a fact Kamoy feels like he has to score and have a big first day. This is probably the day where Kamoy, looking at the schedule for the week, he's going to have his most opportunities to put points on the board. Kamoy, we just saw, I don't know if you saw some of the social media clips going out, but Eddie Bravo just said Kamoy might be, competition-wise, just statistically, he might be one of the best truck players on the planet. Caleb, though, got him flattened out pretty much with an underhook. Kamoy not quite flattened out. He's trying to fish for the lockdown with his half guard, but Caleb has a very nice head and arm control here. Not a ton of control in the head. Kamoy flat on his back. It's a bad place to be, stuck against a player like Caleb Crump. He's a very tough dude. Kamoy, nice job recovering back to his butterfly, but Caleb passes to the half guard on the other side. Really nice work there by Caleb Crump. Little deception as the half guard got replaced, it got passed on the other side.
Crump keeping that pressure down on Anderson. Crump trying to work that right hand in and he bails on it.
Kamoy playing the lockdown. He's got the underhook. Here comes the electric chair attempt now by Kamoy. Nice job by Caleb using his left foot to undo that lace up that Kamoy had. But Kamoy's still working with that underhook. And here comes a penalty. What's this going to be? All right, they're calling the penalty on Kamoy.
All right, Kamoy, bottom referee's position facing camera.
Did you agree with that, BMAC?
Doesn't matter if I agreed with it really, but yeah, I mean we want to see the action push, and it looked like maybe Kamoy was. The thing was Caleb was pushing the action. I guess that's the thing.
Now Crump on the back here of Anderson. No hooks in yet.
Oh shoot! I would not expect this. I bet this would tilt some of the fantasy.
This is a great opportunity here for Crump to prove why he got invited back. And he, you know what? He might try to take a run at this without the hooks, though, honestly, and that proves to be a mistake. He loses the back position, and this is where Kamoy does his best work, getting into the truck from this bottom side control position. And he uses it to sweep. Excellent work on the octopus guard. Excellent work by Kamoy Anderson. A lot of times you'll see Kamoy allow people to pass his guard just so he can try to get into the truck position.
3.5 minutes remain here with Anderson here in top, inside control.
Kamoy now moving out to the north-south position. Caleb working pretty hard here. But, oh my goodness, and here comes Kamoy trying to slide into his favorite position. Caleb avoids it. Got to watch out for this Darce choke of Kamoy Anderson. Caleb back to his feet. He's going to be very tough right here. Kamoy drags him down, ends up on the bottom.
Now Crump back in top position.
This is crazy.
Just past the halfway point of the match. Corner of Crump saying that Kamoy is tired and encouraging him just to smother him. Again, this is our final team matchup of our first block. 2.5 remains.
Kamoy getting into his play, and there it is. This is exactly the position that we called out earlier. Kamoy's going for the twister. He promised me a twister this week, TJ. Twisters are worth 6 here. He could win the whole block for his team with this one submission.
That would be huge if Anderson can make that happen. Touch over 2 minutes remain.
A lot of time to work here for Kamoy.
Crump's got that left arm of Anderson control.
This is nuts.
Oh my goodness. Kamoy starting to isolate that arm. Watch the grip here.
I'm so tense
Kamoy
right now.
deciding to trade off to attack the legs, but that could be a decoy. Oh, and Caleb Crump survives Kamoy's best position.
And Crump now immediately going on the offensive here. He passes the guard inside control. Crump survived a very precarious situation, and he is undeterred, getting back on offense with 1 minute remaining.
1 minute, Caleb. You're doing great. Yes. That's finished. Attack that arm now. Go for it, Caleb. 50 seconds. Go for it, Caleb. Go for it. Attack that arm. Attack that arm.
Shot clock called out on Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy now struggling, trying to push back to his side. Caleb not letting him up, and there goes Kamoy making an effort now. There it is, and he's looking for that same play again.
20 seconds remains in the match.
Wow. What a crazy first day this has been.
Caleb getting active out there.
Hey, way to stay in control, Caleb.
She did.
Now time expires. Block 1 officially in the books. Solid effort
Great
by
match.
both gentlemen, and we go the distance to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Guys, let me get the ankle bands back. Good work.
Well, there you go. First block in the books here of PGF World Season 7, and both the First Form team and the Constellation Network going to have the block with 4 points each. So
what that
both
means
teams
then,
get a team point?
Yeah, that means that both teams, so everybody on Team First Form gets an extra point towards the playoff, and they all didn't get any points except for Paul. Paul scored 4. Paul now has 5. That means Kyle Chambers, Kyle Bame, Dorian, Adam Bradley, they all now have a point towards the playoff, but so does everybody on Team Constellation. Fedor, Wojcik, Attard, Kamoy Anderson all get 1 point, and Marcin, who won with that Z-Lock in under a minute, he had 4, now he's got 5.
Biggest surprise of Block 1? Anything jump out?
You know what? This same thing happened the last 2 seasons. Block 1 is low scoring.
Right.
In fact, in season 6, the whole first day was pretty low scoring. And then you remember what happened on day 2? Everybody came out ripping, and day 2 was one of the highest scoring days we ever had in the history of the PGF. We'll have to see what happens here in block number 2. We got the New Hope versus Entrana matchup coming up. First Form versus Constellation. What are some of the killer matchups coming up? Oh, you know what? I'll be super interested to see what happens with Porfirio. Porfirio should have Brad Schneider here, but Porfirio may not even get to come out and play. We got that Entrana team. They got guys on the sideline. They got Abe LaMontagne and Chris Olivo on the sideline. Oh, man.
And you said the alternate draft could potentially be the X factor.
I didn't think it was going to happen in block 2, though.
Right, absolutely. We'll see if that is the case, as a lot is yet to unfold. We're talking about points being scored. Now let's check in with our guys over at the Fantasy Corner to see what's going on with points over there. Jason Anik standing by along with Egghead.
And you guys made some great points, even though we didn't necessarily get as many submissions. A lot of active grappling, not a lot of stalling to piss off BMAC. So what do we got, man? A couple finishes. Talk to me. Where are the points looking?
So definitely with our fantasy points, you obviously have the 2 finishers who both got breaks within the first minute, so they got the elbow genie points. So Marcin Marchulovic, and you obviously got, Paul Ardilla, both in the lead with 4 points. However, Nathan Haddad, who has that kind of dominant wrestling performance there, he's up there with 3 points, tied with Sebastian Attard, who also had a great showing positionally. Ryan Aiken also didn't get any points, for the PGF, but for fantasy, he bagged his manager's 2 points. We also have Ernesto Rivera and Cam Hurd also have 2, and then we got Travis Thomas, Elijah Carlton, Davis Asari, and Dory Allen all with 1 apiece. So pretty low scoring, even in the fantasy, but you're seeing the right type of style can get you fantasy points, even if they don't put points on the board for their PGF standings.
Yeah, and hit up pgf.global. For those of you that didn't get in tonight, take some, put your eyeballs on this thing, take a good gander at it, see what you like for tomorrow night. Block 2 coming up. Any thoughts, any fights that jump out at you? For me, number 14 on the night, Travis Thomas, Elijah Carlton. Give me all of that.
Everyone was looking forward to that. Everyone thought that was going to be the finale of season 5, and then Kamoy Anderson came out and spoiled it for everyone. He did a great job, but everyone's been looking forward to seeing that. They know each other. They have a good little bit of beef, kind of a fun beef, but yeah, that's going to be exciting as can be. I think Kyle Chambers, Fedor Nikolov would be a lot of fun too. 2 10th Planet guys from both trained together a little bit. One in 10th Planet Freaks in Oceanside, one in HQ. But just a lot of stuff. I think Adam Bradley and Kamoy Anderson, I thought both of them had a very good chance of getting a win in that first round. Neither of them did. They both got pretty close, but they both need to put points on the board. I think that's a big one as well to look at.
Yep, and Kamoy a little gas. Maybe Adam Bradley had a little bit more time, so we'll see what happens there. But block 2 creeping, excited. TJ, back to you.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate you guys keeping track of those fantasy points. The fantasy game, it's just so many layers to PGF, so many layers to the fantasy game. Now, there's points for how they're actually performing in the mat, apart from just actually getting submissions.
Yeah, and you know, people, one of the, I don't even want to say complaints, but one of the things that people feel like, oh, you know, it could be improved. I miss points in the match. Well, you got them.
Right.
Go play the fantasy. You got the points. But the only way to win the game itself in the PGF is to get the finish. And speaking of finishes, Andre Porfirio finished.
Really? Wow.
The Mountain, Abe LaMontagne taking the mat in block number 2.
Expect the unexpected here at PGF World. All right, we're talking about people that have points. Let's just recap real quick. Both first form as well as Constellation Network, they have points on the board. We recapped that a moment ago. So every athlete on both of those teams, because there was a tie, they're all getting an additional team point. And those team points are so important, you know, come the end of the season when you've got the top 8 guys trying to get into the playoff picture. And, you know, combat sports for the longest time, BMAC, has been a very difficult thing to try to make a team-based format out of, especially in, you know, say sports like mixed martial arts, where your individual records mean so much. In this, you can really feel that team dynamic come out and, you know, show itself.
Well, and the team prize is the big prize. Right. That's the $100K. So you want to win the team, and so when your teammate goes out there and scores, it really means something to you personally. And when they go out there and they don't score in a match that they probably should have, it really means something to you, not just for your standings, but for your pocketbook.
Yeah.
And in jiu-jitsu, $20,000 is still a lot of money.
Absolutely. All right, we're talking about people that have points. A man who has points for his team in first phase is the coach, the manager of First Form. It is Roger Gracie. He is standing by with Alex Windley.
Yes, I am standing by with the GOAT himself, and you have a very stacked team this year. How much strategy did you have going in?
I got a lot of help from Matt, but you know, I think we almost as we planned before. It was pretty good.
And you were returning from season 6. What was it about season 6 that said you want to come back for season 7?
It's a pretty exciting tournament to be part of it. You know, this format, submission only, makes it super exciting. So it's like, yeah, it's awesome.
And one of your superstars, Paul Ardilla, he got the submission in under a minute, and now his next matchup is going to be against Martin, who also got an elbow genie point. So what are you going to advise to him going into that matchup?
Just be himself. You know, has great jiu-jitsu. It's, you know, his technique is pretty good. Just go there and let's go.
And when you're thinking about the final 4 days, do you think that your team is going to come out as the reigning champs?
Of course, that's the hope. That's all we're hoping for. I think in the end, it's more about stamina too, because you know a lot of fights every day. It builds up. So I think the last days is like who's been training the hardest. You'll count.
And when it comes to what you guys were doing in training earlier today, how was the energy? What was the practice like?
The energy was super good. Everybody super motivated, super confident, and I think it's showing in the match. I think we had a pretty good run. We had one submission with Paul, but you know, I think it's pretty balanced. You know, we saw most of the fights they were in a draw. I think it's exciting to see. So.
Well, they definitely have a lot of guidance, and they are a strong, strong team at First Form. We have plenty more action coming up with PGF Season 7. For the GOAT, I'm Alex Wendling. We'll be right back after this break. Thank you.
The bullfight critics, ranked in rows, fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world. Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New Hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New Hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it.
John Jones is the greatest of all time. He's beaten every human being he's ever competed against. He's the GOAT.
You cannot deny the greatness. We're taking out champion after champion.
Most championship wins in the history of this organization.
Avoided no one, dominated everyone.
The greatest of all time and the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world.
That certainly lays the foundation for a bout against the consensus greatest heavyweight of all time, Stipe Miocic.
The knockout power is phenomenal, but it's the heart that this man has. He really wants to go down as the best ever.
Stipe Miocic, come get a taste. John Jones is back!
The greatest mixed martial arts athlete we have ever seen.
Stipe Miocic. His success in the octagon has been nothing short of extraordinary.
I'll see you at the top!
Iron Michael Chandler.
He is an absolute animal.
This guy has power for days.
Charles Oliveira. The most decorated finisher in the history of the UFC.
Such a destructive force.
The world's most famous arena. Here we go!
One block down, 2 to go here in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. TJ DeSantis, along with Tim Freeman, who's getting the hot tag for BMAC, are actually going to continue right now, Tim. So let's go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
We're ready for our second block of the evening. The first athlete making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera back on the mat for the second time tonight here at match day 1 of PGF Season 7. He represents his team, New Hope Regeneration, headed by Pedro Sauer. Time for his opponent's walk. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Entrana, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad, representing Entrana. He is ready for his second match of the night. Tim, it is the gauntlet, and, you know, I think match day 1, it's still very early on, but, you know, when you take the mat for the second time in the night, I think you still very much feel that first performance, and this is where the gauntlet starts to kick in.
Yeah, I think you feel it for sure. Both these guys had pretty tough matches their first time around as well. A little bit similar stylistically, body types.
One sec, guys. Someone didn't start the
clock malfunction here, so we're going to make sure that we get restarted. Don't want to let these guys have too much time to work, Tim.
Catch that a little too late.
I mean, it's still very much a sprint. We can't let them work for 7 minutes, 8 minutes, so about 10 seconds into the match. And what's good about the stoppage there is they weren't really into any position or anything, so it's not like we're losing any sort of progression for either man. Now back underway. Rivera takes his seat.
Nathan's been pretty active with his top play and his passing the last 2 matches he's had here today. Looks like Rivera might be trying to get up underneath Nathan and elevate him possibly.
Trying to clear those legs is Hatted. Listening to the pre-show yesterday, Kevin Cheryl very high on Ernesto Rivera.
Yeah, he's riding pretty hard with the home team guys here this week, which I think you have to because he's got to face them a little bit later next week. Looks like Rivera's in on a leg here.
And sticking with it is Rivera. See what Hatted can do to try to shut this down.
And he's rolled through. It looks like he's got that heel exposed potentially here.
90 seconds into the match. A lot of time to work.
Haddad's being really careful hand fighting against Rivera here. You can see he's holding on to Rivera's right hand. Speaking of Kevin.
Oh, there it is. Nicely done. Ernesto Rivera gets the break. Hatted unable to hang out in that position, has to tap. And Ernesto Rivera able to rack up the first points of his Season 7 campaign. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera and New Hope Regeneration officially on the board with their first points of the season. And, you know, nice example of why Kevin Cheryl's high on Ernesto Rivera.
Yeah, and that one snuck up on me a little bit. I wasn't expecting him to pull that off from that position so quickly like he did.
It was a verbal tap very quick from Hatted, and Nathan wisely didn't allow himself to take too much damage. We've already seen one athlete drop out of his rest of the matches. We'll see how Porfirio, fares moving forward, if it's the entire season or if it's just one. But you got to make sure you get out of precarious situations, because it's one thing to lose a match. It's another thing to lose your opportunity to continue throughout the season.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things about the nature of the PGF is that it is an endurance contest. And if you take too much damage early on, it could really impact your performance for the rest of the way.
Absolutely. All right, let's get on our way to match 2 of our second block. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration. Give it up for Brad Schneider.
Brad Schneider back on the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration. He is ready to go to work for the second time here on match day 1. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, Abraham the Mountain.
Abraham LaMontagne making the walk in place of the injured Andre Porfirio. And Tim, this is what BMAC was talking about yesterday at the draft. The X factor could be these alternates, and if there's someone that's going to make a huge play and swing the momentum for his team, we're looking at him right now. Abe LaMontagne, much more than the alternate title would have you believe.
Yeah, he had some leverage in that auction too. They were making a bid, they're trying to beg him. Carlos was offering tax advice to get him on his team.
I mean, I've never seen a guy up for bid basically decide where he's going, and that was definitely unexpected, but that's what you need to expect here at PGF. Expect the unexpected.
Abraham is a big dude.
I mean, they call him the Mountain.
He came by the booth a little earlier and reminded us that he was the biggest guy in the tournament today.
I mean, he's a guy that is as wide as he is tall.
In a good way. We didn't get to see much of Brad in his first match against Paul Ardea. That was a pretty quick elbow genie.
Now we're in a minute into this one, so that bonus point off the table should a submission come. We've been treated to some great jiu-jitsu here on match day 1. And it continues here in our second block. Attempted takedown there by Abe, not able to secure it.
Abraham.
Yeah, both guys
Elijah's dad.
leaning on each other just a little bit. The wrestling here. I don't think it's because they're tired. I think they're both looking for openings.
Oh, for sure. We've seen the admonishments and stalling penalties come into play, Tim. Do you like that, the pushing of the pace by the officials to make sure that these matches don't drag on and not feel fun?
I like it early. I like it early because then you can kind of ease back on it as the event goes.
Ooh, some action here off the mat. Looked like Schneider was going to try to take a look at getting the back, but this is going to be an interesting restart.
Yeah, our ref TJ here has been really putting his body on the line. I saw him at one point down on the ground, basically making himself a full wall so the competitors wouldn't hit the couch. They were hitting him as he turtled up on the carpet.
And it's a tough task to be a wall when one of the guys that you're trying to stop is nicknamed the Mountain.
Absolutely. Although TJ's pretty big dude himself, so I don't think he's going to have too much of a problem with it.
I mean, I'll never forget the train of men that was the referee, PJ Barch, and Andy Varela that went 3 couches deep.
Yeah, we got a new term for that. That's called couchable.
I like that.
Get somebody they're couchable.
Right now they're trying to sort out this restart to make sure everyone's happy, which a restart is kind of like a negotiation.
Yeah.
No one feels happy,
not even close
and
to what it was.
that generally means you did it the right way. Everyone's going to argue for a little bit more than maybe they had.
Yeah, this is one of the mini battles of every jiu-jitsu contest is the reset.
And one thing that we have to our benefit here at PGF is the ability to take a look at the replay. And, you know, they were going back and forth. Referees couldn't figure it out. So we're going to take a look at the replay and make sure the video actually tells us and informs us on how we should go ahead and restart this one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a super valuable technical tool to have here.
So the question is, where was that Kimura grip, essentially?
Well, he doesn't have it quite. He doesn't have his grip locked, but he has an inside wrist control.
By the way,
They're moving all the way through here. It was almost like they never stopped. And it's like, where do you call the right stoppage point to be the restart position?
Yeah, where does it end? Yeah.
All right. Slide back up again.
All right, so they've seen enough on the video. It looks like they're going to find...
So you had a triangle.
and your foot was over here,
upright
but
on
you
both
were
hips.
on
Both butt cheeks
foot's
like
in the
this.
middle.
Lean back more.
You had near wrist, and this one was working on a strangle, but it was not in, so your hands were not connected. So we're right here. Your feet
That's a good call by ref Drew Murillo there, 'cause his hands were not connected when you watch the
And if
replay.
you make me reset you again, you're going to get a penalty.
Okay.
All right.
Drew with the dad command there.
Yeah.
Gonna go to bed without supper.
Right, you're not going to use the car this weekend.
Let's go.
I like that though. I like that the ref is making his presence known pretty early in terms
Oh,
of
it's going?
controlling the mat space.
You gotta wait for the whistle, bro.
Back underway. I mean, it's the hardest job in all of sports to be a referee. And the one thing I think that is most important, Tim, is you might not even be necessarily right with your decision, but you have to be confident in making that decision. That way everyone respects your word.
Yeah, absolutely. The last thing you could do is let the competitors know or even act like you're questioning the decision that
Right.
you made.
I mean, we saw Carlos Machado basically bully
Jack
Stephen
Reed,
Anthony
what up,
yesterday
dude? Yeah.
in the draft, and that's
It's
what
just not a
happens.
good look.
No. You give an inch, they take a mile.
Yeah, it's good. He got his nerves
Whatever
out
he
on that
wants,
one.
I'd give
I'll
him
tell
to,
you what, dude. What's happening
Past the halfway point.
this season is not what I've been expecting.
Interesting crucifix.
It's going to be
Potential.
It's going to be
setup here
interesting,
that
and it's been
Schneider
freaking
has
fireworks
on Abraham. It's a little tricky with some of the action calls because the competitor
He's got
that's
another
getting
one
the
coming
action
up.
call a lot of times is in a terrible position.
Right. But the argument is obviously you're defensive, but you need to go for broke and improve your position. Why penalize the offensive fighter for the defensive man slowing the pace down because he has to be defensive?
Absolutely. And in that slowing the pace down, he eats up the clock.
Right.
Opens up the potential for a tie. Snyder's got the crucifix set up. Now let's see how he tries to finish this. He might circle up back to the arm.
Nicely done by LaMontagne.
I'm not sure, but
the
Bradley Schneider, the guy in the New Hope rash guard,
he thought about that shoulder crunch
on Travis's
sweep.
team. So
Changed
Travis's
his mind
team's up. So
halfway through.
It might be next, honestly. I'm not sure. I stepped out for a little bit because they took a break. I don't think I missed
It's
it.
interesting. I've called a lot of jiu-jitsu, Tim, and normally these rooms are quiet.
So
This is
far,
a loud
he's only
room
had
right now.
one
A lot of
match
people,
that I
talking
know of.
and trying to coach.
Oh, look at this. We're going to see a knee bar attempt out of Abraham here.
Oh my goodness, he got it. Nicely done, Abe LaMontagne with the break knee bar finish over Bradley Schneider. Nicely done. Points now on the board for Intrana again. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing Intrana, Abraham LaMontagne.
The Mountain getting it done. Abraham LaMontagne getting that knee bar. One tiny little mistake there by Schneider ended in a break. Solid stuff there, Tim.
Yeah, very relaxed knee bar, too.
Travis kind of manhandled that guy.
I mean, if the position is there, it's a game of inches, and you're always 1 inch away from being fine to having to go to pre-op, and ultimately the tap comes, and solid stuff there for Abe LaMontagne, who again, about 25 minutes ago was just an alternate. He was just hanging out.
He was, and that's Schneider's second submission today on the receiving end.
Right.
So I wonder if that played into his decision to tap a little earlier today. I'm not sure which leg got attacked by Ardea in the first match, but that could have come into play a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the gauntlet, it's already showing itself early. Andre Porfirio, he's out. That is why Abraham LaMontagne was on the mat in as an alternate. Hopefully Porfirio is okay, and we could potentially see him later this week. But I think, if you're on team in Toronto, you're not upset with your alternate going out there and getting points in his first match.
That's actually what you need to put yourself into contention to win, especially if First Form had such a strong team in the draft this year that if you're one of the other teams trying to come up, you really need your alternates to step up in a big way and score some points.
Absolutely. Expect the unexpected, and a man who normally brings that into his calculations is the man they call Egghead. He's in the fantasy quarter with Jason Anik. Let's go ahead and check in with those guys. Jason, take it away.
What's happening, boys? Good to hear from you as always. Yeah, second block underway. We've got some heat coming up right next, right? Davis Asari, Ryan Aiken. That one caught me by surprise as a novice over here. Quick sub.
I mean, here's the crazy thing. He's went from not even being in this thing to being tied for second place in the fantasy points. So that's huge. I mean, I don't think he was even an option.
I was going to say, couldn't have been drafted, right?
No, I don't believe so. But we're going to fix that for later on, in case you want to make that option to take somebody off the bench. But again, he's up there with 3 points, so he's definitely on the board. And very interesting.
How's the audio sound, Jack?
Some heat coming in.
Season long, and you can still get in on the action. It is PGF.global, I believe, to get in on the air. How's your fantasy team looking?
Well, I have 3 fantasy teams right now, and I'm actually having trouble tracking which guys are on which team at this point. Outside of that, it's dangerous to let your fantasy picks be known because these guys actually kind of got upset at me that I traded a couple of them in the preseason, and they had some hurt feelings here. So now I'm trying to keep it private.
Speaking of hurt feelings, I think yours were hurt in our mock draft when you got done dirty. Rafa Esparza, the ultimate heel, I think, on this PGF staff. And what's even made it worse is he's walking around with that title belt.
I know.
He's like the fantasy king.
He has basically developed bursitis in his shoulder from carrying that belt around for 2 days now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I had a belt, I'd probably do some things with it too.
Absolutely.
I'd brag.
I would never take it off my waist.
You know what you need to take off your waist? I don't know what that means, but get out of my chair.
Okay.
I almost put your glasses on.
Oh, I would not have allowed that.
I love you, Tim. Tim Freeman, ladies and gentlemen.
He's here all week. Don't miss Tim on our pre and post show.
Thanks,
and a man who's not going to miss any action if he can help it is the commissioner, BMAC Brandon McCatherine, getting back into our commentary position in a secret location in Las Vegas, the combat sports capital, the perfect backdrop
In a secret
for
location.
PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
Jack, you still there?
Abe LaMontagne, we just saw him come out and score points immediately, BMAC.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I had to go check on Porfirio, man. I
What's the
wanted to
update?
check on him, just talk to him. He's not as injured as he thought he was.
Okay.
So that's good news. He's definitely sitting out the rest of the day. He's going to check it out tonight, check it out tomorrow, see how he feels. He wants to get back in there.
Yeah.
He thinks he might be able to. But what I told him was, look, you got a long career, and he's been fantastic. You got a place here with the PGF. Don't make any kind of decision. Don't make a rash decision. Take care of your health. We care about you first. And, nothing wrong with seeing Abe LaMontagne.
Absolutely, and that, knee injuries are something that we see. A lot of guys sometimes immediately, get up gingerly and they think that they're hurt, and then sometimes they go for a walk and it gets a little bit better. But also it's the opposite. Sometimes they think that they're okay, and then they go to stand up, and it's not okay.
Yeah, man. You just got to be careful. Your knees wear out fast, dude. Trust me. You can't take too many of those and then
knees
continue
sure
to have
do.
a real strong career. So
My knees are going out.
Take care of your knees.
Maybe.
But the good thing is, even though I think he was more afraid that he was hurt than he was hurt. He's hurt, not injured.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get through a little bit of pain, but an injury can spell the end of not only your season, but maybe the next competition. And knee injuries, you don't want to mess around with them because you can definitely find yourself on the sidelines for a lot longer than you originally intended. We're on the sidelines all season long for PGF World Season 7. It is powered by Once Upon a Coconut, and it continues right now. Back to the mats with Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our third match of this block. Making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration. Give it up for Ryan Aiken.
Here he is, Ryan Aiken, back on the mat for the second time on match day 1, still hunting for his first points of his PGF Season 7 campaign. He's ready to go for match number 2. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, Davis Asari.
All right.
Season 6 standout Davis Asari back on the mat. He draws Ryan Aiken in what should be a fun fight here
Davis
in our first
Asari.
team matchup of Block 2.
I said it
TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las
with
Vegas.
Gordon
It is a
Ryan.
site of PGF World Season 7 powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
Big size difference in these two athletes. Davis actually coming in smaller in weight than he came in for during Season 6 in the 175 season. He had to cut quite a bit of weight for that. He cut no weight for this. And, look at that. Great arm drag. Putting that weight down on the arm and pulling Aiken to the ground. Aiken pops right back up. No consequences from it, but forcing Aiken to put a little
I'm
respect
sure if
on him when he has a
he
seat.
rolls with Gordon, that's sure to be all right.
TJ, I missed what happened with Ernesto and Nathan Haddad.
We saw Ernesto get a submission, a break.
Ankle lock?
Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Under a
dude.
minute or no?
Not under a minute, I don't.
Okay, so 3-pointers. So 2 matches, 2 subs in block 2.
Yep.
What'd I tell you? Just like I've seen this game play out a few times.
Have you, or are you just like a fortune teller? You haven't been clear about that.
I'm both of those things.
Okay. Trying to trip up Asari is Aiken. 90 seconds into this match.
Sorry, standing on the outside, looking for a way to try to get through this very formidable guard of Aitken. I think Davis got to be a little bit careful right here. If you're ever in the top position and the bottom guy is scooting towards you, you got to be careful. You're going to end up getting called for stalling right there. And see how Davis backs out of that. He comes right back to it. He's looking for a way in. Oh, look at that strong grip by Ryan Aiken.
Aiken had to cut a little bit of weight for this 205-pound season. Any idea what he's walking around at after weigh-ins?
My guess is about
Someone's
220
camera
pounds,
gimbal
TJ.
died.
That's big.
That's a big guy. Davis trying to get into his camp passing. Ryan weaves the left leg over for a lasso, keeping the shin stuck to the shoulder as a frame, trying to move forward, and they call for action against Aiken on the bottom. Nice elevation.
He beat Travis.
Using the double grips behind the tricep
what was
to
it?
try to elevate. Ryan got a good grip. He's
leg
starting to
lock
enter the
or
leg
ankle
here.
lock, I think.
Davis addresses it. Aiken with the
I'll
straight
be
ankle
honest with
grip.
you, though,
He now moves
Travis-
into this Ashi
Ryan
position.
got tired.
Both
Travis
legs to
just
the
made a
outside,
mistake.
double
I think
Ashi.
Travis
Davis
could beat
standing above
Ryan
it.
for sure. Ryan gassed out really
Davis
quick
has to
on
be
him.
very
It looks
careful
like he's
right
doing
here.
it.
Ryan, absolutely one of the stronger athletes that we have on
Looks
the
like
roster.
he's gassing. Right, he's just not putting up that much of effort. It looks like. And I think Travis
Aiken
will
won
just
the
capitalize on
EBI
that
Absolutes earlier this
as
year.
soon as he can.
I believe he's a
which-
combat jiu-jitsu world champion at middleweight.
Ryan's. I mean, he's no joke.
Yeah, at 185 pounds. That's right.
Yeah, but barely. Yeah, he barely beat Travis.
Well, Ryan has proved that his
He
jiu-jitsu
beat him,
works
but-
in many different formats. It works in the ADCC rule set. It works in combat
Like,
jiu-jitsu.
I
Watch
don't-
out.
In my
Davis tries to use it to enter the legs. Nice job by Davis navigating a
Like, in my
very
opinion,
dangerous position from Ryan Aiken.
I don't have or I don't think whether if Travis would win or not. I know Travis
New
could
Wave,
beat
Davis
Ryan.
Asari,
That's how
10th
I
Planet
feel.
Atlanta,
Boom.
Ryan Aiken.
Got it out. I'm so locked in.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
Action being
on Ryan.
requested from Ryan Aiken on bottom.
Ryan trying to secure an overhook on his right side. He's got that half butterfly. Wants to get an elevation. Davis needs to be very careful with his right leg. If Ryan can get the elevation, he's going to enter the right leg, and here he goes. He's got the straight ankle grip. There comes the leg, trying to rip over, throwing it aggressively, knocking Davis down to his hip. Davis with a nice grip on the toes there, frees himself. Aiken breathing hard. He's putting out a lot of energy out there.
Into the final minute here of the match.
Davis with a counter, like a knee slice. Stop. Dude. Oh my gosh. And Davis is in big trouble. That was a disgusting crack. You heard everybody in the room.
Yep. Ton of sportsmanship there. We see Asari back to his feet. Seems to be walking okay, but that sounded like someone broke a bouquet of celery. That was disgusting.
Yo, what?
Ooh, I would like to talk to Ryan after this. Let's talk to Ryan and see, man, what was going on right there.
All right, let's go ahead and make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Oh my
Ryan Aiken gets a win that he apologizes for immediately to Davis Asari. And we're looking at the replay here. B-Mac, walk us through.
Well, I'm trying. I didn't really have a look. It's that power grip on the outside heel. Oh, and this is. Oh, I wish we could hear it.
I don't want to hear it. Oh. It was all crunchy.
Woo! That was disgusting. And the thing is, you got that big crunch before the tag. Like, there was a big crunch, and then Davis didn't say anything, and so
dude,
Ryan just pushed through. Look at that grip.
I
right
didn't
there.
even think
Let's rewind
that
it just a step.
I was like,
right
that
there.
had to have been some of the. You missed that, Jack?
Boom, right there. Watch this grip.
Oh.
You see this spot right here? Bam. Ryan is going to take the top side of his wrist and brace it up against the outside part of the Achilles. And when he does, he switches his grip.
His Achilles.
So you see that? The way he reaches through with his right hand to reinforce that grip?
The sound.
And the angle. You could see it. You could see it. Even without hearing it, you could see the moment when it slips and breaks. Oh my gosh, that was disgusting.
All right, let's get a word from Ryan Aiken. Let's go to
Ryan
Stephen
was
Aiken.
like, sorry, Davis.
All right, I'm here with Ryan Aiken. Big win against Davis Asari.
Yeah, ankle.
Go ahead, grab a drink. Give yourself a catch a break.
Pineapple?
Yeah, it's pretty good, huh?
Coconut? All right.
Some hydration for a guy like yourself after a hard-fought second match. Man, how are you feeling after getting that break against Davis?
That was wild. I felt like my team really needed that. I really needed that. Davis is a really tough fighter. I was watching a lot of his match with Tommy Langaker recently. So, like, man, I mean, that guy's been in the game longer than me, and Davis was taking it to him. So I knew, he almost made it into ADCC too. So, like, I knew that was going to be a really tough fight. He made me feel the pressure out here. He's really smooth with his lower body pummels and whatnot. So I knew he was going to bring it. And he started attacking my leg too. So, yeah, that was tough, man. Davis is the real deal.
So that was just straight self-defense, you'd say?
Great self-defense, thanks to Pedro Sar.
All right, Ryan, we appreciate it, man. Look forward to more from you tonight. Thank you.
Right on.
Ryan Aiken getting it done, the first points of his season on the board. Here's a deep cut for you, B-Mac. I said this to you in the past. You might need to sign up for UFC Fight Pass to verify this. But Ryan Aiken, he looks like a modern-day polar bear in Paul Varlins.
Paul Varlins.
Yeah.
That's Paul Varlins, one of the first guys I ever saw fight as a young man. Couldn't believe what I was watching.
Yeah. I remember him getting foot stomped by Marco Ruas.
So here we go. Check this out. Paul Ardilla with 4. Some reason now Paul has 4 points in first place and Marcin has 5 points in second place. Obviously, that's not correct. They're catching me moving my hand around with like a magic wand here, but the standing's pretty interesting. We've had 3 submissions in 3 matches here in the second block. We only had 2 submissions in the entire first block. Ernesto came out, got the ankle lock against Haddad. Abe came out, got the knee bar against Brad Schneider. And, dude, Abe was in pretty big trouble right there. That was one of Brad's best positions. Everybody knows that he's a big-time crucifix player. There's Paul, updated now with 5 points. Marcin Machulovic with 5 points. Ernesto got his 3. Abe's got his 3. Aitken's got his 3. And then everybody else just has team points right there. Fedor right there just on the outside on the bubble looking in. And the team standings look like this right now. First form sitting in that top spot, kind of what we expected.
Right.
First form in that top spot. This next matchup, Travis Thomas versus Elijah Carlton.
Let's go.
This is a big play.
Shoot.
If Travis can get a win here for Team New Hope, that's going to be a really big
Travis.
deal. Right? Because that's going to give them 3 dubs
stomach
in this
hurts
block, and it's going to be
right
hard
now.
for
It
Intrana
hurts.
to really do anything. A lot of people were really overlooking this New Hope team, but it's been a couple of their guys that really, and Ernesto right here, getting that win. That's really put New Hope in position to do some serious damage here and prove that they're here to play for the week. Like, everybody's thinking first form, everybody's thinking maybe Intrana is the second team. New Hope, I mean, you still got Travis Thomas, one of the best scorers in this league, coming up. If he can put some points on the board, that's going to be big. And then Cam Hurd, if if he's going to win a match, you got to think that Caleb Crump's a guy that he can get that dub over and score on. This could be a really big block for New Hope.
Yeah, a lot left to go on here in our
Travis.
second block, but right now I want to throw it over to the fantasy corner. Jason Anik is standing by.
Screw the
Jason, you just
fantasy
heard one of the
corner.
most disgusting sounds you can hear in jiu-jitsu. Did you like it? Did you hate it? What are you thinking?
Oh, I liked it, TJ. Come on, a little softness out of you on the big table up there, TJ. If I don't mind those little cracks here and there, but exciting stuff, Egghead, man. A lot going on here. What are you thinking? What do you see? Some opportunities for guys to get some points on the board, at least in the fantasy side, coming up.
Well, you have to think Elijah Carlton probably has a decent shot here against Travis Thomas. I mean, there was a match we were all looking forward to in Season 5. Subsequent to that, they did meet, and Elijah got him pretty quickly with a leg lock. So Elijah doesn't have any points on the board so far, but you know he wants some.
RNC,
And he's
it's happening.
looking at his chops
All right,
saying, hey, I
bet.
got you once before, I'm going to get you again.
You've
But also, we were
manifested
talking about
it.
Adam Bradley
Now
and
it will
Kamoi Anderson
happen.
at the beginning of today. Really thought in that first block, both of them had a really good shot at getting some points, and both of them, like, losing that opportunity. Man, you think they're going to come out crazy, but Kamoi seemed like he might have been a little gassed. So this might be an opportunity for Adam Bradley to come out and get some points as one of the top 6-7 guys himself.
Another one creeping toward the end of this block, Kyle Bain, Chris Wojcik. That should be a good one there. What do you think?
Well, I mean, we just saw Ryan Aiken. He was pretty tired after that match. That Kyle Bain Ryan Aiken match was just a killer, and you saw them just really going after it. So, the question will be, how much gas in the tank does Kyle Bain have? Has he been able to recover? Wojcik had a pretty great match too, but it seemed like he saved some more gas. But again, you're looking at two very, very dangerous leg lockers. Kyle Bain been a very, very dangerous leg locker for a long time.
Travis needs to go
Chris
Super
Wojcik,
Saiyan right
He's got
here.
the Woj lock. Got the reverses.
He
Steam
needs to
lock.
put away
He's
Elijah.
very dangerous right now. Just coming off finishing 4th in ADCC. So both of them are very dangerous. So it's something I want to watch. Again, it's one of those matches for fantasy purposes. You probably don't
I
want
might
to
throw
guys
up.
on your team because you just
That
don't know
might
which way
happen.
it's going to go. But for fan purposes,
Jack, if I throw up,
And drafting a team, this morning,
will you
me
quit that?
picking 7
Appreciate
guys
you,
without
dude.
the experience of watching today. It's going to shake out a little differently tomorrow when you're setting up your 7 guys. So TJ can't get enough. Live from the fantasy desk.
I
Back
feel
to you,
like they're
boys.
stalling.
Thank you, sir.
Like this,
I
like
will
let's
not
go
tolerate
next. Let's
being
go. Come
called
on.
soft by Jason Anik.
People are
I'm
like,
normal.
man, this
I don't like hearing
this
bones
event
crunch.
is way
Y'all
too
are
long.
twisted,
I read
and
that
I
in
know
the
you're among the most twisted here, P-Mac. You love things like that. You love
Yeah,
sound.
But it's fun.
I mean,
it's fun. I'm
whether,
enjoying it.
regardless of what I like, you are soft.
Okay, fine.
Back me up, Jason.
Oh, 100%. My mic hot?
Yeah,
I mean, that's
you're
why I got
hot.
TJ.
It
I got
shouldn't
mad
be.
love
Cut
for
that.
TJ,
Cut
but yeah.
that.
I mean, come on. Come on, TJ.
Are we
How
supposed
cringy.
to pile on the new guy here? What is this?
No, we're piling on you.
I got your back, TJ. I got your back.
Thanks,
Of
Ed.
course
man.
you
I
do,
love you.
egghead.
You're a professional. You make us all better. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you. All right. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
For our next matchup of the evening, making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration.
Come on,
Make some noise for
Travis.
the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
Well, many believed that the season 5 finale would see Travis Thomas take on the jabroni, Elijah Carlton. It didn't happen. Kamoi Anderson got in the way of that, but good things come to those who wait. Now we're going to see it on the PGF mat. Stephen Aiken.
I was telling him, I was like, bro, this is where you're
And
at.
his opponent,
I mean,
making his way
you're
to the
not
mat,
below these
representing
guys.
Intrana,
This is
the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
yours. I told him
Elijah
to take
Carlton,
everything,
the
give
most
up nothing.
decorated man in PGF
I need to
history,
go to my prayer corner.
now
BRB.
takes the mat to take on a familiar foe. These two did meet after PGF Season 5, but when you talk about the relatively young career that Travis Thomas has had, you got to feel that he's probably not the same grappler that he was even just a year ago when they met.
He's definitely not. That's the thing. When you've only been training 3.5 years and you get as good as Travis is getting, like, you're not the same grappler that you were even 6 months later. So Travis is a totally different beast. But the thing is, he's taken on the most dangerous guy in the history of the PGF. Elijah has proven consistently, over and over, that he is the real deal and that he can bring it to the top level guys in this sport when he gets an opportunity. And Travis cannot sleep on it. And Travis got a little size on him too, to be honest with you. Travis pressing forward now, trying to put the pressure on Carlton. Ooh, Trey.
Let's go,
Elijah just
Travis.
shooting that triangle up at him just to scare him a little bit. Wasn't quite there. Just trying to put some respect maybe take a little of the pressure off that Travis is putting forward with this guard pass.
Travis needs to get that back.
There might be some added pressure here on Carlton for him to get his team back in this block down on
Yeah,
points.
Travis needs to get points on the board. There's a lot on this one.
You can see
He's
a lot
going
of respect
straight for his
between
legs.
these two athletes. Neither of them really want to take a big risk, so they're hunting, but they're hunting cautiously.
Man,
Neither
I'm
guy
all
stalling
twisted
at
up.
all, I would say. Elijah pummels back to the inside. Gives a check, tries to off balance, but big Travis Thomas really, oh, look at this, nice guard pass by Thomas. And this is where Elijah has to be very careful. Travis is so dangerous as a submission hunter.
Oh, dude, I'm
Full
so tight.
north-south here.
He's got his hands
Travis keeping his head down on the mat, trying to expose the elbow.
Come on,
here.
Travis.
He's got his hands locked. What do you want me to do?
Call to action for Carlton being met with.
Come on, Travis.
An opinion by the jabroni.
Get behind his elbow. If he turns, get behind his elbows.
Come on, Travis.
Travis looks so strong, too.
Come on, Travis.
Now Carlton, he's complaining that he can't really move when Thomas gets in a dominant position and locks his hands. Do you feel there's any argument to be made there for him?
Well, the thing is, he's partially right. Partially, I say, for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's saying that Travis had
Come
his
on,
hands
Travis.
locked. You could see Travis did not have his hands locked. He threw that hand up to show that they weren't locked. But he's right. He can't move effectively without exposing himself.
Right.
But that's the point.
That's the risk.
That's the risk that you have to take as the bottom player. In the PGF rules, you have to open up and take a risk.
Travis. Come on, Travis.
Coming up on the halfway point of the match. 3 minutes down, 3 to go.
Come on, Travis.
Travis up onto his side. You see that right hand goes underneath the waist, really limiting the movement of Carlton. But because he's on his side, he's not really feeling the pressure of Thomas. And Travis,
Come on, Travis.
Elijah now trying to slip that knee back to the inside, see if he can recover his guard. Man, he really needs that. Travis shucks it out of there. Jabroni trying to invert. He's got his shin on the inside, but Travis shucks him out of there once more.
Oh, dude, I feel like I'm in a race and I'm freaking going around the curves.
I believe Travis is really close to a guard recovery here, but he's got to be careful. You see how his Elijah's left arm there. Nice recovery by Elijah. Really good work.
Do it again. Good job, Elijah.
Travis,
Travis.
even though he's had a lot of success, look at that, putting Elijah's leg up behind his head. Even though Travis has had a lot of success so
Come
far
on,
in
Travis.
this match, you cannot sleep on Elijah. He's dangerous throughout the entire match. We saw that last season in his matchup with Cam Hurd when he threw that triangle, that inverted triangle shot out of nowhere. Tries to throw the triangle on Travis. Travis shucks it past, passes the
Good
guard
job,
again.
bud. Good job, bud.
Travis really looking sharp out there, but he wants points on the board, and he's starting to run out of time as another guard recovery here from Elijah.
90 seconds left here in the match.
Travis has his left knee stapling down the right leg of Carlton. Carlton pushes him away.
Oh, boy. Let's go,
Travis
Travis.
posting on the neck to try to create a little bit of space as we approach that 1 minute mark. Travis thinking about an Estima lock too. Look how much flexibility and dexterity that Elijah has through his legs. Travis putting his legs in all kinds of weird positions in this match. Elijah not even feeling it.
He literally put his foot behind his head.
Yeah. Travis got to be very careful right here. If he doesn't have total control over Elijah's legs, they can fly up into that triangle or into his leg lock positions at any time. Here's a little bit of an exposure now by Elijah, trying to make a play.
20 seconds left in the match. Thomas able to shut it down.
Travis tried to jump on something right here at the end of the match.
6 minutes in the books, no points.
Dang, dude. Holy crap. Mike, yeah. Oh, jeez.
All right, we'll go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
Oh, I think
After
I was
6
holding my
minutes,
breath the whole
This match
time.
finishes with a draw.
Woo.
Carlton down on the mat a little bit, just tired, you think? Mentally frustrated? Anything to read in there?
No, Elijah always reacts that way. Even when he wins, he
That's
reacts
true.
that way.
That is
you know,
true.
like think about
That's
some
true.
of the matches that we've seen him win here in this rule set over the years in the PGF in this league. Even when he wins, he lays down on the mat or he sits down. He makes Bobby sit down and do the interview.
It's my favorite thing when Stephen Aiken has to go, crisscross applesauce to do the interview. It's always fun. All right, our night continues here. It's match day 1, PGF Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Back to Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our final match of this team matchup, making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, make some noise for Cam Hurd.
All I'm saying is you're freaking crazy.
There he is, Cam
was
Hurd,
wild.
back for his second matchup of the night. It is our final individual matchup of our first team matchup of Block 2. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, give it up for Caleb Crump.
Caleb Crump, the Season 6 alternate, finds himself on the main roster
Man,
here
Caleb
in Season
Crump,
7.
I forgot
He's
who he
back
went
for
against.
match number 2. He takes on Cam Hurd. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon
I wasn't
McCaffrey.
expecting him to be so
Live
good.
tonight here in Las Vegas, match day 1 of PGF
Kyle
World
Chambers, that's
Season
who you
7.
went against.
Both of these guys believe this is a winnable match, and they're both right. And
Right
hey,
on.
there won't be any stalling out of either one of these boys.
Oh, ooh. It landed off the mat on the rug, but not much padding there, and yikes.
Not much padding. That's just freaking concrete.
But
dude.
I don't think either man is phased by it. Just, as you said, on brand for both these guys.
Montano's saving Hodger Gracie's life. They came right at him over there.
Tying up here on the feet.
Nice shot by Crump. And good job by Cam forcing him out of there. And we said early that Cam willing to sacrifice his entire body,
haven't
to
seen a lot of
sacrifice
Crump.
everything for every single position. And we're seeing that already in this matchup.
He's willing to sacrifice anybody sitting in the front row as well.
Oh, nice slide by attempt.
Oh, hey!
Man, Cam is active.
He almost fell on an already hurt Dean Lister.
Oh, could you imagine? That would have been crazy. Caleb circling on the outside, though. Cam's pressing into him. Caleb now circling back towards the center of the mat, trying to take the dominant spot. Good job by Cam. Heeding the referee, work towards the center.
I mean, with a matchup like this between these two wrestling-heavy grapplers, this mat could be 10 times the size as it is, and it still couldn't contain these guys. Coming up on 2 minutes of elapsed time.
Action, guys, action. Switch it up, switch it up. Beautiful.
Oh, nice dunk by Cam Hurd. Moving around towards the back. Puts
nice.
Caleb Crump down on the mat. That was awesome. Great wrestling by Cam Hurd. Oh, man, that was awesome. Great action.
Crump doing a good job at not
Rear
allowing
naked
her
drill.
to solidify a position on the floor. They're going to restart, though.
But dude, I mean, you just
with Hurd
watch
standing over
the progression of Travis.
Hey, and that's
just from
fantasy
a year.
points. If you got Cam
Like,
Hurd on your
holy
team, that's
crap.
fantasy points. Hey, very dangerous front headlock, but that's the second time so far tonight that we've seen Crump just stand up out of a front headlock. He just doesn't respect it. They're checking each other in the forehead now.
This is a fun wrestling match.
Here's a shot now by
in on
Crump.
the takedown.
Front headlock.
Run out of real estate.
Cam tried to pull guard, go for the guillotine there at the last second.
Well, it's going to be interesting what the referee gives
I
them.
mean,
It
that,
happened after
that
the whistle.
reset happens on.
Standing front headlock.
Yes, that's the right
Okay.
call by the referee. Excellent job by Weird Al.
Living in the Amish paradise.
Heavy on the head. Here's Cam Hurd. Coming up on the halfway point. 3 minutes down, 3 to go.
Good job by Cam. He didn't want the reset. Circles him back towards the inside. Tries the inside trip. Nothing going. Reset in the middle. Shot now by Crump on the single. Countered. Trying to get some elevation. Cam on the front head, though. He might have a guillotine. Nice job by Crump. Pushes Cam. They'll reset it back to the center.
This is an intense matchup here on the feet.
Yeah, great action. What I tell you, neither one of these guys interested in finding out how long it takes to get a stalling call. They will never see it with these boys. Another shot.
Shut down by Crump.
Oh, and he counters it and ends up on the bottom, exposing the back, but continues pushing around and ends up with the takedown. Let's see how they score that. I mean, that's how they score it for the fantasy. I should say they're not going to score it at all in the PGF.
Separated, seated, standing. Seated. When I said stop, no, he's seated. You're standing.
Okay, so referee gonna get them back in the proper position for the restart. Touch over 2 minutes remain here. What a wrestling match this has been between Cam Hurd and Caleb Crump. Oh, shot attempt there by Crump, shut down by Hurd. Another shot attempt by Crump, and heavy on the head now is Hurd.
Crump and Hurd going at it. And those are two pretty cool names to say back to back like that. Crump and Hurd.
Inside the final 90 seconds of this match. And I know we're getting a wrestling match in a jiu-jitsu fight, but I don't mind it either, B-Mac. This is every bit as entertaining as any sort of sequence actually down on the mat.
But neither one of these guys are going to be satisfied. Even if they put on a great show, they're not going to be satisfied walking out of here with zero.
Right. There's a lot of effort for no reward when it comes to points. Unless it's fantasy points, as you mentioned. Ooh. Aggressive is Hurd as he goes to the mat.
Look at this, Cam trying to show off his leg lock game, inverting underneath.
I like the move by Hurd, you know, go for it. Change the pattern of the match in the final minute.
Yeah, may have waited just a little bit too long to do it, though.
Ooh, Kimura grip. Ooh, in business here is Hurd. Oh.
He's on the leg. Working on a straight ankle lock. He's a strong boy. Getting belly down on it.
Readjusting here is Hurd. Action off the mat. Crump able to clear the knee. 10 seconds. Hurd staying on it. But Crump able to get in top position. Looks like time's going to expire. Wow.
Wow.
I think you're right, B-Mac. If there's any regrets there by Cam Hurd, it's maybe that he should have gone into that game a little bit earlier with time to work, but still, very exciting match nonetheless. No points on the board, but again, high in entertainment value. Crowd coming alive here in Las Vegas. To make it official, we go to Stephen Anthony.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Guys, let me get that bands back. Thank you.
Match day one continues here. B-Mac, go ahead.
I would like to hear from these guys, actually. I would like to hear from Cam and Caleb if we could get Bobby to grab that mic and go talk to one of them.
I mean, they're both out of breath right now, but
yeah, that's okay. That's a good time to talk to him. And hey, check it out. Cam getting the love over there from Ricky Lundell. Ricky, a 5th-degree black belt, wrestled underneath Cale Sanderson. I mean, like, when you get love after a wrestling match from Ricky Lundell, you know you did something. Jeff Glover, Matt Wallstrom, Tracy over there on the sideline. Got that puppy on the sideline, too. There's Matt's dad throwing the hang loose.
All right, Stephen Aiken has gathered our athletes. We go to him now.
All right, I'm here with Mr. Caleb Crump. Caleb, man, what an incredible match between you and Cam. You guys were throwing it down. It was a lot of wrestling, you know, for a jiu-jitsu event, but I think everybody was really excited with what you guys were doing. Obviously, you could tell that you put in a ton of work, man. How do you feel after that?
Thank you for having me out here. I'm grateful to be part of this awesome show. Thank you to Zoltan, BMAC, everybody. I want to get the sub, but we got a bunch of dogs out here, a bunch of tough competitors. Shout out to Cam Hurd. That was a scrap and a half. Shout out to my boy Leo. I know you're watching. I love you. I'm just grateful to be here, man. I'm trying to sub, so not happy, but I'm grateful for the opportunity.
We're grateful to have you here, too, Caleb. Keep throwing down, man. Thank you.
Bobby's out there getting...
Hold on, Cam. I got to get you a refreshment. Chocolate good for you, sir? You know, it's every gentleman's choice, right? That's right. For sure. I'm here with Cam Hurd. Cam, another banger from you. Man, if anything, every time somebody steps out there on the mat with you, they're leaving taxed, right? They're not going to have their next match at nearly 100%. Is that something that you take into account when you come out here, is that you're going to leave them with something?
Yeah, I mean, this is my 3rd season, so I know it's a long week. A lot of guys can't handle pace like that all week long. I think it's kind of a slap in the mouth on night 1 for some people to realize, oh shit, you know,
yeah,
this is real.
Yeah,
4 days of this,
Woo.
5 for the final. So, yeah, I always push pace. I'm always looking to create action, make it fun for everybody to watch. I was looking for that ankle lock over there, trying to get on the scoreboard, but you know, late in the match, getting a little slippery. So, got to find a way to get those subs, though. You know, get some points on the board.
Yeah, definitely, man. You got to score when you get an opportunity to, but we love you here at the PGF, man. You're one of the fan favorites. Keep it up, brother.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, styles make fights, and stylistically, 2 wrestlers definitely went to war, and it was for our entertainment value. But in business, in the latter part of that match was Cam Hurd, but unable to secure the sub in points.
Yeah, you can see he had a pretty good straight ankle lock. The problem was he just didn't have the angle that he needed. Yeah. And check out Crump's like kicking. He's kicking anything. He said we got a couple of dogs out here, and he wasn't playing around. It is a couple of, those boys are serious, man. They put on a show for everybody, and you got the great reaction from the crowd because of it.
That lady's getting her feet.
I thought that was a wonderful matchup. I'm very pleased with the way that turned out. You know, in the PGF, a draw is a result. Like, the result of the match is a draw.
Right.
You scored 0 points towards the playoffs. So
yeah, I'm not a big fan of the couches,
I don't mind a good draw
I'll be honest.
when it's done that
They got
way.
to do it fit. They got to
Yeah, you
figure out how to
mentioned
do it fit.
the dogs, both literally and figuratively. There's like a poodle hanging out. I saw it on Tracy Lee's lap over there. Like,
yeah.
What is it about PGF and dogs, B-Mac? We always get dogs out here.
That's just what we like, dude. Like, you know, this invite only. We let them, and check this out, Dean Lister, Altif from Constellation Network hanging out. This is his first time hanging out at a jiu-jitsu event, and this is the one that he chooses to come to. This is a super cool guy right here. Altif, a big supporter of what we're doing here at the PGF. And Pedro Sauer, Mika on the sideline. You see Kenny from the BJJ Balance podcast hanging out back there. Sam Schwartz creeping around on the back row, hoping he gets a shot. There he is, Irish Keat, all the way over from Ireland, sitting on the front row. Young Cody. There's Brittany, a fantastic black belt in her own regard.
It's been a fantastic night. You know, looking at PGF, we've talked about match day 1s at times kind of being slow to start to rack up the points. We've seen points here on match day 1, but we've also seen excitement. I was talking to Tim Freeman when we were gone earlier this has been one of the louder rooms for jiu-jitsu night than I can remember. A lot of times it's quiet, but after our match that we just saw between Crump and Hurd, the fans being heard tonight, and it's exciting to see this level of energy come out. And we're just not even through, just about halfway through night one of 4 match days, and of course our playoffs headed your way Friday exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. It's one of my favorite weeks of the year. PGF always delivers, and counting the points. Matt's side in the fantasy corner is a man they call Egghead, Jason Anik. He's here for his first ever PGF season. Let's go ahead and check in with those guys. Jason, take it away.
Yeah, good time to check in with us. I'm getting smarter every second over here. But Cam Hurd, perfect example, right? Hasn't scored in the PGF format, but leading the way or tied in fantasy.
Yeah, he's tied for first with fantasy with 5 points. So even if you didn't think he was going to get PGF points, you didn't think he was going to get wins, his dominant wrestling style is getting every fantasy manager that put him on their team, they're 5 is the maximum that we have. He's tied up there with Ryan Aitken and Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto Rivera, another person that was kind of a standout by positionally, but also getting that break he had as well. I think really interesting, as somebody we talked about before, was Paul Ardea, one of the picks, dominant guy. However, in this block, he's going up against another dominant guy, Marcin Manchulovic, who both of them, they were the only people that scored in that first block. Yep. Both getting 4, breaks in that first minute. And that, man, that's not. I wasn't exactly on the most exciting match that I was thinking about, but it's leading up to being that way.
Yeah, and listen to Cam Hurd talk about sort of the pace. It's going to be interesting to see there are a lot of draws tonight, but going to see how the guys that have sort of fought for 12 minutes, how they fare in their third match. TJ.
Thank you, sir. Cam Hurd on my fantasy team.
Oh, yeah. Good choice.
I did. I signed up, put him on, PGF.global, get signed up all week long. It's just a fun extra way to, make the action matter that much more.
Yeah, one of the things that's so much fun about real sports is the fantasy sports. It gives you, like, Keelan over here, my boy Keelan. He's a big fantasy football player. Say what's up to the people, Keelan. Y'all, everybody in the chat, like,
the most important dude.
Give it up for the most important guy here, Keelan Lawyer, by the way, Conscious Keelan. He plays fantasy football. He's got his mom playing fantasy football with him. And she doesn't even really watch football, but the point is, it's sticky. It's a little bit of engagement, and that's a little bit of something that we need in jiu-jitsu. And so, you know what? We're trying to get this thing right. We're going to keep pushing and growing and getting better all the time, and trying to give the fans a reason to stay engaged in jiu-jitsu so that we can keep those viewership numbers climbing, keep those sponsorship dollars climbing, keep those revenue dollars climbing, so we can keep the PGF growing and keep the sport growing and give back to the people who mean so much to the rest of us.
Yeah, my goal with my fantasy team now is just to kick the ass of Jason Anik because he called me soft earlier and I'm not over it. So,
again, you're the softest.
Can you? Never mind. Our night continues. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken for our second team matchup of block number 2.
And now for our second team match for block 2. Making his way to the mat representing First Form, Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers making his second walk of the night. He will lead off team First Form in this second block. Again, First Form highly touted after what they did after the draft last night, and they're already on the board. They hope to score some more points here in our second block. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
So it is a 10P versus 10P battle here between First Form and Constellation Network. The Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov, ready to take on Kyle Chambers.
All right, guys, bring it in real quick. Make sure when you hear a whistle, I say stop and freeze, so we get an easy reset. Take a couple steps back for me.
TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. The Russian Nightmare, Nikolov, takes a seat. Cartwheel pass by Chambers.
Oh, he gets in on a leg pretty early. Kyle trying to trap the heel and see if he can just capture the knee later and clean it up. Fedor following him though. Kyle trying to chase the back now.
Nicely done by Nikolov as he's able to get free.
And it's interesting, Fedor pulls guard, which is normally going to be Kyle's move. He wants to play from that bottom position, but he's a very formidable top player as well.
Chambers stands.
Fedor controlling the wrist with a 2-on-1. Probably wants to set an arm drag in, but Kyle pretty aware of what's going on. Frames against the head, pushes away. Chambers. Oh, there's the Kimura grip. Off the bottom by Fedor, uses it to sweep. Kyle reacts, follows it, spins out, regaining the top position.
Two minutes of elapsed time.
Hey, you got to be careful here. You can hit that toe hold, that Craig Jones style toe hold. And Kyle using that as an opportunity to pull guard. We'll see how Fedor chooses to approach it. Oh, going for this G roll. Uses it to sweep, comes up on top. Fedor bottom position. A nice pass. Kyle Chambers. Spins all the way through.
Electric.
Laces up the leg. Fedor got to be real careful right here. Second leg is under control. And now he slipped the primary leg during that movement and spins out.
This whole leg stuff is just
Nikolov clearing
nuts.
that foot of Chambers that got caught in his shorts.
They'll send him back to the middle.
Right at the halfway point, 3 minutes 4 seconds remain. Now they're talking through the reset.
Fedor did. This. My right leg was on the hip. Here. My right leg was here. No, it was in the middle. It was in the middle. Ready?
Back to action.
Look at that hand fighting.
Now Chambers comes up in top position.
Fedor doing a good job of keeping his feet on the inside position, making sure that Kyle can't pummel too easily. There's the cartwheel trying to pass, jumps on a leg.
Man,
Kyle trying to
Fedor,
sneak attack in there.
Travis beat Fedor. He looks, Fedor looks good.
Neither guy really able to get anything going though. Kyle's got the scoop grip. Tries to use that to pass. Oh, he might be exposed. Oh, man. I thought that was a pretty good shot by Chambers. Thought he might have that backside 50-50 opportunity.
I want to see.
90
Travis
seconds
and
left
Kyle
here in
Chambers.
regulation. On the attack again is Chambers.
Fedor has done a good job of slipping his knee line every time Chambers has gotten a little bit of offense started.
Stop. Center.
Going to get a reset here in the center of the mat inside the final minute.
Ready? Wait for the whistle.
And Fedor has a couple of times moved to this double butterfly position, trying to sweep with the double ankle pick, but Kyle, as soon as I say that, he knocks him down to his hip. Fedor pummels inside, comes to the top position. Somebody's gonna have to take a risk right here. 20 seconds to go. Fedor posting on the throat. Grabs the ankle, tries to throw him past, nothing there.
Closing moments of the match.
That's it.
No points. We go 6 minutes full between these two 10th Planet products to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this
is
match
some high-level
finishes with a
jiu-jitsu.
draw.
Job, boys. Let me get the ankle bands back.
B-Mac, your thoughts? Two 10th Planet products, one from the Freak Squad down in San Diego, the other from HQ. Both very unique styles in what they like to do, and they matched up, and it was interesting back and forth.
Yeah, interesting back and forth. Neither guy really able to get a position that they wanted, honestly. We did see Kyle grab onto the leg, like either the heel or just a straight ankle grip a couple of times, and like he was hoping that he could grab that and kind of climb the body and grab the knee position after the fact, like just clean it up. Grab the leg, I'll clean it up in a little bit, but Fedor very hip to that, always got his knee line free before he ever found himself in any kind of danger.
Here's our schedule as we continue on through match day one. Anything standing out still yet to come here for you, B-Mac?
Yeah, those next two matches that you see listed there, Paul Ardea versus Marcin Machulovic. Both of these guys in their very first match finished in under a minute, both scoring 4 points. The only two guys that did score in block number one, now we're going to square them off in block number two and find out who the man is, and then check that out right there. Kyle Bain, Davis Asari, that's a good one. This is the one I was looking at. Kyle Bain, Chris Wojcik. Two strong leg lockers, but a big size difference between those guys. Both have finished on the second day at ADCC as well.
We'll see how that one matches up. I mean, Kyle Bain's going to be bigger than everyone he steps out on the mat with.
Pretty much. Wojcik versus Aiken still coming up. Oh my gosh. Travis versus Sebastian, I like that one. Oh, Machulovic versus Snyder. That's a big one. Brad's got scored on twice so far tonight. I mean, Marcin, he's licking his chops, just ready to get out there for that matchup.
Absolutely. Our action continuing here live on YouTube. It all leads up to our season finale, which is headed your way Friday exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. Our 8-man playoff, going to award another $20,000 to the winner of that. But it's all about the team points. What's going on?
Breaking news. Chris Olivo in, Davis Asari out. Do we have an update on how serious it is? I would like to start using the fantasy corner as the injury update corner as well.
Dang,
you hearing
Davis,
that over there, Jason and Egg?
yes.
I want to start using you guys as the injury update corner as well. So you guys dig in, do a little investigative journalism on this Davis Asari situation.
We got you. You got a lot on your plate up there. We got you.
Hey, you know what? I'm happy you're here.
Absolutely. They'll investigate. If you are just joining us, a disgusting sound happened when we saw Davis Asari.
I hope he's okay, man.
Yeah.
Literally one of my favorite guys in the sport. And he was so excited to come back. And I hope he's all right, man. That sounded so bad.
It did.
He might have broken his leg, for real.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sounded like. I equated
But
it
you know
to
what,
like
though? Ankles pop
celery.
like that, man. I've rolled my ankle playing basketball a couple of times, and it sounded like a shotgun going off in the gym. And, it was fine after 2 weeks.
I mean, he did.
I mean, fine. I'm still crippled at
Right,
age 44
of
from
course,
it, but you know.
Your idea
it's fine.
of fine is another person's idea of being maimed for life. But you know, to each their own. We'll see what happens as we'll try to get a word as Jason, Anik, and Egg are on the case. We ready to go? All right. Time for more action. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, ready for our next match of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing First Form. Give it up for Paul Ardea.
Paul Ardea, first man drafted yesterday and the first man to secure a submission today on match day 1. He looks to make it 2 for 2 when it comes to submissions. He's got a very tough athlete in front of him, though, and now it's time for him to walk. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Machulovic.
I am excited to see this one.
We saw that Polish power on display, a quick submission for Marcin Machulovic, and he hopes to pull off another here against a very toughened game, Paul Ardea.
There's some big old
DJ DeSantis
dudes.
along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. We're here all week in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
I got a lot of tension from this match. These guys are both breakers. They're absolute monsters. Marcin he's serious, man. And when you stand next to him, we put your hands on him, he is so strong.
Action, Paul.
Marcin trying to get airborne.
Trying to get heavy on that head of Ardea. Fails on it.
See him just checking that collar tie, trying to shake him out. See where that tension is. Paul is a very good wrestler, man. Very good. I don't think he's going to allow Marcin to just come out here and throw him around. Paul just slowly inching his way forward, too.
Snap down this twist for shots.
90 seconds of elapsed time. These guys wrestling it out early, neither wanting to give up a position.
Yeah, the referees are going to start getting after him now. They've let 90 seconds pass, and neither guy's really taking any risk to try to push himself into a better position.
Shot clock's on both.
Double shot clock initiated.
Marcin decides to pull guard.
There wasn't much there. Is that enough to reset it?
Well, at least he changed the position.
Goes airborne.
Oh, and they're going to call somebody. Let's see what happens here. Stalling on Paul, okay.
Which I think if you're going to call it on
This is
anybody,
so cool.
Paul would be the right person, as you saw Marcin try to go to the floor,
It sucks,
trying to do
though.
something, and it was more than Paul was doing in that situation.
Paul going to be very good and familiar from this position, though. You see he instantly able to clear himself from that. Marcin coming forward very aggressively. He's going to have to be very careful, though. We saw in Paul's first matchup, and we've seen him do that at his last run at the ADCC trials. He came out and really surprised a lot of people, just pull guard and blow through everybody with his leg lock game. So Paul is no
This guy's
joke,
got
but Marcin
Viking
very
blood in
aggressive,
him.
very heavy, pressing down with his hip. Gonna have to stay active, though. Paul's game just so calm. Marcin pushing forward, not giving Paul a chance to relax.
Halfway point, 3
Watch
down,
out
3
for
to
this
go.
false reap set up by Paul Ardea.
Ardea able to make his way back to his feet, pushed down. Masulovic stays on him, and they get a reset here in the center of the mat.
Paul walks back to the center with a big smile on his face. And now Marcin's smiling. Paul's game is just so relaxed. He
Very
never
relaxed.
looks like he's stressed. Whereas, and now Paul getting that action call. He's got one warning on the board.
Ooh.
Tried to go with a rolling knee bar there. Marcin definitely the one forcing the action here. Paul's got to be careful.
The Polish.
2 minutes remain here in the match.
Action, Paul.
I want you to fake the shot. Ahí está el snap. Hey, I want you to fake the shot. Siempre lo está dejando el cuello ahí para el snap. Let go, okay? Circle.
Stop, hold right there, stay right there.
We're going to get a reset here with Marcin
Wait.
having his hands together here in the
Got the
center.
double
now.
underhooks. Oh, nice reversal, and that'll be a 2 for your fantasy team, Paul
Wow.
Ardea.
Close guard here for Masulovic.
I want to see that again. That was just smooth.
Inside control. Left hand inside control. Sit for a single leg. Sit for a single. Watch the dark. Watch the shoulder control.
See the standing.
Marcin, you have 1 minute now. 1 minute, bro.
Reset again here in the center. Touch over a minute remains.
You know, I think a lot of people didn't know Marcin's name coming into this, and even if they did know it, they couldn't say it.
Right.
But y'all better learn how to say it. Marcin Machulovic is the real deal. Gets a
Marcin
big win in
Machulovic.
under a minute in his first match. He's come out here and really put Paul on his back foot for most of this. Good takedown by Paul. But he's been the aggressor for most of this match. Another warning against Ardea, and he's on the shot clock. His time's starting to get really thin here.
Watch your left leg. Watch your left leg. Watch your left leg right now. Take it. Go for that unhook. 3 segundos para shot clock.
Shot clock violation here with very short time.
Yeah, not going to really be a factor. Imagine that would have been the third one, though. That would have been the end of, well, it would have been 2 points after the match
Right.
concluded.
Get a quick restart here in the referee's position. Just 7 ticks left on the clock. Ardea able to roll through with
Yeah,
ease.
I don't think Paul's ever going to be stressed out about that referee position.
That's a wrap. Both of them finished their first matches in a minute, and now they go the distance in their second match. We'll go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Good job, boys. Let me get the ankle bands back.
Well, there's a draw in the books between the Polish Punisher and Marcin
Polish
Masulovic,
Punisher.
Paul
I
Ardea.
said the Polish there.
A good match, back and forth.
And
And
let's watch this. Let's watch this replay.
Yeah.
Boom! Waited till the last second. And you could see Paul really just allowing those double unders, knowing that Marcin was going to make that offensive play. Watch this. Look how relaxed Paul is. He keeps his arms heavy on the elbows and waits for the trip. It's just a beautiful counterplay. That was awesome by Paul.
And Paul had, multiple shot clock violations in that one, but just cool, calm, collected throughout it. He's a hard guy to, feel that pressure.
Yeah, you can't ruffle his feathers, man. He's not going to be bothered. He's not going to just come up and play your pace just because you're playing your pace. He's here to do what he's here to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're here to watch more jiu-jitsu, so let's go ahead and do that. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Bame.
All right.
Here comes Kyle Bame representing First Form.
Did he just walk in? Oh.
Had a tough first match with Ryan Aiken. Now he's ready to go back to work for a second time here on match day 1. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
Here's Chris
Part of
Wojcik
the
representing
B team.
Dean Lister's Constellation
I
Network.
think he's part of the B team, which is Craig Jones. I think.
Bame versus Wojcik here in Block 2. Match day 1, PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. We are underway. Bame in the red, Wojcik in the black with blue.
Probably the two best leg lockers on the roster, but a huge size discrepancy in these two men. Chris Wojcik giving up weight just to come and be a part of 205. Kyle getting rid of a lot of weight to try to come in and be a part of 205. Kyle almost looked drawn out yesterday, if you can believe that, looking at him today. Kyle really trying to bait Chris to pick up that leg. Now getting heavy on the back of the head, trying to use that size advantage to wear Chris's neck out. But nice job, Chris. He's not here to get bullied around, and they're already calling for action from Kyle.
Work center, guys. Work center. Shot. Another one. Slide by. Do it again. Come on, Chris. Do it again. Work center. Circle. Do it again. Now go for it.
Slide by attempt by Chris right at the edge of the mat. Good job by Weird Al. Stopping them, bringing them back to the center before things got too crazy.
It's not really Weird Al. You do know that, right?
Let's talk about it later.
Okay.
Let's talk about
Kyle's
it
going to have to be careful. There's a shot by Wojcik, but he ends up with Kyle Bame on top of him working a front headlock. Not where you want to be, and he's got a pretty deep grip there for just a split second on the neck. I thought he had a pretty good guillotine cooking for a little bit.
Reset here in the center of the mat.
Kyle trying to knee cut, but really no kind of attachment. Wants to sit back and wrap up Wojcik at the legs. But Wojcik ends up, and this is one of his best plays here. Kyle got to be very careful. Kyle Bame, we got that death grip on Wojcik's leg, trying to drag him into a play. If you're Kyle, you have to be super careful right there. That is exactly the spot that Wojcik wanted to find himself in, was with that ankle lock grip. Kyle tries to flip over from the outside. Wojcik thinking about setting up his false reap. When you see him go with his left arm behind the knee, you know he's thinking about his false reap setup. Wojcik comes to the top position, tries a cheeky little Estima lock. Now coming up to pass. Kyle Bame's guard, notoriously hard to pass, but not for Ryan Aitken earlier in their first match. Passed it twice in the first 2 minutes, if I recall correctly.
Left leg. He wants to grab your left leg. What I say? Now pull it out.
In on a leg, here's Bame.
Oh my
Wojcik.
gosh, saved his knee just barely. That's horrifying.
Watch your left leg, sir.
And you listen to the tension of the crowd.
Yeah.
Everybody just took a big sigh of relief. That was horrifying.
Swim inside the head now. Hold your head. Watch your left leg. Put him on his back. Put him on his back. That's fine.
Back to their feet they go.
Under 2.5 remains in this match.
Kyle baiting
That's
and
fine. I'm giving them the signal.
Sit up. Sit up. Work your ankles.
Kyle again tries that that distance knee cut, but he's doing it without any kind of attachment and connection. That's going to be really hard to pull off on a guard like Wojcik. Both guys have the grip they want here.
It's a 50-50.
Oh, Wojcik working on this Aoki. If he can get the heel up onto his chest while he's got the trap. This could be a real problem. Kyle looks over at I think he's looking at handsome Kev on the sideline just laughing. Wojcik bails, moves to the outside heel, leaves his own leg behind for just a split second. Very dangerous game. Wojcik again, wrapping up the ankle.
Bame stands.
1 minute, Kyle, 1 minute. 1 minute now.
Now inside the final 60 seconds.
Go, Chris. Come on, Chris. Get out of there if you can. Here we go. Go. 45.
Both guys putting a lot of pressure on this.
Pull it out there. You have 40 seconds left, gentlemen.
Wow. This is crazy. This whole night's been just crazy.
Go for it. Get on top. Get on top. Finish the top. Go. 30.
Ooh, it's a pretty good grip here by Chris.
Lock your hands. Come on, Chris. Lock your hands like on your chest. Lock your hands in your chest. Oh, shit. 20 seconds.
I think that was just a...
Chris going toe-to-toe, no pun intended, going toe-to-toe with Kyle Bame.
That was clever. If you know.
I didn't even mean
That was
to.
clever.
That's what's great.
Ready? Time going to expire in this one. Some tense moments as both men were playing the leg attack, and after what we heard earlier with Davis Asari, I think everybody is holding their breath in some of these leg exchanges, but no submission there.
No
Stephen Aiken
submission.
will make it official.
Move After on 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Your thoughts, B-Mac? Fun little match, as I mentioned, or you mentioned during regulation there. People holding their breath a little bit at certain moments.
A lot of tension out there. I mean, a lot of the reason there was so much tension is Kyle. He's so big and strong.
Right.
And there's such a size discrepancy. I was a little worried, like, if you touch Chris, will he break?
Right.
You know, like, scary, man. Kyle's a scary guy, but Chris just proved that he can stay out there and leg lock literally with anybody here. So I think the rest of the roster has to be on notice.
Yeah, absolutely.
sure.
All right, let's go ahead and continue our night, match day 1, live in Las Vegas. It is PGF World. Back to the mats with Stephen Aiken.
All right, our next matchup, making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Dory Own.
Here comes Dorian representing First Form. Time for him to take the mat for the second time tonight on match day 1. Stephen Aiken will welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Sebastian Attard.
Wait. Okay, the next block, Travis gets
Confidence in the walk from Sebastian Attard. He takes on Dory Own.
Okay, guys, bring it in real quick. Guys, make sure when I say stop, we freeze. So we get an easy reset, couple steps back. Drew, ready?
Here we go, underway. Attard immediately takes a seat.
Both of these guys are going to push the pace the entire time, for sure.
it.
Dory, a guy who's absolutely known for his cardio. Sebastian, a guy who says that he has taken great steps to improve his cardio. But what that tells me is that it hasn't always been a strength for him. It's always been a strength for Dory. He prides himself in it. And he's going to push the pace here and really try to be aggressive and put Sebastian on his back foot.
Own unable to secure a pass.
This is the guy Travis went up against, or I'm sorry, the guy in the red is Travis's first opponent, and then Travis's last opponent will be the guy in the blue.
Sebastian moving forward.
Sebastian in blue, and
Stop.
Gonna reset here in the center.
Dory, there's no reason the top man should be on the edge of the mat. You got to keep it in the middle. You can't back up.
Referee warning Dory.
And I like that warning. There's no reason the top guy should be on the edge of the mat. Can't back up.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again here at PGF. You cannot afford to really ever take a step backwards. And like the referee said, when you're the top position grappler, you shouldn't be working your way towards the perimeter.
Sebastian gonna have to get active off the bottom position, though. I feel he's really
too.
just kind of framing and playing a preventative game against Dory. Dory seems to from my perspective at least, Dory seems to be the guy who's really pushing forward and doing all the work. Ooh, nice play. Now the pass by Dory, just that aggression. Wasn't able to secure it, though. Did get around to the north-south position for just a split second.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
There it is.
Now Sebastian getting that warning for action. Just past the halfway point. Now unable to get clear of the legs.
And, you know, honestly, I felt like that warning for action for Sebastian should have came a little earlier.
Yep.
You saw that as soon as the warning came in, he started moving, and that is what ultimately ended up getting his guard passed. Bump, Dory has to bail. And Sebastian aggressively hunting the closed guard this time.
See what he can do with it. 2 minutes remain.
Sebastian definitely trying to bait him into a K-guard type play. He's scooping the arm here this time, but he's hoping, you see his left hand right there, TJ. Sebastian wants to scoop underneath the leg of Dory, and then when Dory does open the closed guard, he wants to spin to the inside and attack the legs with his K-guard, is what that position is called.
Touch over a minute remains.
Looking for a shoulder attack.
1 minute now. Stop. Sit there.
Gonna get a reset here.
We got 1 minute.
Attar goes inverted, spins back. I'm trying to clear the legs.
Yeah, and Allen has been aggressive.
Travis
Just hasn't
and
been able
Sebastian's
to
match now.
secure any pass. Sebastian's guard has held up.
Sebastian, 15 seconds.
That's a wrap. 6 minutes completed.
And Dory completes the pass after the whistle just for fun there.
All right, Stephen Aiken will go ahead and make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Boys, let me get the ankle bands back.
All right.
Probably
Still
one of my least
in
favorite
block
matches of the
2
night,
on night 1,
be honest.
season 7. PGF, TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCaffrey. One final matchup, I believe, here in our first team matchup. Or, no, last team matchup.
Last team matchup
Yes.
of block 2. Pretty interesting. The first matchup, the New Hope and Trana matchup, that had pretty good action in it. First 3 matches all finished with subs, and one of them pretty violent.
Yeah.
You know, like some of that was pretty violent. This matchup with First Form and Constellation, and a lot of people would have said that this was the biggest mismatch team-wise. First Form, me. I thought First Form was going to come out here and just run the table, and that Constellation might struggle, but Constellation has proven to be a very, very tough team. Adam Bradley versus Kamoy Anderson is the last matchup here. Adam has to feel like he's got to score right here, but if they don't score, New Hope is going to win. Like, somebody has to score a choke right here just to tie Team New Hope, or New Hope is going to walk out as the winner of Block 2, and that's a big, big, big deal for those guys. Anytime they can keep First Form from scoring, that's a big deal, because that team is just stacked top to bottom.
Absolutely. All right, one final matchup here in block number 2 for the Walks. We go to Stephen Aiken.
For our final match for this team matchup, making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Adam Bradley.
Here comes Adam Bradley, ready to go to work for Roger Gracie's First Form. Again, final individual match here of this second team matchup here in block number 2. For his opponent, we go back to Bobby both of them.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy Anderson, the first athlete selected by Dean Lister for the Constellation Network team. Finalist on season number 5 of PGF World. He's back on the map for the second time tonight here on match day 1.
Gentlemen, stop on the whistle.
We are underway.
Kamoy had some pretty interesting moments during his last matchup. Thought he was going to get to the twister, man. We really, really thought we were about to see a twister from Kamoy. This is not Caleb Crump he's facing off with here. Adam Bradley, definitely one of the more highly touted athletes on the roster leading into Season 7. Bradley, another guy that has that very relaxed, kind of reactive style. And some people were questioning if he was going to be able to be proactive and get a lot of points on the board this season, just with the way his game matches up against the actual rule set here in the PGF. Kamoy decides to pull guard after an admonition from Heath Masery. I called him by his name that time instead of saying Weird Al, TJ.
Oh, that's good. Good.
Thanks. Adam on top. Kamoy working with 2 butterfly hooks on the inside. You can see Adam switching his hips back and forth, trying to see where Kamoy keeps the tension in his guard so that he can find that tension, turn it into a lever, and then initiate the pass.
Go, guys. Engage.
Bradley almost freeing that left leg, trying to sit in the mount.
He's almost into the mount position. The problem is, okay, this is good work here by Bradley. The problem is that Kamoy likes this. he likes to let you pass and end up in side, on bottom side control, but he definitely doesn't want to be on bottom mount, and that's where he finds himself right now. Fantasy points for Bradley, by the way, for that mount position.
I think Adam Bradley has his
Knee on
toenails
belly for
painted.
Bradley.
Bradley with the underhook. He's got the arm exposed. Kamoy framing and action call against Kamoy here. They want him to move. Underhook by Anderson off the bottom. Bradley continues his pressure forward.
Halfway point here, 3 minutes down, 3 to go. Kamoy Anderson has a hold of the left leg of Adam Bradley.
Go. And there's the takedown by Kamoy. Fantasy managers rejoice as Kamoy adds to his point total. Neither guy really in danger of winning the match, though, so far, and that's what really counts. It's all cool and everything to get fantasy points, and that is fun, but these guys want the money points, and that only comes by winning via submission. Bradley passing the guard again, knee on belly. Now around to the north-south. Kamoy, this is Kamoy's play. He's trying to bait him into this move so he could lock him into the truck, and there it is again. Bradley escapes, though, but again, Kamoy showing that he can lock that up from the bottom position almost anytime he wants. He baits you to pass his guard so he can do it.
2-on-1 on the left wrist of Kamoy Anderson by Adam Bradley. Close guard now for Bradley. 90 seconds remain.
Warning, Anderson, shot clock. Shot clock's on.
You heard that. Shot clock has been put down on Kamoy. He got moving, though, with that warning. They reset the shot clock. That's what it's for. That's what the shot clock's there for. Take the shot. Do something.
Action restarted here in the center of the mat. Touch over 1 minute remaining.
Bradley dropping into that headquarters passing position. Kamoy trying to drag him into a leg lock, but he gets himself flattened out a little bit. Got to be careful. Now Kamoy working this shoulder crunch. Nothing there. Bradley with another pass.
Anderson, you got to move. Shot clock.
Another shot clock initiation for Kamoy Anderson.
Oh, nice job as Bradley went to mount. Kamoy snuck that butterfly hook in on the backside. Recovered. Bradley, another pass. On a front headlock, but not enough time.
Time expires. Officially putting an end to our second block of match day 1. Go back to Stephen Aiken to make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And with that, block 2 is in the books. I'm TJ DeSantis, he's Brandon McCatherine. What are we looking at points-wise there, and how does the second block shake out?
New Hope wins the block. Ernesto with his ankle lock and Ryan Aitken with his outside heel hook. They score 6 for the team. Outscoring Entrana, Abe LaMontagne came in off the bench.
Yep.
Got 3 points, but New Hope wins. So Ernesto, Schneider, Aitken, Travis Thomas, and Cam Hurd all add a point to their total towards the playoff.
That's what Travis is on the board now.
Big block right there for New Hope. That's good for them because really I say everybody. I'm just really talking about me. I expected first form and Intrana to already be separating themselves from the pack a little bit, and that is not the way that this has played out on day one.
No, absolutely, and you know, it's always interesting to see how each team gets, you know, off to their season, and you know, we've definitely seen points early. You know, it's not been a thing where anybody has been on the back foot, not being aggressive. We've seen some subs, we've seen some injuries as well.
And here's that straight ankle lock. Well, oh no, we're going to get a look at the knee bar, it looks like, right here. Look at that, the way he wraps and puts it underneath. Oh, all the finishes here. This one was horrifying. Everybody in the crowd freaked out right there, and you saw it slip.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. There's the part where Travis just put Elijah's leg behind his head for fun.
Let's go, Travis.
Cam Hurd and Caleb Crump.
What a
ton
match.
of action. That, you know, that might be as much fun as you ever have in a match that doesn't really even have a close submission.
Oh, yeah.
Fedor and Kyle going the distance. This might have been one of the coolest moves that happened in the last block. Look at this timing by Paul. Boom! Perfect timing. A lot of scary moments in this match, but look at the face. hey, let me watch this, watch this, watch this.
Oh,
I'm going
man.
backwards right here. Give me that replay.
That was phenomenal.
Give me that replay.
We
Give
got
me
to see
that
it again if we
replay.
can, because that reaction front row in the couch definitely tells you everything you need to know about PGF and the moments we had to endure. All right.
Watch this, watch this. Boom. Kevin Lucas right there. He's going.
Kevin Lucas or Kevin McAllister? Home Alone.
Oh, that's awesome. Can we zoom in on it? I would love to zoom in on it.
B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine having a little too much fun with his
I'm
telestrator
so excited
here.
about having a telestrator.
You deserve it. You're the perfect person to have a telestrator. All right. Still more action headed your way on match day one. A look at our schedule as we head to our third and final block of the day. Fedor Nikolov going to take on Ernesto Rivera, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Masulovic. Going to meet Bradley Schneider, Ryan Aiken
block 3 coming
against
up.
Chris
We're
Wojcik.
probably going to take a break.
Man, when I look at this,
So will I.
what I see standing out to me right away, Marcin versus Brad. Brad's gotten scored on twice already tonight. Marcin, he had a tough match with Paul, but, you know, Paul definitely one of the favorites to finish at the top of the seeding as we head towards the playoff on UFC Fight Pass on Friday. Marcin takes him the distance in a tough match and honestly kind of led the way, even though it ended in a draw. And he also finished in his first match in under a minute. Marcin definitely eyeing Brad Schneider as somebody that he can dunk on right here.
Kyle
May not be
Bain.
true, but that's what he's thinking for sure.
Kyle Bain match up with Davis Asari. We're not going to see Davis Asari.
We're going to see Chris Olivo instead.
Back tonight.
My personal best dressed at the draft yesterday. We'll see if he's the best man to step in there. You know, he's an alternate, but that guy's a Robert Drysdale black belt. He's
Right.
he's no pushover.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what he can do. And I'm thinking we can possibly check in. Oh, here you go. Fight Pass Invitational headed your way December 5th, the best single night in submission grappling. It all goes down here in Las Vegas. It's been a great year for the FPI. And B-Mac, I'm very excited to put a bow on it with one more FPI before we close out.
Hey, let me tell you
2024.
something. We're trying to do some big things in jiu-jitsu, and I think we're starting to make some progress in that way. FPI is really moving the needle in the world of submission grappling. And of course, you and I, we get to be there for all of it. I love FPI. I love the way that they're trying to like twist the rules, and they're always just modifying. Jason Herzog, Iberio, all of those guys, they're in there. They're smart guys, and they're trying to see what's the best way to adapt these rules, especially for like a single match type of event. And that's a super fight event. FBI is fantastic. I think that what 2025 holds for the world of submission grappling between us and the PGF, between FPI. Let's see what Craig does with CJI next year. I'm hoping he comes back with a big banger right there. It's a lot of crew. Oh, dude, and you know what? I'm not even thinking the jiu-jitsu overdose that's coming up right here at the end of the year with Eddie and his crew, Eddie and Victor and all those guys. I'm going. Are you going?
I'm going. I'm going to be there.
December 11th through 16th.
Yeah.
We're going to be at Planet Hollywood down in Cancun. What has he got? He's got Medusa.
Yep.
He's got
Combat Jiu-Jitsu World.
Combat Jiu-Jitsu World. He's got a Combat Jiu-Jitsu qualifier.
Yep.
Right, and then he's got, of course, the big EBI. Eddie's a genius, man. He's really done a lot to push this sport forward. Him and Victor, when they started putting all that together, and now he's like jumping on with this week-long thing, and I think it's so cool. Eddie gets to come hang out with us for a week. We go hang out with him for a week. We all do jiu-jitsu. It's just it's awesome. So shout out to those guys
We
too.
don't all do jiu-jitsu. I don't do jiu-jitsu.
That's a good point.
Yeah. What does that mean? That's a good point. Oh, wait.
Nothing, man.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
It just felt loaded. All right. You know what? I can see Alex Wendling standing by on the mat. Are we going to go to her? No? Maybe?
You just do whatever
Yes?
you want, TJ.
All right. Why don't we? Alex Wendling, take it away.
I am standing by with Ernesto Rivera, and we were just talking about how good my Spanish is and that we could do this interview in Spanish.
We could do it in English, Spanish, Portuguese. That's about it, though. Those three.
Yes, him and Paul Ordila, a.k.a. his son, he likes to call him. They're best friends, and they're going on a trip coming up. You guys both got leg lock submission, so how are you guys feeling? I mean, that's got to be pretty good.
Really good. I mean, he got, first round, he went out and got a leg lock. I got a draw. And then in the second round, I got the leg lock. He got the draw. So it's going good for both of us. Hopefully in the third round, we both get leg locks.
Yeah, and there was a lot of action. He almost got pushed out of bounds, and you saved him from the concrete.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. He's on another team, but it's impossible not to coach him. You know, like he's my friend. So, yeah. As long as he's not going directly against us, you know, I'm going to coach him for sure.
And you got a nice leg lock against a really, really tough opponent, Nathan Haddad. So now you and Ryan Aiken scored for your team. You won for your block. What's the mentality going into the next block?
I mean, hopefully more of the same. Ryan's a beast. I'm trying to keep pace with him. He's definitely the team leader for sure. So it feels really good to be able to put points on the board. I mean, 6, we won the block. Hopefully we could just do the same thing and win it. I mean, I think we were a little underrated, but I think that's good, you know?
I was about to say, everyone was making you guys the underrated New Hope Regeneration and get the good picks. I think you guys are going to surprise people tonight.
I think we're already doing it, so which just means people will come harder, but that's all right, you know? That means you're doing the right thing.
Well, we cannot wait to see the rest. Ernesto, you got this. We have much more action coming up for PGF Season 7. Ernesto, good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Alex. Our night continues here. It is PGF Season 7, Match Day 1, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. You know, this year we've stepped things up. Some new additions, the Fantasy Corner, they are hanging out. And you gave Jason Anick an assignment. Jason, did you do your homework? You got an update?
Oh, yeah, we got an update for you, David Sassari. I guess it's an ankle. We don't know too much other than the good news. Hopefully, he's going to try and compete tomorrow. So some ice, and other than that, that's all we got on him, yes?
Yeah, he's saying he can stand on it. I just saw him in the back there. They had some paramedics just check him out. He was actually kind of bouncing around on his feet. So he's testing it out. We're going to play it safe. But again, that's a good sign that hopefully he should be back tomorrow.
But the story for me of the night, BMAC, the czar, the telestrator. How about that? You know, everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. The czar, the telestrator, Mike Fratello. For those of you who don't know, basketball fans, BMAC putting him in his place. But I will say, right, given what's transpired this night, Chris Oliva, I'm very much, you know, you get in the building, Kyle Bame is what you get handed, right? That's for the alternates. But you guys said it all week, you know, Abe went for 1,900. They were all clamoring for him, and it happened. So I guess any big expectations for you as we enter the third window of the evening?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, one of the big issues we saw last season is that when those reserve players started coming in, well, then the big stars started really getting points. I mean, okay, Abe the Mountain, he's not your normal reserve player, okay? Kind of an aberration comes in and just gets his own, you know, points. But now, you know, Kyle Bame's got to be looking at his chops. Man, I got a second-round reserve player, and he needs to get on the board. I mean, he had a really tough assignment tonight. But also looking at, you know, Adam Bradley and Caleb Crump. Bradley hasn't got any points yet. 2 tough matches where he just got stalled out. He has to see this as, hey, this is his chance to get on the board. Because after tonight, 25% of the season is over. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on all the competitors that don't have any points behind their name.
I like it. TJ.
Thanks, guys.
You know what? TJ, throw it back to those guys. I want to watch this reaction right here.
Okay.
Back to you.
Back to you.
David Sassari doing his third match. Just got the update in my ear.
Let's go. Whoa.
Okay, that's all. Just wanted to tell you guys.
I love it. I love it.
All right.
Yeah, welcome back.
Back here, Matt said. Are we going to break or are we going into block 3?
Yeah, we're gonna need to go to break because I gotta do a little finagling here on the bracket, so we make sure that everybody's in the right spot, and because Davis is out,
Right,
Davis
yeah.
is in,
Right.
Davis is out. I don't know what's going on.
All
so
right,
I gotta fix it up.
You finagle. I'm gonna go find a chocolate flavored Once Upon a Coconut, and you stay right
may
there.
never find one. Those things go quick around here.
I got a stash. I don't want to talk about it. I got a
Oh,
stash.
smart boy.
Yeah, this is my second season here with Once Upon a Coconut. I've learned.
That's experience.
Right, exactly. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. You're watching PGF World Season 7 right here live from Las Vegas.
You're the
most complete fighter in the UFC today.
2013 was the craziest year of my career.
Here we go!
I had first to defend my world title.
What a fight! George St. Pierre dominated his fight.
There's always the next guy.
He's not gonna walk through me.
The next guy. And the next guy.
Rush St. Pierre!
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
The world is ready for a change. It needs people like you. People with drive. People with ambition. No matter how hard the road, no matter how long the journey, no matter what storms come our way, we cannot quit. It's going to be hard. It's going to take much longer than you wanted to. But if you don't quit, if you persevere, if you push through, it will be worth it. The world needs you. The world needs your story.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world.
Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
The bullfight critics ranked in rows fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
Jiu-Jitsu is more than just a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's about community, love, and respect. And that's exactly what Epic Roll stands for. When you wear Epic Roll, you're part of something bigger, a global tribe of grapplers that are all connected from their love of the sport. Our gear was created by black belts who know exactly how important comfort and durability are when it comes to your training gear. We know once you try Epic Roll, you'll see exactly what the hype is all about. Don't just do it, be epic.
This past year has changed everything. Once a hidden art, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is now on the world stage.
Arguably one of the biggest events in the history of Jiu-Jitsu.
You better have that dog in you because you're gonna need it. I promise you guys.
An art once practiced in the shadows is now shining under the bright lights.
Take some risk. Whoa. What?
I don't want to be on the side of this concrete with Andy on my back with 2 hooks in looking like a dork, so I'm fucking jumping over couches or doing whatever the fuck it takes to get out of there because I know he's not going to let go. I know he's not going to stop.
A sport that is no longer just about passion, but about prestige and the promise of real rewards.
Get that mentality, man. I'm going to beat them up. Whoever's in front of you is just a body that can be beat.
This is the new age of jiu-jitsu, where skill meets spectacle, and one move is the difference between fortune and failure.
Bro, we're fucking in the wildlife. It's like fucking 20 dudes in here with testosterone competing against each other, trying to break each other's shit. Like, we're gonna have some shit to say.
Hey, hey! Don't push me. Fuck you, Daniel. You're a bitch.
Yeah, he was trying to play the funny guy, so I went to him and see what he has to show.
I think my only mistake with Daniel was not smacking him in the mouth as soon as he pushed me.
It's all the same, man. I show up, do what I'm supposed to do.
Can Elijah take all of that experience that he has as a PGF champion and apply it to these high-level athletes?
They're gonna sleep on me like always.
I'm not sleeping on you, you know? Make sure you know that I'm ready.
And I don't have sons, like I said in the interview over there, I have just daughters, and I love to see him achieve his goals, you know? Just so happy for him.
We're back inside our secret location in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. TJ DeSantis along with Matt Elkins, the veteran, stepping in for BMAC for a few moments. Matt, you ready to get our third block started?
Man, the first 2 blocks have been incredible. Third block is definitely going to please. Some of these matchups are absolutely insane. And then, like I said, we just turn around and do it again moments after.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's a long week of jiu-jitsu, and we're 2/3 of the way done here on match day 1. We just got word that Davis Asari is back in after originally thought to be out after his last match with Ryan Aiken, and look who he's taking on, Kyle Bain. Like, it's not like he's coming back to get a quick dunk. I mean, Davis Asari, he's a man.
I mean, a little undersized in this season, and to take like an audible pop from the couches, I mean, and to turn around and take one match off and hop back in with the bigger guys, you definitely can't question his mental fortitude and his will to win. Obviously, he wants back in the tournament, looking to try to walk home with his cash.
Yeah, he might walk with a limp, though.
He's definitely going to limp out of here, brother.
Yeah. An audible pop is an understatement, to say the least. If you missed it, go back and watch it after our live action concludes tonight. All right, block 3 ready to get underway. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our third and final block of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
Back for the 3rd time tonight, Fyodor Nikolov, the Russian Nightmare, tangled with Kyle Chambers last time out on the mat. He is ready to put a bow on night 1 for himself. We'll see if he can get some points in the process. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Ernesto Rivera able to get a break in his last match. We'll see what he can do against the Russian Nightmare in the first matchup of our first team matchup here in block number 3. TJ DeSantis along with Matt Elkins. Match day one continuing here in Las Vegas. Matt, when I look at, you know, the long week, you experienced this, you know, last season. The points, they don't always come early sometimes in a run, but obviously you got to always try to cash in when you can. And for the Russian Nightmare, he would love to cash in against a very tough Ernesto Rivera.
You see your lineup at the beginning of the week, and you know that there's a couple of opportunities that you have to take advantage of and have to score. And these guys know that they might not be one of the #1 seeds in the tournament, but they know that they got to show up and they got to perform here in this moment. And these matches with these lower ranked guys in the point scoring have offered up some of the best matchups and the best action in the entire tournament. So
Rivera getting busy early. He's on bottom position. We'll see how Fedor elects to approach this one. Very aggressive here is Rivera.
it's interesting. I think that Fyodor usually takes a little bit of a lull in the match. I think that he likes to drag the pace of the match down a little bit. Ernesto is out of Atlanta, and he's looking to stay in the pocket, stay fast.
That right leg isolated for a brief moment from Nikolov. Past the first minute of the match.
Push your foot, push. Hands from the back, scoot away.
I don't know if Fyodor's looking to maybe expose the back here. Or...
Your right arm in the foot trap, and use your left to move your foot. Move that butterfly hook.
Nikolov now able to pull his leg free and stand, or at least come out in top position potentially.
Push him down. Stuff him free like that. Make him earn that.
You can hear cues from Dean Lister. He doesn't want Ernesto Rivera up with his back off the mat. He wants Fyodor to shove him down, start to impose his will a little bit, see if he can make a play past his guard.
We mentioned earlier Dean Lister. He's not afraid to be heard. One of the loudest coaches, I think, in PGF history.
Absolutely, and in his own, to his own right, legend in the game, MMA, jiu-jitsu, all the above.
That right leg in some danger, but now Fedor going on the attack, trying to attack the left leg of Rivera.
Bit of a shootout here.
Trying to roll through it. Wow, nice sequence.
Like I said, these guys, they know they got to score. They see the opportunity. They see maybe their next matchups coming up. It's last block of the day. They're looking to leave with a couple points on the board, I believe.
You know, we talk about momentum, and, you know, this is a marathon, the gauntlet. It's much better to end the night with your signature performance of the tournament thus far. It's hard to go home frustrated, but again, this is where that sort of war of attrition comes into play. It's very much a marathon, not a sprint. But obviously, it's a lot easier to go back to your hotel room with points on the board.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt that going home on day one with a goose egg is a little bit of a shot at your pride. You know, I've heard these guys all week or all the last couple of days talking about how they're getting 3 subs on night one, and as we've seen, it's been hard to come by points already, and so this last block, I think we're going to see some big matches.
That's right, it's better. Stay on it. Push it down again. It's different now, see? Push it down again. Now get around the guard. Now go for it.
Lister trying to implore Nikolov to get around that guard, but now needs to be defensive as Rivera was again in on a leg. Now Nikolov sitting back.
Let's go for a heel. Stay on top, Ernesto. Good, you hit your foot, good.
You like that play, Matt, for Nikolov? Now he goes back up, but
I really like that he's trying to be active. He's trying to push the pace here. He's looking to try to make something work from the inside position, but Ernesto Rivera, no slouch, very disciplined, keeping his feet on the inside.
And now, work in your opposition. Look for a pass. Look for a pass. Wait forever. Watch your opposition. Keep attack. 2 minutes. Cross this. Keep attack. Cross this. Stalls, you attack. Cross this. Your head position there, whatever. A lot of defensive break on top.
pinning that leg down was Nikolov.
Push the phaser whole time, Ernesto.
kind of feel like Fyodor is looking to give him just enough pressure to maybe open up, falling back on the leg. It seems like he likes this play right now. He's not pressuring the guard forward too hard. I think he's looking for Ernesto to open up.
Under 90 seconds remain in the match. Nikolov keeping the pressure a bit on Rivera. Now the officials warning Fedor, calling for some action.
Fyodor's going to go on the shot clock here, I believe.
He's also going to go flying back after that push from Rivera. But sounds like the shot clock's still running. And here comes the call. So going to get a restart in referee's position. Fedor in bottom. Not a lot of time here, but definitely an opportunity for Rivera to make something happen.
It's been interesting to see some guys play from the referee's position. Obviously, we see this come from wrestling, and some of these jiu-jitsu guys solving the puzzle here. It's been kind of interesting. Fyodor taking a bit of a, he's leaving a little space underneath his ankles right here. Interesting.
Back underway.
Ernesto's got a good chest connection here.
He's got that arm isolated too with that right leg.
Oh, he's digging the nose hard. Ernesto, all business here from the back here. All business, body triangle. Ooh. Punch, big punches.
We'll call them forearm shivers. Trying to go for broke here is Ernesto Rivera. Across the chin, time expires. The Russian Nightmare just went through one and survives in the closing moments of regulation. Credit to Rivera for being aggressive and then being a bit apologetic. No points, but wow, some serious moments there. Finally closing out the match to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
About the most aggressive draw I've ever seen there in the closing moments, Matt Elkins.
Those, we have to call those punches. I mean, I don't know what else to call that. It's got a little bit of combat jiu-jitsu look to it here at the PGF. These guys know that these points are going to be hard to come by. Obviously, they're taking it very, very serious, and the intensity continues to rise on night one.
You see him closing out that attempt on the lower jaw, but you're right. I mean, if anything, it was a forearm shiver, but bottom line, blunt force, which you're not technically supposed to do. But we've seen this time and time again. There's a fine line between, touching and striking.
Personally, I love to watch the boys play. I like to let the boys play a little bit, Coach. I believe in that, and like I said, I think that was right on the line. Anything past that, maybe the judges, the referees got to get a little involved and give them a little warning. But everybody knows what's on the line, man. We're not playing for fun. We're playing for cash money, bragging rights, all the above. So it makes sense to me.
Well, what goes around comes around. We'll see if there's a receipt at any point thrown the way of Ernesto Rivera. All right, our night continues. Block 3 underway for our next matchup. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler to make his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Matulewicz.
The Polish Punisher, Marcin Matulewicz. Coming back to the mat. Can you say that? It's hard.
Marcin Matulewicz.
Okay, you did it better than me.
B-, perhaps, from the Alabama boy.
Not bad.
Marcin is an absolute terror, man. He just has a big presence, a big personality about him. You hear people say things like in jiu-jitsu that people roll their personality, and you see this guy's not afraid. He's bringing it to these guys. First matchup with a big break.
Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
Brad Schneider making the walk for the final time tonight. He draws the Polish Punisher. Matulewicz and Schneider ready to get things underway. TJ DeSantis along with Matt Elkins. Live in Las Vegas, it is the site of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Masulovic takes bottom position here.
It looks like Marcin was paying attention in the first round. Brad got leg locked pretty quickly by Paulo Dia, and it looks like he's looking to make the same thing happen.
Now, you've been in the back here in this very building throughout the season. How much are you plugged into the matches that are unfolding while you're waiting for your next match?
I think that the guys are trying to keep their head clear the best they can, but the reality is the jiu-jitsu community is pretty tight-knit, and so you know these guys, maybe you train with a couple of them, and you're very interested in the storyline, the points line, and everything, so it is hard to unwind and find a quiet corner in the back.
Got a hold of that leg, does Masulovic, trying to isolate it. Schneider wise to it, able to get free. Schneider stands.
Yeah, Snot, you hear from the corner that Snyder's got to fix his posture standing there in front of a guy that's trying to get to his legs.
Inside the closed guard of the Polish Punisher, who's laughing a bit. Trying to wrap up that neck now is Marcin.
Little work from the closed guard here. Obviously, we don't see a ton of closed guard, no gi. Interesting to see some of these guys. Oh, Marcin going to go to the K guard, it looks like.
Trying to attack that right leg of Schneider. Schneider able to get free. Now trying to get the back of the Polish Punisher, unable to do so.
Nice exchange from the boys. You can just see it on Marcin's face, man. He is all business. He is very tenacious, stays in the pocket. You see him having a little fun out there, but he's definitely trying to take these guys' limbs home with him for sure. These big kicks from the bottom. He's not joking around at all.
3.5 minutes remain here in the match. Yeah, the Polish Punisher just offensively minded no matter where the match is taking place, whether it's closed guard, whether he's going for the legs, attacking, just always trying to progress. And you have Schneider in top position, but very much defensive.
The Constellation Network's definitely got to be very excited about picking up Marcin, having a big day on night one. Let's see if he can close the show with some points here. That'd be big for him going into day two. Put some respect on his name, be able to breathe a little bit tonight, sleep well.
Guard closed once again for Marcin. Now back open.
It's been a very popular C grip on the neck. Back in the K guard, it looks like, to the top side. You hear the corner of Schneider telling him to bail.
And his left leg is stuck right now.
Schneider is in a tight spot with 2 minutes left. This is not where we want to see him if he's looking to leave, score some points himself.
This would be a huge statement for the Polish Punisher. 2 minutes remain.
He's got the outside heel hook exposure. Looks like he's putting the grip together. Reverse grip.
Oh, there it is. It's a tap. It is done. The Polish Punisher able to rack up some more points on night number one. A slap to the mat, and for good reason. He banks another 3 points, very important points here, to close out his first day. Wow, to make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing Constellation Network, Marcin Matulovic.
Marcin Matulovic able to get it done, gets the break over Bradley Schneider, and we were talking about it, Matt. It's a lot easier to go back to the hotel with points scored and even more points for the Polish Punisher.
I believe that, is he our first competitor to score twice?
I think so. At this point, yeah.
That's a big statement. That's a big statement.
Both breaks, and you can see the replay here. Walk us through here, Matt.
So,
pretty much a wrap there.
Yeah. We caught the end of the submission there. Outside heel hook. Marcin, obviously very, very skilled in the leg game.
Here it is.
And so he's got it looks like he doesn't even have the knee line is in kind of an odd spot, but he's got such a tight grip there. He swaps to the reverse grip here to get the finish. Double outside, big rotation here, belly down, gets the tap against Brad Schneider. Very impressive work from our boy Marcin.
All right, the Polish Punisher standing by with Stephen Aiken.
I'm here with Marcin. Marcin, big win. You're the first person to have 2 submissions this season. I'm not sure exactly what the standings are after that, but that's got to put you up there around number 1. We spoke during the draft a little bit. You expected to be up around the top. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Like, thanks, Bradley. That was hell of a match, hell of a scrap. I feel awesome just being here. I may sound like a broken record, but you'll remember me after this one. You may not notice me yet, but well, I'm fucking strong, and I'm here to make a statement.
That's what's up, Marcin. We're looking forward to a lot more from you, man. It's going to be hard to forget.
Firmly on the map after his first day performance, Marcin Masulovic, the Polish Punisher, putting points on the board for his Constellation Network team. Some more added up there as he ends match day number 1. All right, our action continues here in Las Vegas. Block number 3 underway. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our next matchup of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
Here comes Chris Wojcik. Looks to add some more points for his Constellation Network team. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Here comes Ryan Aiken, the final man that was selected in our draft. He was maybe the most hunted and sought after man in our draft. CJJ and EBI champion. So far, off to a pretty good night 1. We'll see how he wraps it up here at PGF World. TJ DeSantis along with Matt Elkins, live tonight in Las Vegas, match day 1 of PGF World Season 7. It's powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Aiken immediately takes a seat.
I'm not sure that we've seen Chris work much from the top position today. Very interested to see how he's going to try to solve this puzzle with one of the best grapplers on the planet, Ryan Aiken.
BMAC had some questions regarding Aiken's style and output. A very patient grappler, but here in PGF, patience at times can be a weakness, but he's been aggressive today.
Man, I think that these guys see after their first couple of matches that 6 minutes is not a lot of time to get it done. Filling it out through the wrestling exchanges and stuff like that can be a big mistake. Getting drawn into some of those long wrestling exchanges and then looking at 2-3 minutes to get some of the best guys on the planet out of there, it's not a lot of time. So,
butterfly guard here for Aiken.
Wojcik bails on the body lock pass. Doesn't like what he's seeing there. He backs out, full reset, back to the center. Wojcik makes some really tight, explosive movements sometimes. I feel like he kind of lulls people to sleep, and then he's got really powerful pummels, very disciplined with his hand positions and stuff like that. His Aiken's off balance, and I'm trying to get underneath with his body. This body like, oh.
Nice switch of position there for Aiken, able to get in top now.
Big wrestle up with that body lock, just really overpowering Wojcik there. Aiken gonna fall back on the straight ankle, it looks like. Uh-oh. Nice slip by Wojcik.
2 minutes of elapsed time here between these two gentlemen.
Aiken trying to press the corner and get to this north-south position possibly. Aiken camping out here with this knee wedge. Looking to figure out how he's going to try to work past the guard here of Chris Wojcik. Like I said, Wojcik has been very disciplined with his hands and his feet. His hands and his feet, anytime that somebody gains position on him, he's repummeling. Ooh, big play by Aiken to try to get past the guard here. Looks like we're going to see a single underpass, double underpass.
Wojcik doing his part to shut it down for the time being.
Keep moving, let's go. Keep moving, guys. Keep moving. Take your foot out, you gotta do something.
All night, Chris Wojcik's been leaving those feet hanging in there. Seems that he has no problems dangling his leg in there. Very confident in his ability to defend some of these plays and looking to counter, it looks like.
Trying to dive past those legs was Aiken, unable to do so.
We got a shot clock on Wojcik, down to 15 seconds here. Aiken looking to pass east and west. Wojcik's got to make a play here in 10 seconds or he's going to give up his back in the referee's position. Uh-oh.
Turtle up now is Wojcik.
Turtle's not going to cut it for the offensive position. Aiken on the back here. They're going to let him keep it, I bet.
Solid stuff here for Ryan Aiken. Now trying to wrap up this neck and rear naked choke.
Belly down RNC attempt right now.
Tough squeeze here by Ryan Aiken.
Wojcik's got his hand ready, it looks like. Oh, the big squeeze coming from the CJJ champ. Wojcik down as ever, though. Beautiful defense there. Absolutely thought he had him.
Nicely done by Chris Wojcik, but still in a very tough position. Full body triangle locked on by Ryan Aiken.
Aiken had him dead to rights. He's got 1:15 left to work here with the body triangle. Lock on the top side. Toes buried behind the leg, it looks like. In the driver's seat here with 1 minute left. This would be huge for Ryan Aiken to score 6 right here.
All right, get another look at it here as Aiken.
There it is, he's under the chin.
He's in trouble. Wojcik forces tap, and he's done. Ryan Aiken able to get the kill. 6 big points to end match day 1 for himself. Nicely done by the CJJ and EBI champion. Let's go to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
And your winner, representing New Hope Regeneration, with a kill, Ryan Aiken.
Ryan Aiken getting his hand raised. Nicely done as he ends his first match day of PGF World Season 7 with a big kill, 6 big points. Matt Elkins, walk us through.
Pedro Sauer knows that he's worth every penny right there. All right, we see he gets underneath the chin right there. Such a powerful squeeze with the body triangle, super tight spot. Very impressed by Wojcik's ability to defend there, but Aiken just continuing to lean on him and lean on him and lean on him in the position until he cracks.
You saw Wojcik, he had to survive, the last few sequences there, was able to defend 1 rear naked choke, but ultimately, 90 seconds with a guy as big and as strong as Ryan Aiken on your back, more often than not, it's going to spell the end of your night. And he spells the end of his night by grabbing 6 big points, and we're going to cap it off with an interview as he's standing by with Stephen Aiken.
All right, I'm here with Ryan Aiken. Big win, putting 6 points on the board for your team. I just told Marcin he was the first guy to get 2. Now you have 2. That's definitely going to put you in the lead with a kill and a break. How you feeling tonight? Yeah, you can rub it. It's okay.
I'm feeling great. That was a hard-fought battle right there. I know that's just one of many more matches I have with Chris to come. We were talking about it backstage. I think this is number 5, 6. He might be my nemesis at this point. We're just going to keep running it back.
You had that one good look at a choke or the face crank there, and it looks like you really maxed out on it, and he still slipped. Was there a moment there where you're thinking, like, shit, I'm probably not going to get this one?
Absolutely. But, I stuffed that doubt back down, kept going for the kill. I had my corner yelling for it. Can't let them down. Maybe I finally don't suck at rear naked chokes.
There we go. You got your first one down for the season, man. We're looking forward to a lot more from you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan Aiken getting it done, a big kill to end his first match day at PGF World Season 7. And I think it's safe to say, Matt, he doesn't suck at rear naked chokes. That was a pretty solid one.
Yeah, you see all smiles there. You know that's a big sigh of relief from the CJJ champ. Now he's out here. I think he's in the driver's seat in first place after night one, it looks like it's going to be. And, man, you can just feel the energy lift off of his shoulders. Now I think we're going to get to see him do some of his best work, knowing that he's got a few points on the board.
All right, still more points up for grab as we are in our third block, and it continues. But quick look at our top standings here. Ryan Aiken, 9 points, as you mentioned, one ahead of Marcin Musulovic. So already we're starting to see this playoff picture take shape, and it's all about the playoffs coming up on Friday night. But, of course, all these guys trying to bring points back home to their team for their share in that $100,000 cash prize. All right, we continue our action. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our next matchup of the evening, representing Constellation Network, give it up for Sebastian Attard.
Sebastian Attard ready to put a bow on his night one as he takes the mat for Constellation Network. Back to Stephen Aiken to welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
All right, let's go, Travis.
Here comes Travis Thomas.
Here we go.
You know that Travis is looking to score right here. It's the end of night one. He's had some tough matches. I think that he's got Sebastian Attard's name circled here. I think
needs
he knows
to.
possibly put him away.
Stop, so we get an easy reset, couple steps back. You're ready.
You look at your schedule, Matt, you know this better than anybody. There are certain matchups that favor you, and those, they're not easy matches. They almost become more pressure-packed because you know that points are hard to come by. And
Come on, Travis.
You gotta, you know, use the term dunk when you can dunk.
Yeah, and in some sense it makes those dunkable matches even harder because when you've got a guy that feels like he's maybe not going to the number one seed, maybe they come out there played a little bit defensive, but there's a little more pride on the line with some of these matches where these second and third pick guys are trying to score on you. They feel a little disrespected and they bring it every rep.
Come on, Travis.
Sebastian getting aggressive early, trying to attack the legs here of the Mantis.
Nice,
now,
Travis.
Thomas able to
there
go.
You go. Play your game. Play your game. It's your
Travis
game.
Is
it's
take
your world.
Here. Super heavy top game.
Oh.
We've seen Sebastian with a really nice kipping escape earlier, I believe. Looks like he's setting his foot position up, but Travis keeping his hips tight.
Come on. Put that squeeze on him, son.
Wide base with his knees allows
squeeze
his
the
hips
piss
to
out
really
of him.
smother Sebastian, it looks like, and kill this kipping escape. They're calling for action for Sebastian here. He's got to make a play. He's going to go on the shot clock. Travis assaulting the head here.
Come on,
tough
Travis.
to move, tough to improve your position with a guy like Travis Thomas on top. But Attard able to get a look at a leg and able to get free. Nicely done.
You can sense it on him now. He doesn't want to get back underneath the mount there. You see he's trying to pummel those feet to the inside and establish some distance from that last position.
All right, Travis. Come on, Travis.
Trying to wrap up that head.
It's like a modified sort of false reap attempt here from Sebastian. With the bottom side arm, he's trying to weave that top arm through. Travis not having it.
Come on, Travis.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
3.5 minutes remain here between Travis Thomas and Sebastian Attard.
The refs have warned Sebastian again. He's got to make a play here. He's going to go on the shot clock. 20 seconds on the shot clock for Sebastian Attard. He's got to make a play here.
Come on, Travis.
Travis not giving him any room. Shoving him back down to the ground. He's going to look to try to set up that back play from the referee's position,
Yeah.
looks like.
Might as well.
Doing everything he can, Sebastian Attard, to try to improve his position, but unable to do so.
Let's
Shot
go,
clock
Travis.
violation,
Put
flag
the
comes in.
anaconda squeeze
And a
on
restart
him.
here in the referee's position.
Travis
Anaconda
Thomas did a good job. You see
squeeze
some
on
of
him.
these guys when the shot clock goes that they let up and they let the bottom guy make a play. Staying on offense there, and now he starts in the referee's position, gonna try to make the try to expose the back. Big tight spins from Sebastian, shoulders to the floor.
Nice, Travis. Nice, Travis.
Unable to secure the back is Thomas, but in side control
Say
here.
daddy. Or uncle or something.
Keep your elbows in right now. Elbows in.
Come on, Travis.
Such a huge dude. Travis, so powerful from the top. He's got all four corners pinned right there, both shoulders, both hips. Sebastian's got to get, there you go. He gets to his side a little bit, makes some space. Looks like Travis is waiting on him to make a big explosion and look to expose.
There we go. Yeah. Wrap him up. Wrap him up. Wrap him up. Come on, Travis.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
You see Attard is flailing his leg, trying to do anything he can.
It's a tall order. Like I said, these
Come
are
on,
some of the
Travis,
best
you got
guys
it.
on the planet, and everybody means business, and a lot easier said than
Come on,
done.
Travis.
Here comes that shot clock violation again. And now we're looking at it. There's 2 on the board. If you get 3, 2 points will be awarded to your opponent after the match concludes. So Sebastian cannot afford to be complacent whatsoever.
You see these guys battling for the position, jockeying for the position here in the referees.
Immediately walk your hands. Watch the head guard. There we go. Now watch the head guard control.
Attard immediately spins.
Get up, get up. Get the press. You hold him again.
Come
Now,
on, Travis. Come on,
back to that
Travis.
north-south position.
Seemed like Sebastian tried to grab his head in a bit of a panic. Trying to make something shake, just trying to get a little bit of space.
Well, he's got his back against the wall here. Thomas could potentially just take some points if he's able to shut down Attard and he's not able to move and pick up another shot clock violation.
Very unfortunate for Sebastian that Travis is playing the position the way that he is. He knows that he's got to work. He's got 2 stall calls on him. Sebastian's going to have to dig his way out of here, unfortunately, with under a minute left on the single leg grip, belly down. Travis with really good control of the foot there, looking to break him down to his butt. Beautiful work.
Attard able to get out of that sort of bully
Come on,
position, now
Travis.
pushing back at Thomas. Touch over 30 seconds remain. He may have done enough to avoid
There you go, Travis.
another potential
Choke him.
shot clock. I don't know.
It looks like he's going to make it out. Really, really deep spot, right? Oh, he's exposed the leg here.
Come on, Travis.
But it looks like he's in the false reap here. Gonna see if he can off-bounce Travis and get a look at the heel hook right here with 15 seconds left.
Come on, Travis.
Short time, 10
Squeeze,
seconds
Travis.
remain.
Squeeze. Squeeze, Travis. Squeeze,
Not
Travis.
gonna be enough time to get it done, but such a good performance by Travis Thomas.
Domination throughout the 6-minute period by Travis
Oh.
Thomas. Despite
There you have
that
it,
domination,
folks.
no points awarded Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Let me get the ankle bands back.
He looks good.
All right.
He
Your
looks
thoughts
good.
on what we saw from Travis Thomas and Sebastian Attard?
Big flex from Travis Thomas right there. He's ripping off the rash guard to throw a big flex up at the camera. Obviously, one of the crowd favorites, I believe. But what a match, man. Like I said, Travis came out here to make a big statement, and he's been putting the gas on these guys. Sebastian's been very impressive coming out, I believe, the Austin, Texas qualifier. Very, very game. And, man, Travis had him mounted there for quite some time. I can personally say that being stuck underneath the mount of Travis Thomas is one of the worst experiences that you can have in jiu-jitsu, and so solid match there from those guys.
Absolutely. All right, one more matchup in this first team matchup of our third block. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our final match of this team matchup, making his way, representing Constellation Network, Rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Season 5 finalist Kamoy Anderson ready to take the mat for the final time here on match day 1 of PGF World Season 7. See what he can do in his final appearance tonight. Back to Stephen.
And making his way to the mat for the final time tonight, representing New Hope Regeneration, Nathan Haddett.
Well, Nathan Haddett looks a lot like Cam Hurd.
I think he got some ink in the back room back there. Very impressive.
Cam Hurd is ready to take the mat.
Got to believe that both of these guys are looking at each other like they're one of the guys that they can possibly score on right here. And match 3, night 1, neither guy on the board, I don't believe. And so I think we're about to have a banger. Zero steps backwards from Cam Hurd ever.
Yeah, he doesn't have a reverse gear in him. You can see the size difference here. Cam Hurd has put on some size, but Kamoy just a really big opponent.
Kamoy very savvy, been in the game a long time, competed at some of the highest levels, and like I said, it's he's no slouch here. And I think that he's going to try to wrestle here for a minute, get some time off the clock, and then look to try to see if he can find an offensive position. Obviously, one of the best truck players on the planet. Definitely, probably one of the best in the tournament.
We saw a phenomenal match earlier tonight with Cam Hurd and Caleb Crump. It was a wrestling match, and so far, Hurd calling upon that wrestling again. 1 minute in to his final match of the night against Rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
See, now Kamoy gonna lean on that jiu-jitsu black belt, it looks like. But Cam Hurd stays in the pocket as Kamoy takes a seat, passes to the north-south position. We're gonna get a clean reset to the middle. Cam Hurd on top with 4:51 left.
This is the third straight season that Cam Hurd has been involved here, with PGF, and BMAC talks about how he's been labeled as the most improved grappler season over season. I mean, he's not even remotely the same guy as he was when he showed up at season 5.
No, I've been very impressed with Cam every single time that I've watched him grapple. I actually, in the season 5 of the PGF, I had a match with him at the ADCC East Coast Trials just weeks before, and just absolute. We're wrestling off the mat, power bombing each other at the table. Once again, his signature move, bleeding from the forehead and everything. We got to get that guy on a T-shirt, get him his own rash guard.
Oh, he's heavy here.
Really nice north-south position right here. Cam plays an odd punch choke from this position. Right now he's got the arm in, but I think it's one of the plays that he creates a little bit of a dilemma with his arm. You see him sneaking that right hand around the corner possibly.
Anderson able to make some space and get free. And again, constantly trying to progress and improve his position here, trying to clear the legs of Kamoy Anderson as Cam Hurd.
Beautiful passing from Cam Hurd.
Three and a half minutes remain here in regulation.
Looks like he's playing that similar game to Dorian Oliveira's. Very good side-to-side movement. Very tough to deal with from Kamoy Anderson here on the bottom side position. He's in a tight spot. Looking like we might see a stalling call potentially. We've got the warning shot. Shot clock's 20 seconds now. Kamoy's got to make a big play out of here. See Cam holding the space very tightly. Head stays in the position. I think he's going to look to try to get to the referee's position.
And there comes the flag. So going to get restarted here in the referee's position.
I like that use of the rules by Cam Hurd. He's aware of the situation. He knows that that Anderson's got to make a play out of there. Holds the position, and now he's on the back.
Boy rolls easily out of it.
You see Kamoy right back to it, looking to get a little aggressive here with 2:30 left on the bottom side here.
We saw it in our last match, though, when that shot clock violation comes, it's important to look at how much time is left in the overall matchup, so you got to know where you're at to make sure you don't rack up 3, which would cause your opponent to get 2 points. Now back to another reset here in the center.
I feel like Cam Hurd leaves a little piece of himself on the mat every single time that he grapples.
Yeah, BMAC was saying that he will sacrifice himself, you know, in an effort for his fight. And I said he'll sacrifice anybody in the front row too. He'll throw their opponent all over the place. He's a dangerous man.
Big play up from bottom, big wrestle up from Kamoy, super powerful play. Now we're going to wrestle this out with 1:35 left.
Here we are in the final 90 seconds of both of these gentlemen's night. Anderson back to the mat, takes a seat.
Looks like we're going to see more of this side-to-side work from Cam Hurd. Corner's telling Cam Hurd to put the gas on right here. 60 seconds left.
Nicely done there by Hurd.
Another beautiful pass from Cam Hurd. Very good work. With no points involved, though, we've got to see him try to finish the show here. He's had a few good looks. See if he can get Anderson to open up here, find his neck. Kamoy very savvy in some of those positions. You can see the veteran just staying relaxed, staying calm, staying in the pocket.
Back to that north-south. 10 seconds remains in the match.
Brutal pace from Cam Hurd.
No points awarded. Both men go the distance, but definitely a dance that was led by Cam Hurd. To make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And that will conclude our first team matchup of this third block. Matt Elkins, it was nice hanging out with you.
Absolutely, TJ. Thank you for having me.
I know you're working. You're the assistant coach here on that first form team, so we'll let you get back out there and try to lead your guys to 100 grand.
Yeah, we're going to go put the nail in the coffin on day one real quick, boys. We'll see y'all next time.
There he is, Matt Elkins. Kind enough to give me a few moments here. Matt's side, inside our secret location, Las Vegas, Nevada here. It is PGF World Season 7, Match Day 1. Time to move on to our final team matchup. I want to remind you to support those that support us. Hit up Salt Electrolytes, GoEarnYourSalt.com. Use the code PGF7, save 15% on your order. All right, taking a look at our schedule here. Time for our final team matchup of the third block. Final team matchup of Match Day 1. And I'm looking to my left, and I see a familiar face. It is BMAC Brandon McCatherine. I want to give you that headset back. You don't want to talk to the same one Matt Elkins talked into. Jeez.
No, that's a good way to catch something. You don't want to do that.
Welcome back.
Thanks, man. How did my boy Matty do?
I mean, he was cool, as always.
I love Matt Elkins.
Yeah, me too. All right, taking a look at our top 12 standings.
Little shake-up that Matt.
Yeah.
That block.
Yeah. Ryan Aiken sitting there in that first spot, the Polish Punisher. In the second, Paul Ardia, number 3. Ernesto Rivera getting some points on match day 1. And look, an alternate already in the playoffs with Abe LaMontagne. You know, this is, it feels like we're talking about the playoffs too early, but I think that sort of magnifies the importance of every single point that is racked up here. Even if it's early in the week, it might be the difference of getting to or not getting to the playoffs.
Well, when there's this much parity, you can start talking about the playoffs early because every little point matters.
Yeah.
Every little team point is a huge factor. I mean, think back to season 5 when you first came and worked with the PGF.
Mm-hmm.
That team point was the difference for Travis Thomas in being the 2 seed and the 1 seed.
That's right.
And that being the 2 seed forced him to face Kamoy in the semifinals.
Yep.
Kamoy grabbed himself an overtime victory, kept Travis from moving on to the finals. Who knows if the team points had not shaken out the way that they did in season 5, maybe Travis Thomas walks out as the season 5 champion and not Elijah Carlton.
Yeah, I want to thank all of our sponsors, of course. None of this is possible without them. You can see them all on your screen. It's very important to support those that support us because without them, we would not be able to do the things that we are doing. And BMAC, we're trying to change the game in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and it's getting changed slowly but surely, and we still got one more team matchup here in our third block.
We're trying to change the game. I feel like we're doing a decent job, too. High five, Teach.
There we go.
Yay.
All right, you ready for more action?
Man, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready.
Let's do it. Back to the mat for our next matchup with Stephen Aiken.
All right, this is our final team matchup of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing First Form, give it up for Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers back to the mat representing First Form. Of course, his coach, Roger Gracie. They were billed as the proverbial Yankees. Maybe the Dodgers would be more appropriate as the Yankees just got beat in the World Series. How do you think First Form has done thus far in match day 1?
I'm surprised they haven't racked up more points than they have, if I'm being really honest. I'm pretty surprised.
All right, time for Chambers' opponent. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, Nathan Haddad.
Here comes Nathan Haddad, representing Intrana, of course. Haddad was part of the winning team in Season 6. And now he hopes to rack up some points here to close out match day 1.
Haddad has his hands full here with Kyle Chambers. Hey, how did the Marcin versus Brad Schneider, what was the actual finish? I know what the result was, but what was the finish?
It was a break.
Was it an ankle lock or a knee bar? What was it?
Yeah, ankle.
Nathan got to be really careful here. Kyle has such an interesting, dynamic game. And because Nathan is a guy who creates so much action and so much movement, that's the kind of thing that Kyle Chambers is really good at capitalizing on. Chambers moving into the closed guard now. Wants to get up into the rubber guard. Nice job slicing the knee up the middle there by Haddad. Oh, nice. Nearly passed. Haddad circling the guard, changes levels.
.90 seconds into this one.
Chambers framing, trying to keep Haddad from putting pressure. into his guard and trying to convince Haddad to put too much for. Here's that G roll again. Oh, a nice counter by Haddad. That was awesome. But he finds himself a little bit tangled up in the legs, and he jumps out of there like a jackrabbit. He was not interested in that.
Yeah, it's easy to get entangled with a guy like Kyle Chambers, and just look at the grip strength. You can see when they lock hands, Haddad trying to rip his hand away, and Chambers so strong with his grips.
Chambers pushes him away. Well, Chambers moving forward. Nathan got to be smart right there.
Let's go, guys. We need to see more action.
Kyle Chambers digging under that arm, hoping maybe that he can expose either the shoulder crunch on the far side. Maybe he's trying to look at a Choi bar where he throws his far side leg over and weaves it in between Nathan's shoulder and his hip to expose the arm bar. A lot of really great players making that a staple of their game right now. Careful. Oh, look at this. Haddad with the guard pass. Chambers.
Oh.
Oh,
back
my.
here for Haddad.
All the way onto the back ride.
Nicely done. Chambers able to roll
Chambers
through,
able
though.
to turn.
Wow.
Gets to the top position. Sits back on the leg. Haddad has to be very careful right here, and he got caught.
Nicely done. Aggressive was Haddad, but ultimately it's Chambers that walks away with the break. What a scramble. What a submission. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing First Form, Kyle Chambers.
Kyle Chambers getting some points for his effort. Gets a break over Nathan Haddad. Nice way to finish his first day here at PGF Season 7. You can see the replay here. B-Mac, walk us through.
Yeah, and you can see as they come up to this top position, right here, as soon as the guard opens, boom, Kyle sits back on that leg. I would love to, there we go. Let's get a look at that grip that he's using here. Look at the depth on this grip, right there. Boom, look how deep this grip is right here. He's all the way out here at the end of the ankle. He's getting a lot of leverage, and this is pretty interesting too. Look at this old school figure four grip. Nothing modern, nothing cool about that. That's just old school leg lock fundamentals right there. Figure four grip all the way through. Chambers catches him rolling, gets that belly down ankle lock. Kyle Chambers gets his first sub. He's on the board, baby.
Yep, big points for him as he racks up 3 on his mission and for his First Form team. Let's go out to the mat as he's standing by with Stephen Aiken.
I'm here with Kyle Chambers after a big win against Nathan Haddad. We're talking out here on the mat right now, man. You know, we know you're going to get after it every single time. You really wanted to get the kill on this one, get the finish. How are you feeling after that big win?
Feel fantastic, man. You know, my style, I always want to go for the kill. So after the first 2 matches, getting close but not getting what I want here, what I want to come here to get, it's kind of disappointing. So I want to come out here, show my style, go be more aggressive, get my kill. You know, I was a little aggressive, almost getting my back for a little split second, but that's what we do. We live and die by the sword. You know, by going for those kills, sometimes you get a little exposed, but we got our results, and that's all we want.
That's what we're here to do, baby. We appreciate it. Look forward to more.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Big points put up for Kyle Chambers as he wraps up the break over Nathan Haddad. Really solid stuff for the 10th Planet product as he puts a nice little bow on his first day. And like you said, B-Mac on the board, and it's always a good way to end your day, you know, getting points for your playoff run in your team.
Yeah, that's going to allow him to go to bed with a little confidence tonight. So when he comes back in here tomorrow, he's going to be on the right. That's what's so cool about this thing. We get to watch these athletes as they experience the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, but we get to watch them ride that roller coaster up and down, because we're not just watching, like, if this was a tournament format, Kyle Chambers, we wouldn't have seen him anymore.
Right.
You know, he didn't get beat, but the draw, there was no win.
Right.
The story would have been over.
Yeah.
But not only do we get to see him 2 more times during the course of the evening, we're going to get to see him 9 more times over the course of the week. If he makes his way into the playoff, we're going to get to see him maybe 3 more times. So that's the beauty of a season and a league. It's the storytelling. It's the opportunity to fall in love with these athletes, to really like connect to their story, to who they are, to their style. I